चलो अभी टाइम में मेरे तो वो क्या आपको कुछ आया है क्या अपडेट शिपमेंट का?
नहीं हेलो आदित्य हेलो साथी
So unfortunate from Fox. I think that was intentional from Mazino though. He planted really deep there, closer towards the default spots, but into the back. That was a nano swarm.
Yeah, so we missed 5 rounds, guys. Not much. It's okay.
Somebody needs to stop this. Spammed out, but they can't do it. There's a wall in the way, and XERXIA just.
See, I went live on XERXIA on the run.
And there's the retake.
Good luck.
That comes through exactly.
Offline हो जाओ. We need crew to win.
All of the utility
Just want the best team.
to win.
जो भी अच्छा खेलेगा इन दोनों में से.
Crew ही जीते. Icebox तो crew जीत जाएगा.
What an important time to get around on the board. Let's take a look at that replay.
तो आज हम एपिक पेन का एक्शन में इस्तेमाल करेंगे. I'm done with Watchparties. तो वैल्यू ऐड करने की कोशिश करेंगे इस अच्छा.
Now Scary's actually got his pit online as well and could invest that over towards B.
That is why मैंने कल break लिया था.
What the fuck, Surf?
And once more, crew go for the same strat. Run away from the off as soon as they spot that one out.
See, this wall has become very common. Turtle is back after one day break. Yep, Tanish Platin. See, this wall has become very common. But then, I would say if you want to use this wall, at least use this sort of version of it. So that anyone who even wants to lurk post plant, उसको ये angle नहीं दिखेगा.
Off one of the angles, but a bit of run and gun by Mazino. That's a follow-up. The spray down.
So that is a good workaround for this wall. At least from what I've seen, with many teams preferring the lurk now, ये वाला channel close हो जाएगा हमेशा के लिए.
Very much in favor of crew. Their post plans have been good so far. Obviously, one retake, but Cruz is down. The wall already invested.
I think
Scary with a Viper's pit.
it will be very scary for XERXIA if they lose this round.
Risky. Oh my god, he's just. Was that in there, Rick? Over the top there, onto the ropes. Skipping a hop, Mazino. But he's got a ball in front of him.
Should have gone for the save.
A problem. The snake bite into the corner, but he is being flanked. Every single position right now, even walking into his own snake bite. Claims the one. And the 69 health. Tap the spike now. Baits out of positioning. He knows.
Oh my god, so close.
Should have gone for the save. That was the wrong decision. 2v3 with them having entire control. You have an op. You can use your ult next round. XERXIA boom se ganda ye to ye not really.
A monster this tournament. He's one of the players that normally doesn't turn up that much for XERXIA. They rely on Serve, Scary instead. But in their opening game, Cruz was pounding, and those 2 kills made the round winnable. Unfortunately, Mazino just there again. The pillar.
Although I like that they have reverted to the original comp. That comp was such a cheese comp that they played versus XSET.
Drone to supplement it, a shot fired off. They know the opera's there. They try and triple face it. But Naga's so confident. Goes for the second. What a good shot. And why not? Was that full investment into this round by XERXIA? He's ripping them apart. Everything that happens early in the round, crew are responding to perfectly. Any aggression.
I mean, Cruz still has his ult. So they're looking for ways to somehow revive one of them. They can. At least this one is safe. The guy towards the border is safe. ये वाला पता नहीं. Those guys will best function in terms of teamwork from start. Yeah, I don't know what happened to them this tournament. The first match was also very weird in terms of the comps. I kind of like the fracture cheese because you're not strong on fracture. You need something extra. But on Icebox, they could have kept this comp of जीत सकते थे.
Only one segment of the wall broken here.
Oh, XERXIA.
हाँ.
Icebox पे देखा ना योरू कॉम्प वाला.
वही तो बोल रहा हूँ वो कॉम्प जरूरी नहीं था. Could have easily won against XSET with the normal comp जो ये comp नहीं था.
योरू पे ना ऐसा लग रहा था जैसे कुछ एक्स्ट्रा ट्राई हार्ड करना पड़ रहा है. Like you have to push extra mile. Comfort level नहीं सेट था. That's why the loss.
वही तो बात है ना चीज की like
ऐसे पॉइंट पे आके
सुशांत
experimentation.
Hello Sushant, you're on TX.
बैठा था पता नहीं. Sushant, hello. बैठा तो है डिस्कॉर्ड पे म्यूटेड है.
कैसे भैया? Did you see Scary's interview? Yes,
Also
I
didn't
saw.
have so much time to set
Yes.
up into the postmans. And I think that's the biggest problem here. Crew are being
Replace कैसे भैया? ठीक हो भाई? देख तू बता.
in a lot of the time advantage
कैसे
situations
चल रहा है
for
cricket?
FP4s
He said it would
where
be
they
his
can get
last
into the
tournament.
best positions possible
Yep.
and all get ready to break utility.
ठीक है ना.
With
अच्छा
Xerxia.
अपॉर्चुनिटी मिल जाएगा स्कैरी को.
Such a weird way of playing Icebox defense when you have nano swarms everywhere.
कैसे चल रहा है
Snake
cricket?
bites and the shock darts.
There's
This composition that
there's
Xerxia's
a
playing
future cricket
has
superstar
so
with
much
us.
utility to deny the plants coming through in the first place, and they're playing retakes almost every time. They're going to take a time out here and try to address the game plan, see if they can fix
कुछ बोल रहा है एक राउंड क्यों दिया.
a rough beginning to the half.
An individual who's not having the best of times is Surf as well. I mean, he's had an operator in his hand
जिंदगी का नाम ही
so
स्ट्रगल है भाई.
far, and this half, but he's 1-6.
अरे डिप्रेसिंग बातें कर रहे हो. क्या हो गया?
What to do when you start dying of God? The place don't work and you just see. First of all, I think you need a reset. Close your eyes for 15 seconds. Count 0 to 10 backwards or 10 to 1. Okay, कुछ भी कर लो. Just stand up, drink some water, whatever. Just reset yourself. So watching XERXIA play Monsters 2 in 7, I don't know how we lost to this. I mean, XERXIA very good. You guys are discounting it from the fact that they're playing poorly this time. And then also I'd argue that the fracture was actually a very innovative thing. I struggled to find value in the Icebox form because I think that was their map pick, so they don't need cheese for their map pick. If they think they need cheese for the map pick, then there are some confidence issues or trust issues within the team. FPX का slot तो पक्का है. XSET भी अच्छा खेल रही है इस group में. जब तक struggle है तो फिर improvement है. उसके बाद भी है परफॉर्मेंस. Exactly this. चलो कुछ तो सीखा मेरे टाइम. मेरा टाइम वेस्ट तो नहीं गया. जोजे हारेंगे. Thank you Artman.
XERXIA हारेगी एक कॉन्फिडेंस 2 महीने पहले कहा था लोगों का. मेरा small waist pretty face. Oh my god. Surf. What the fuck they pulled a flawless.
Now the rounds start. What would you do if you was XERXIA? I think you need to set up Surf more. I didn't see the first 5 rounds, but from what I've seen right now. Hello Malab. हाँ तनिष क्या लेके वापस ले जा रहे हो भाई? No,
Trying to force fights and play rotates and look for fights, look for picks. And he's got the operator again on the defense. I fear he's just going to end up being too static. And immediately they've identified where he is. Does it prompt the same response from
yes,
Crew
4-1
to
fix.
immediately pivot?
Hello Chiggy. Hello Chiggy भाई.
Possibility of him having an operator.
हाँ मेरा confidence इतना भी था मैंने बोला था कि यार nice.
And this
Might
Delete
be
the
a
game.
second thought, I think, to this push by Crew.
possibly. But this seems a bit like a
अबे
lesson
यार
in how
हाँ
to neutralize
सच
the
क्या
style
हाल.
play.
Hello हर.
There is a
God,
possibility
Mr.
that
Pride
Sushi Boys
is
will
I
just
didn't do any
instantly
pride.
use his lockdown to stop his hit coming through. But
But
there's
I
still a bit on the
expect
clock.
XERXIA and Crew to be a 3 mapper. I don't know who will win the 3rd map. I expect this to go 3 maps.
Order to kill Joe.
आपसे observing nature उठाना क्या बात क्या बात.
Nanoswarm to really deny that plan.
सब बस
This
चल
is
रहा
gonna
है.
be a fake
तुम
back
कैसे हो
to
भाई
A.
कल के
So
बाद.
Klaus gonna use his utility here, a recon dart.
But yeah, they need to set up Surf more. I guess.
Right now. This should be timed with the B players going.
Okay, yeah. See, Surf अभी spot हो गया. No one is sort of in a helping area to him.
Does Sushi Boys use the lockdown?
Has to be using it now, though. Nanoswarm's popped off. That is a
I think you play Surf on rotate up.
Vulnerable.
You want more influence from Surf. You make him more active, make him more fluid.
But they get the plant off for free.
Don't keep him static. जैसे अभी एक angle hold. I don't think Surf को अब एक angle hold करके खेलना चाहिए.
But giving up one player for
Sushi
the
was need to change something. Maybe. I go play Dota at
might be good
yeah.
enough. Here comes the lockdown immediately.
Oh, that's a good slow ult combo.
side, I believe.
अच्छा इसने ult किया. मुझे लगा उसने ult किया.
Rips it across over the side there. Just on the side of Klaus, actually. Still this angle not being pushed on. Maxa just holding on the left side of yellow. Moving forwards once more. It's up to Cruz. Can he do anything else? The answer.
Ooh, Kesnet.
is on the battlefield, and one after another.
मैंने मैं बढ़िया हूँ सातवें आसमान पे मार के कंप्लीट करना क्या होता है लास्ट 6 मंथ से सेम प्ले के यार कर रहे हैं पर Atman crew also are doing the same things. TRX is the last over effect तो आप बताओ कैसा लगा
When Nags is hitting shots like this,
Right.
Crew are dangerous, man.
सही था यार
Because Kesnet is always going to be there, always good.
See, as long as you are having a good time and the chat is having a good time, I think you are winning.
In the upper half,
कुछ भी करो मजा आया मेरे को देख के I was having a good time.
I imagine they will
Hello
be away
Tanay.
from the match.
We will talk about APAC here. We are always known Latin is the third best region in one second. There's been an true.
I think their game plan initially here is just
The heavy retake philosophy against KO. That's what I'm saying. They need to be more active. I don't think it's a conscious choice from XERXIA. I think the players are just playing in a very underconfident or confused manner. I think there are definitely some internal issues that we don't know about. I think the crew is doing anything crazy, just not exactly because I mean not exactly, but like they aren't doing anything special. This is what crew do. This is what crew does. It's hard to win with crew just on one thing. Crew changes form with this. Atman, but first match में crew XERXIA did change their form, no?
It's just far too clean.
It's okay. You guys are मतलब थोड़ा decency पर तुम लोग का रहता है. You guys have already forgotten the match versus XSET where XERXIA came out with 2 different comps.
get together against FPX. They still
I think Crew is a very good team, but they need a good coaching staff like they had. Stage पे आते ही luggage लेके आया था एक बंदा घर जाने के लिए आया था.
Crew players all supporting each other, and Sersha just can't find a
The
gap.
triple A planned and I'll heavy be regionally too.
Pure
They
domination.
have to change that based on the comp you are against. Right? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Malab. But from what I've seen so far, I missed the first 5 rounds.
They might want to try and
Just
hold
the
ball.
players just don't feel confident enough in their. They don't trust their own instincts right now.
Players waiting for 'em on the other side if you look at that.
Can't believe I'm watching XERXIA play like this.
Is it too late at this point?
Damn, XERXIA bleeding.
You're bringing up the idea of
Damn.
Sersha. Crew were up 9.
Karma is a bitch, right?
That is true.
Um,
Yeah, definitely
500 की ये USD मिलेगा ना चांस का ये टाइम और नहीं छोड़ेगी
close out on that
पूरा
one.
तो वो कुछ
But there is a bit
हमें
of
तो
difference
फायदा
between FPX and
Eurocom Phoenix and Fracture
one,
Oh no.
arguably the
Eurocom
Oh,
in Icebox Phoenix and Fracture Phoenix was a very good cheese form
he's just
वैसे जो
praying
War
for the
Reviews जो
sweet
सीखा वो लाइफ में
release
ज़्यादा
of
काम
death,
आ रहा है वाला
and
तो
it
छोड़
won't be
सही है
given
Div
to him.
He has to.
that is my aim Div
Doesn't
Now
get
he's-
any money from
He's
it.
got light armor.
या तो लोग प्लेयर बन जाते हैं या इंसान
11.
Oh my god.
It's just brutal.
Oh, क्या बोल दिया बाजी.
I hope
Guys,
There were 3 players.
Godspeed Ashram opening.
It's just, I mean, most people are not.
hello
Reve-
Hello,
revealing
Dave.
area.
Sure. Yeah. If you're trying to
ऐसी वाइज बातें बोलते ना भाई दिल पे लग जाती
Crew
हैं.
slowed this round down again. I mean, this has
Uff,
been part of the
processing takes
so
5
far.
seconds.
ताने प्लेयर या इंसान तो मैं बॉट क्यों बनाऊं वो तेरी वो तेरा मैं कुछ नहीं कर सकता भाई
Surf,
तो हम रूटीन का वीडियो नहीं बनाया ना इसलिए.
haven't said that very
Zoom really goes down good. I don't know about his coaching potential to be honest. He has been a player. He recently, I think the last time he played a tournament was in July. So he's still very much an active sort of player.
Let's go.
And I don't know, I don't feel good about players who are switching to
And Sersha
being a coach
trying to make it
while
happen,
being an active player.
but are undecided on where they should be going and what they should be doing.
I don't know. भेजा भी है coach को भाई हाँ हाँ बना दिया भाई बना दिया और
That's the knowledge.
बाकी parts upload किए क्या
It's gonna have to be.
शायद कोलकाता में जल्दी सही बात है तो just see series
Back
of
onto
things
Sushi Boys, who was in mid as well, so all this killjoy
क्या
utility
कर
is
सकते
useless.
हैं
Quick break on the wall though, it's necessary, and Fox is covering it.
they just need 2 more rounds
Slightly better, they're fighting before they get a chance to get
A
in.
KO who can
Does it.
flash good
An
is a
absolute
very
menace.
strong player.
Quick whip around with the
Honestly.
rifle.
KO is very good at
Walks
that.
away
KO
with
is
2 in a
good.
row.
पर वो फ्लैशर जो मतलब अच्छे से टाइम कर सकते हैं ना इंसेन प्लेयर
भाई
होता
KO के पास बहुत सारे चीजें हैं when CA was working with VLT right and for challenges and
है.
CA came up with a KO comp and I sort of partially helped him with 1 or 2 things on Icebox, showed him how KO can be utilized on the B side and the A side and some Viper walls. So I remember showing him that let's go Scary, the best clutcher.
Huge clutch
Maybe
for
knows.
Scary.
Yeah man.
He's so good for them in those situations. And what a turnaround that
Download
was.
कर दिया ना सारा.
The Guardian, Bren.
The weaker buy after that mistake.
I wrote on Discord, check.
Not dying, he has to take
Why is KJ not used for utility? A lot of people use KJ mid only. Okay, in these comps now, I don't like it. It's just a substitute so that you can save Sage Wall or you can use Sage Wall elsewhere. I don't like KJ utility being used mid completely. It is like you can use it on a couple of rounds, but I don't like it being used completely. Like the alarm bot is good. I like the alarm bot. Nice push, Surf. See, this is what I was talking about. More active. More activity, guys. Surf needs more activity. Give him some life. और Discord में भेजा गया है मेरा ऑटो मैं डिलीट कर रहा हूँ थोड़ा DM वाला हाँ हाँ
Timing.
His utility is A but KJ is but another बीच के क्लिप्स ले ले जो भी सही किया है और वीडियो बना लो उसका पूरा मत हाँ मैं पूरा नहीं डालूंगा देखना पड़ेगा हाउ कैन आई एडिट मेरे को वो एडिटिंग उतनी अच्छी से आती नहीं है थोड़ा मेरे को पंगा होगा बट I will do it.
हमें बता दो हम कब काम आएंगे
कुछ वो बेसिकली इसने एक साथ रिकॉर्ड नहीं किया समझ रहा है सीरियस अगर
तो कोई नहीं
मैंने 8 स्टेप्स दिए हाँ और प्लस मेरा वॉइस ओवर भी रहेगा ना
तो कोई नहीं जोड़ देता हूँ वॉइस ओवर उस पे करके मेरे को भेज देना
हाँ तो वॉइस ओवर भी एक यूनिट के हिसाब से करूँगा और वो एक यूनिट भी पूरा नहीं दिखाऊंगा ना सिर्फ उसको फास्ट फॉरवर्ड या थोड़ा कम करके दिखाना पड़ेगा
तो वॉइस ओवर कर लो मुझे तो मैं एडिट कर दूंगा उसके बाद
मैं वॉइस रिकॉर्डर है ना कंप्यूटर में मेरे को कल पता चला पीसी पे वॉइस रिकॉर्डर होता है तो अब
डोंट यूज वॉइस रिकॉर्डर यूज ऑडेसिटी इट्स अ फ्री सॉफ्टवेयर हां I doubt you'll have auditions, so just use Audacity. That's a decent version of.
यूज करके रिकॉर्ड कर लूंगा क्लिप्स के हिसाब से और फिर डाल
Easy.
Why is Xerxia giving B side full control every time? Yeah, that's what. So they're playing mostly on denial, very less on denial, mostly on retake towards B. But I think they got 3 rounds. They can pull it back. They can pull it back.
But I just noticed crew ka jersey is basically a t-shirt.
हाँ.
I just noticed.
Crew ka jersey is basically a crew cut t-shirt.
नहीं बट लास्ट ईयर उनका जर्सी था ना पिंक वाला अच्छा था
Everybody is rebranding.
टी-शर्ट में क्या तो ऐसा लग रहा है बजट कट हो गए
Go back to a composition we're familiar with that they have had success with.
So basically, okay, let's see what a good setup can look like.
It's kind of been neutralized a fair amount.
I hate to be mean, but like right now, I do not want to eat outrageous amounts of raw fish tonight. I just want to eat something that is just burnt to a crisp, isolated in my room by my
Let's go, guys. किसी ने तो बोला है, guys. Raghu, finally, thank you. बोलने के लिए. So who बोला there? There's Jet. There's Killjoy, there's Sova, there's Kill, and there's Viper.
And in the large part of that being punished, when you play Killjoy on this map, the Killjoy needs to live to play that anti-play to shut down crew.
Okay.
But
Wait, is Chloe no more in Orangutan? She leave?
She left?
No, मतलब I'm seeing her Twitter ना तो she removed OG Chloe and description से भी हटा दिया.
Interesting. Cruz literally just was Sergio Garcia.
And there's a tournament and she said, guess who I'm playing with now.
Damn.
तो चेंज ही करा रहेगा ना.
हाँ.
I think she got paid.
So there are 2 ways. You can go sort of the global route. Global sort of used to use Killjoy towards A, B. Okay? Or you can go mid. I don't like mid. So let us leave the mid thing. But they have Sage as well, right?
What did you expect?
Yeah, I mean, Xerxia, they go back to their tried and true comp and...
Does Xerxia have Sage as well? I saw Sage as
It has
well.
been before. The same mistakes are showing.
They don't have. Not
Yeah, and I don't know if that
Hello, Vasudev.
miracle is necessarily going to happen, but never say never. Let's send it back over to Brennan Sideshow.
Hello, Vasudev Alawalia. Was the new coach still playing Sisu, right? Yeah, that's what.
Okay, listen.
I found that toy वो जो कैरी का पास है octopus वाला.
sacrifice has to begin, has to
ले लो भाई, ले लो।
start the round, but for Crew,
क्या 200 रुपए का भाई ले लिया भाई।
memory of their recent
400 का तो
loss
खाना ही आता है।
Yeah.
FPX.
What colors? तो okay,
Positive side
get
here,
this one.
Surf on the attack is going to be much more difficult to avoid. You can't just keep giving him all the sights and running away.
255 का है Amazon पे। Get it by Monday.
Okay, so it was covering that one
So
angle.
you guys after.
Surf is
Okay,
removed
200
so
$300
early
but
on
फिर
your star
कट दिया है
player.
ना, लेकिन हाँ
Being
भाई।
shut down over and over again, and as you try and gain any sort of ground, guess what?
Ooh.
Mazino's there once more. The rest of the squad just taking positioning and taking the round. A prime game.
Imagine मेरे यहाँ सब products में नहीं होता ना one day delivery.
नहीं।
Like मेरा काफी orders back order हो गए like.
नहीं, हर
They're supposed
प्रोडक्ट
to
में
come.
नहीं होता था ना वन डे डिलीवरी।
Like वो I ordered some sleeves for trading cards वो भी like Monday को आएगा।
हाँ मेरे को करना है, मशीनों कर ले भाई।
Then cable ties Monday. Mic और ये Monday भाई दर्द mic तो। I thought third को आ जाएगा. I could have started streaming from today.
First round carry. The first kills
Damn.
are normally flooding in from this guy,
Bro.
and if he doesn't deliver them, other people don't. And he's just getting picked off first constantly, every round.
Time and time again.
So they're getting aimed at first because they got a man literally anime लग रहा था। Yep, finished.
Every time he was spotted out, Crew were avoiding him.
Not even kidding.
Yeah, but
Laz literally
And even if they do take the fight, there's
went
multiple
Super
people
Saiyan.
fighting against. The Crew teamwork and support for each other is looking excellent.
It's just been so good from top to bottom.
This is a classic Foxy play. How many times did we see Fox behind somebody trigger discipline against XSET? He's done it again.
1-2 shots.
अरे
But such
You
a good
always-
play from Foxy though.
And he wants to take the fight
It's
anyway.
okay.
It's okay. Good.
Second को भी damage बहुत किया था.
2v3,
so it's
2v3.
But down to 30 health. That recon dart. That was a bit of a spanner into the works, doesn't it? In terms of them wanting to get that plan down.
Oh, the spam through the
Oh.
smoke.
So Goosebumps watching last layer. Last for touching touch दिए थे मैंने कल ही। क्या बात है?
This is a
Shift
fundamental
करूँगा कहीं तो
top-to-bottom. The
लग
teamwork
जाएंगे।
is
हाँ भाई लगेंगे
so
तो
good.
सर।
They have layers in terms
एक
of
टाइम था
It's like-
जब ने ऑप्टिक हो रहा था यार।
firearms when we've seen them work
It's like XERXIA. Twitch chat hates XERXIA.
for almost
Like
everything.
comments तो डाल रहे वहाँ पे भाई.
Laz eats ramen, not Indo. क्या बात है हाँ।
Coming into this with a particularly dangerous bonus by
Our perennial
remember they converted the bonus in the first half and got out to an astounding lead. But this one would be much
ominous
more
was
of a
like
challenge.
yes, Laz,
Quick
yes.
over here.
Up close and personal, just trying to take the fight. Kesnit was so unaware.
I think he whiffed his flash.
Oh, that was a nice shot, by the way.
Yet still the trade
Any
goes
pro
through.
team who plays Killjoy on Fracture? Yeah,
They're working with ghosts.
it's easy to find out, dude.
The trades are just so
Harsh.
well.
Any protein on this?
You guys just need to know how to use run it back.
Rib. Rib.bg.
Yeah, either the Discord or the website. You just use run it back very easy. I'll show you after the game.
Or you can DM Sushant for Radgun buddy.
Hey.
But what?
How is he getting away with it?
Scary इंटरव्यू में आता है और बोलता है दूसरा टीम ज्वाइन करना है। मैं खुद ही इंटरव्यू देता, ट्रांसलेटर करता तो ऐसा लगता है कि इंग्लिश आता ही नहीं उसे। वो देख के कौन लेगा? थोड़ा गंदा बोल देता बट वो नहीं करता। भाई स्केरी को कोई भी ले लेगा।
So much
Because scary is
उसको
scary.
उसको सिखा देंगे लोग English. He's a good player. He's a good
he has made this
controller.
Crew playing
player.
3 yellow and Sergio is not even contesting
get
it.
himself into a
Yeah.
rocky spot.
Over the top. Fox is lucky not to get traded there in a position. It wasn't
अभी तो scary is IGL ना for XERXIA.
नहीं Foxy no.
a little bit all over the place right now from XERXIA. It feels almost just uncertain of the way they want to approach this round.
They're worried about being
Fox
small.
is हाँ.
Seconds left.
एक बार गेम में एवरेज खेल लो बट कौन सा अच्छे करो? क्या बात है?
They're baiting and forcing out the fight anyway. Will allow them to get that spike down. Fox has to find the right angle, but he's just not got the right crosshair.
Good
placement.
timing for
Weaponry
Foxy.
now in the hands of the opposition. Crew, this is a 2v2. Entirely winnable for them right now with Klaus and Mazzino on the battlefield. And look at Mazzino. This is planted in a very deep side angle. The Nano Swarm will push them off, but he's already got
Oh, nice one.
Still.
That kill was necessary.
Klaus.
Ominous going on revenge tour against Indomie after losing to Onyx and Boom. I don't think Sushant has any problem with losing to Onyx.
Way too close. The plan wasn't in a good spot.
Very honestly. Scary speaks English just for the interviews as a translator.
Technically a 1v1
He speaks decent English, yeah.
Scary doubles up. That was a very low buy from Crew on bonus. And they've just crippled the XERXIA economy.
Yeah, I mean, it killed 4
Yeah.
rifles removed.
मशीनों क्या खा के आया है पूछ लेते हैं उससे
Digging deep.
मेरे को अभी याद आया sorry when we got the form to fill for champions na there was a column there for each player ki like do they need a translator or something fun fact they ask you beforehand.
they are under pressure.
Is a swing into it. Cruz
Foxy is failing his shock darts.
Look at the difference in how
17 kills
they're
and 10
using
assists.
and breaking
No
their
one's covering
opponent's
yellow,
Fox
by
is
the way.
bad, lol.
No one's covering yellow.
It's all falling to pieces for the Thai team.
नहीं रे XERXIA फॉर्म में ही नहीं है
See, the thing is, Mazino, for Mazino, assists also come from a passive perspective, right? कि वो heal करेगा और कोई मारेगा तो भी उसको assist मिलता है. It's not just damage related.
oh my god Mazino
Yeah, actively utility
You
related.
should not be getting away with 2 kills there.
how did he get
What a
केसनेट का mostly हो सकता है कि भाई flash किया, नेट से damage पड़ा, flash किया, कोई मारा तो वो assist मारना चाहिए.
I swear
Again.
it always turns up on Icebox too.
Those are active assists. Active
Next level.
तो तुमको इसलिए increase तो दिखेगा. सेज हो गया, कंट्रोलर्स हो गया, उनके असिस्ट में तुमको इंक्रीमेंट दिखेगा. But a lot of it is down to other factors. 19 kills quite impressive, yeah, but I mean it's normal. Like it's normal for players to have an outstanding performance every now and then. Solar round में 19 is not that much if you go down to it. It's almost 1.2 kills per round. And since the sample size is very low, which is 16 rounds, it is many times possible. Sometimes you even have a 20 kill half. So तब सोचो क्या है? You are basically fragging at 1.67 kills per round. Almost boom, I agree. Almost boom is it's okay. Let's not talk about it. See, now you see Surf is not even the first contact now. Something is wrong with XERXIA internally, man.
it's like they just gave up this map
Not just this map, something is internally wrong because
we know what
I
it is.
remember the last tournament and even like last challenges as well. The way they played with Surf, it was quite different to how they're playing now. They're not even enabling Surf well. They're just letting him take dry peaks, and now Surf isn't even the first point of contact.
awareness भी नहीं है XERXIA में भी
There's maybe breakdown in communication, man. This points to low communication, honestly.
what how did he fucking miss that
You see,
shit
4 times or 3 times I heard you exhale, and 1 time I heard you say one word. We are basically homies at this point. If you have a riot, buddy, please put first in queue. Please, guys.
Eager to try and reach the same heights.
Last game as well, they rarely got first. But yeah, something is problematic. Yeah, so we are talking about this. So maybe what you do is you play your Sage here or here. Okay. You play your Sage here, maybe, okay? And you play your Jet. You play your Viper here. Okay, and he's sort of peeking here. He's sort of peeking. Okay. Or you can not put your Viper there. Maybe go with a Killjoy, right? And then you have 2 Viper walls. Okay. One Viper wall is where is Viper. Sort of do this sort of Viper wall, which these guys are doing. Right.
And I think this game is showing that there's a difference, at least on Icebox, a very sizable difference here between these two teams. The question is whether it extends forwards into Haven, and that is a map where we've seen
Supremacy. This is where I had somebody get DM ominous. I don't know why XERXIA didn't get to do it because
On that
normally they get
backside,
SSD.
maybe they'll be able to find
क्या बात है
great
तनु?
determination to fight back. That's
And the second wall is a wall that I sort of very much like. You do it from here. Okay. This is the wall.
Don't go anywhere. You know you're not going to want to miss it.
And if you can do this wall, then you don't need to start your sage here. Sort of start your sage this angle and make him watch this crossing. Right? Make him watch this crossing. And your sage can hold this angle. Or your killjoy can hold this angle, right? Killjoy can hold this angle with an alarm bot here. Okay? And your sage can play like this. If they are coming, sage will just come here and either wall this to block up the plant or wall this to take active fights. इसके ऊपर चढ़ के भी इसके पीछे खड़े होके just to prolong rotation आने का, ठीक है? And then Killjoy का turret, if you ask me where it can be, I think Killjoy का turret can be somewhere around here, ऊपर, ठीक है? Distraction के तौर पे, or it can be somewhere around here. ताकि येलो पीक अगर कोई करे तो उसको टर्रेट स्पॉट करे बेसिकली. सो व्हाट सेज कैन डू इज सेज कैन जस्ट सेट बिहाइंड दिस वॉल, टर्रेट के कांटेक्ट पे ही कैन पीक, ही कैन गेट रिसोर्सेज इनफो, ठीक है? और ए पे तो तुम्हारा सिंपल है, मान लो ये वॉल को भी हटा देते हैं, ठीक है? ये वॉल को हटा देते हैं, ऐसे रखोगे, ठीक है? व्हाट वाइपर कैन डू इज वाइपर कैन स्मोक हियर, यू कैन पुट अ स्मोक हियर एंड देन गो पैसिव, ठीक है? After early skirmishes, after early recon, इसको early pick दिखाने की कोशिश करो और फिर उसके बाद you can fall back, you can start taking mid here if you want. Okay, just leave this थोड़ा सा, let Viper play a bit passive इधर से, ठीक है? And then make your Sova sort of drone mid and clear mid out. Once the mid is clear, you can maybe have your Jet sitting here, okay, with the wall down, and as soon as the wall goes up, like as soon as Jet takes a contact, the wall can just go up and Jet can fall back, okay? और फिर Jet एक बार इधर आ गया, so then Killjoy can either go here or A based on information. Fnatic gets looped another Austrian intervention. Could have clutched at least 12 more rounds. FURIA on Fnatic close game, yeah. Then come back to XERXIA, maybe. Okay, and then your Sova can come back here. And what your Sova can do is Sova and Viper can just play like this, right? And on plant he can bloom. So this should be off. This should not be on. As soon as like you hear the plant, you open it, shock dart and spit combo, and also you can then move here as well because it obstructs vision. And you can isolate fights. You can even jump down and isolate fights. You can also be underneath as well on this occasion. My main case with him standing up is he can watch this area for Sova while he's shock darting and everything, or he's using a recon or something.
And the rounds that you don't see it, they still got the site. They were still in the position to do it. I think XERXIA really struggled with how to play the comp.
This is a good explanation of what you can do with this comp. One of the default. And then I have some updates as I told you. Like you can, and the second time what you can do is you can have your Jet just walk down here. Then in that occasion you just use this wall. The wall that they are using now, right? And then Jet just blocks this vision. And on this setup, you have your Killjoy towards A, and your Sova sort of towards B, taking early information towards here. Right?
And then he just misses the opportunity.
I know, and even though they got the win in the next round, courtesy of a Guardian.
And Sage can start with Sova for the same thing, but they can fall back. यहाँ पे simple है.
XERXIA on that stage.
Yeah, I mean, it's clear. I think that round you brought up there with
I
just
think
Scary
this
being
sort
unable
of
to
this
dive,
should
it
be
feels like they're making all these little mistakes just because of the pressure and the pace
ऐसा
that
एक
Crew
छोटा सा
is
चीज कर
sending
सकते हो
their way. This is a team that is so experienced on this stage, and despite all that,
Okay.
they're still crumbling.
Yeah, they really are, and it's also because players have been going off. That actually brings us to our
Sit here, Viper
Verizon
can watch
High
this
Speed
area.
moment of the match. We're actually going to be giving it to my boy Kesnet. Honestly, you could have given it to any player on this team, Steph, because everyone was contributing equally. But this particular 3K from Kesnet just shutting them down on site like that. The guy is just making instrumental for this team.
Chances are good, but I don't know.
That was like one of the first rounds where it looked like XERXIA were
200 वाली स्टार्ट कर रहा था 100 में तीनों को अवॉइड किया था बॉलिंग में
so very close.
नहीं ये लोग सर्फ को they were not avoiding serve
Make
at
it a
all.
little bit less, you know, of a delta between the two teams at the half, but Keza just said no.
Yeah, I mean, 2 of the 3 rounds.
This can be one of the strats, right?
Clutches, where it came
Yes.
down to the wire. They did not win a clean rifle versus rifle round in that.
So these are two defaults of the patch that you can use where activity reigns supreme.
It's time for the aim lab
First,
shoot-around.
पहला default में you clear A पहले, then you go clear mid. All the while you are guarding, you are safeguarding B. ठीक है? Second वाले में
God almighty, what is
since Xerxia talked to the
Scan
practice
the
में
QR
आपको
code on your screen right now. I swear if
हाँ,
I don't see
अरे
at
तो
least
वो
500
avoid नहीं कर रहे थे. They were first,
going
I mean
into
that
aim
is
lab
common
and
sense.
using this crosshair. You are all as awful as Fox is for using it.
They even phased the op a few
Actually
times.
getting shots up.
I mean, sure.
This
But
is why
I feel like
पहला
this is
500 तो मैंने
national
देखा नहीं,
law
so
that should
I
prevent
can't.
this crosshair from
No,
surfacing.
उन्होंने
we do
किया
have to
नहीं.
look at the books.
Something should shut that down. That
Okay.
should not be legal in
और
any
फिर
sense
जब
of the
ये
word. But for
ऐसा
Xerxia, they
कर
need more
सकते
of
हो,
this. They need
ठीक
more
है,
fun.
second
They
वाले
need
में
more whimsy. That's
आपके
normally
पास
what
इसको
this
यहाँ पे
team is
बैठा
good
दिया,
at.
ये
We saw
रिकॉन
the
मिल गया, यहाँ पे
walkouts.
एक को मिल गया, कोई
They're
है नहीं है.
experienced here.
Then I
They're
just throw out
talented.
H
They're
and
good friends.
rotate.
They need to
Okay.
rally back in that way because they were looking absolutely gone
Yeah,
in that
it's
number
really
1.
hard
If they have
to
any
fight.
hope of surviving
Boom
in
or
this
Xerxia,
series,
I would
they're
still
going to
prefer
need to
Xerxia.
completely
Now
reset coming into
go.
map 2.
You know, and I just
I
want to say as
think
we look
Zeta
at, and
allowed
if you're just joining us
very
here, of
difficult for
course,
Zeta to
Crew
win.
have managed to get that first map win on their
अब
pick
इतना
of
धीरे से
Icebox
मत बंद किया
13-4
करो.
in
नहीं,
dominating fashion. But
क्या आपने
Seth,
धीरे से बंद कर दिया ना, वो
I'm
करंट
just
चिड़चिड़
tired
होता है
of
वो.
people
short
doubting
term
Crew.
pick.
Yes,
wow.
they lost 0-2 to FPX. They lost 0-2 to the Copenhagen winners and
Hello?
nearly won on Icebox
मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
14-12 and Nags dropped 24 on them. This
Hello?
team is disgusting. People have to put respect on them.
Oh no, I mean they're
Hello?
absolutely incredible. They just haven't been able to deliver.
Hello?
the map.
हाँ,
The
मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
They've got one under
हाँ
their
कट
belt
रही
right
थी
now
पता नहीं
for
क्यों
2022, but again, this is we
अब
expect
कट रही है क्या?
more from
नहीं नहीं अच्छा oh Shimbra I think VPN on है that's why
They still look like an incredible team. They
my bad,
took
my bad.
FPX to overtime on that icebox. We just need to see the results. But right now, this is a great start.
Yeah, for Crew, they're
जो भी हो
always
लेकिन
Oh,
बहुत
shit.
मारा
down.
हवा हो
They're
गया.
always
हाँ
hard
भाई,
to
मारा
believe
तो
in
बहुत.
because it feels like they fall
I know
flat
White
in
felt
that
like
front
Xerxia
line
was scared to
versus
take
these
fights.
events.
They were
This crew
confused.
is
I
looking
won't
good.
say
I'm gonna go ahead and
scared,
say, I
but
think
they were
they're showing
definitely
that same
confused.
magic that they had
Definitely
in the last
confused.
Champions. This event, the casters were saying it, it's feeling like it could be the event of Latam. Leviathan is looking insane. Crew is looking insane. And that makes the challenge all the more difficult for Xerxia.
Hold on, guys. I gotta.
Lead lost to this.
That
क्या
was
कर
my
सकते हैं भाई?
croupium. Yeah, that was my
We lost,
croupium because
we
I'm
don't.
sniffing it.
We
Alright,
lost to
I
this
believe
in challenges 1 and 2, but
this
LCQ में we
could
lost to
very
Boom
well be
and
Latam's
Fnatic.
event here. I feel like Leviathan's playing incredible. To Mimi's point, Crew like yes, you know I think
So
Xerxia
these are two very simple setups. Very
now,
basic
Seth,
setups where
but
activity is the
just
champion in the
so
first, and the
freaking
second
solid
one
going into
information
this
is the
map
champion.
No, I mean this is definitely.
I
not
mean
the
information
series
is
that we were
also
expecting
like
to start things off. Granted,
priority in the
it's a
first as well,
pick, given that
but
we
it's
saw
more
Xerxia
so in the
playing on
second one
Xbox,
because there
we
is
should have plenty
not a
of
much
familiarity.
activity. Entire A
And
side
now-
there's not much
now we take
activity.
a
Even
look.
B there's just one
Xerxia
recon
gonna
and no
change
activity
things up,
after
and
that.
okay, this is a bit more
All
whimsical.
activity is done
Yeah,
towards
I mean, we're
the
seeing
mid
some of
where
whimsy. They're
the
pulling
jet
out
walks in. That is
the neon
it
here. I
as
actually
far
think
as
that
activity.
pretty
These
good
are the
with this
two
map. I
activities
think
that
my
you do
one kind of
here.
critique of it is you are playing with that
Jet
neon
coming in
inside
and
the
this
Astra.
recon.
I think with this neon you can get a lot of value out of that Astra on the pulls, but there's so much here to synergize on Sushi Boys. He had a really, really tough map number 1. Now on this neon, all of the resources are being put into letting him succeed. You have flashes from the sky to get through the smokes. You have stuns to get him easy kills. You have Scary with paranoias. It's all going into this guy. He needs to perform.
Yeah, I mean you have that.
Zeta plot armor might activate like against
spike
Phoenix and
sites
Iceland.
unbeaten,
Now
but
another
also you
defeated in
have
the
these
world.
tools now
to beat in
to
groups.
slow down Crew, because as we were talking about on Icebox,
Boom
they
se
were
hara
able to
was
rush into sites
when
constantly
Xerxia
because there was
hara.
nothing
Damn.
really to gum up the works. There was Sage, slow orbs, wall, sure, whatever, but you didn't have those flashes to really make a team second guess whether or not they're going to be pushing in.
Yeah, and for KRU over here, they're also making an interesting pivot on the composition. Previously, they were an enjoyer of the Fade Rays. They were playing with the Astra on this map. They
हो सकता है Zeta का plot armor हो. You never know.
It's something that teams have toyed with, but not a lot have really stuck to. With that Sage in the mix, I think it can be really effective, particularly when you're on that attack. It opens up those breaks a lot easier. Get that Sage wall down, hit the plant, play your post. On the defense, you have Mizzino. If he can time those walls right to shut down the Neon. This is a comp that is very good against
Phoenix
Neon, because you have the chamber to get inside of her walls, to be able to fight that Neon as it's diving, and you also have those walls to block it off. KRU seem prepared for what XERXIA's sending.
I don't know. I like the composition that KRU is putting forward, but you gotta love it every time you see a Neon enter the field. Let's see what ends up happening here. Can this one go to a third map? Well, we're gonna go ahead and have to play map 2 to find out. So here's Brennan Sideshow with the cast.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. Yeah, heading into map number 2 here, in the elimination game here at Champions 2022. I'm hearing the players screaming behind me. Getting hyped up for it. Listen, I want to see it. And we've been talking about, XERXIA, a team that have often thrived off of the whimsy, the fun that they have carried it into these compositions. They do look quite fun. They do look quite whimsical. Seeing Neon being played. No strangers to it on the map, honestly, but it is big, overarching changes for both of these teams when it comes to the comps that they're playing.
Yeah, I mean, Sushi Boys is on Neon, and KSET is on Fade. I mean, these are massive changes.
Champion other than any. Hopefully, man. Hopefully.
Lost one map in LCQ when they qualified for champs, and it was Haven. And they lost 8 rounds in a row when they started on defense to a Neon comp. Is that some kind of foreshadowing? Is that what XERXIA have been looking at? XERXIA have obviously picked this map for a reason, but I don't think they would have been expecting the no duelist comp.
So they've gone for a very heavy anti-strat.
Mizzino falls, Celtic is down to him to try and anchor it to the back of the sights, but kills all over the place. There was an attempt as well.
So these are not cheese comps. At least this one is not a cheese comp, it's an anti-strat.
He is shut down just as fast, and that is going to be XERXIA taking that pistol round.
Oh, what a pistol it was. Great idea, contacting all the way up C-Long and then exploding out with excellent.
I just want the winner of this champion over
and the maps might end up playing so differently from Icebox to Haven. Like I said, it was the only map that KRU lost at LCQ, so maybe there's some kind of weakness there that's caused them to adjust their comp. But also, this is a historically awesome map for XERXIA. If you think back to last champs, it was an upset win over Envy, the current Optic, that got XERXIA into playoffs on Haven of all maps.
क्या लगता है बाजी ये गेम और ये मैप hoping for the best.
Instantaneous punish, and they've taken the space.
Oh, didn't check. Would have been costly if he had a gun. Eco hai, so theek hai, chalega.
Trying to make the most of this one, but with the rifles, more than an easy cleanup. And honestly, listen, I don't know if this is picking up.
The comp.
Yeah, the energy is high right now for XERXIA.
I mean, coming off a 13-4 loss, any rounds that you pick up at the beginning feel like everything.
Yeah.
And the bonus round, they've used their economy fantastically. The same kind of FPX bonus round buy, easy for me to say. And both of these teams are really good in the bonuses. That's what I said at the beginning of this match. Pistol rounds might mean everything here.
Might mean you can snowball the lead just that bit further. Rifle v rifles.
And KRU will be thinking about that 8-0 lead that they went down against TBK.
In the corner, that does force back the rendezvous, but guess what, KSET?
On the fade.
On the fade, by the way. Crouched.
Will short be a better option here?
Going to be pushing back, XERXIA.
If we said
VLT trying to take this one.
VLT short ko zyada target karti hai. Oh, nice himself.
Is that spray down?
That's so good.
Bullets just landing exactly where he needed, but KSET is still
single
being on the
peaks.
side of this setup. Eventually goes down, and there is no return fire from Mizzino.
What does worry them is XERXIA going more for solo peaks. Even though they're winning these rounds, it feels like once KRU get start hitting the shots like they were hitting last map, it can so easily change.
Beautiful. Yeah. Sushi Boys runs his way down, uses those stuns to force a
That's the
rendezvous
problem.
of Nags, who goes up onto a
We
different
just saw every single kill was a solo peak.
They're just cascading
For
utility
XERXIA.
that XERXIA was providing, grouped up those players for the spray down. Surf got 3 kills, essentially off
मैंने just call किया था XERXIA वाला को.
excellent utility.
मैंने पे not very strong. Everybody don't know from is going to be very tough. That's the problem.
Are going to be going back to that map that they lost in LCQ where they started
याद
8-0
दिलाया
down
Apex है वो भी
against the
Thailand
Neon Call.
Damn.
So a composition like this can be good.
सही है तने.
The crew is
Let's
playing,
go.
slowing down
Finally
the
surf.
Neon
Yep.
comps. But often it's an unconventional comp the crew are playing, and I think it's one that they're not going to be necessarily probably used to playing. Neon has been played on Haven every now and then.
Mazino here goes Eastern.
Teams have gone through phases of playing it. I mean,
क्या बात है PH. Welcome.
Zeta we saw playing.
Welcome Del 5G.
The theory is there. We know that Neon is good on this map, and it's going to make so much space for Surf as well.
Zorji was the second best team at converting bonus rounds.
Sushi Boys doesn't actually have to frag that.
What is the time
hard in
period
order
for
to do his
this?
job.
Is it
Like
3
good,
months,
he's
6
having a bad
months?
tournament so far.
Because time period is also very
It doesn't actually
important context here.
real potential for that fourth round, especially with the
Ah,
spray
Korea
down the
got
firing
surf.
line.
I got 2 and 10
Watching all of them.
top.
Smoky struck
Except
down in time,
Thailand,
it does
Singapore
push
and
them
Bengal.
back. Trailblazer. They get destroyed, they have to be aware that there could be a player close. Going to be clearing this one. Aftershock and the paranoia into the corner. Delzik is left so unaware. Not a clue in the world of where they were playing at, and now just
See, this is why I love Neon on
decisive.
Fracture.
He can anchor it. Stinger in play. Only 20 bullets, but he does make it work at the end of the day. But the high ground
Because
position,
you
Scary's playing more
pair
than
Neon
enough.
with a breach and you have other support agents.
And the trades, the
It's just so scary, the executes,
too
man.
much for Crew to deal with.
They have
Like this
used
P
some
execute. You can have no answers other than to play retake.
So far, so good for Surf.
Maybe you have a chamber that can take a
Economic swing
pick and fall off.
in round 5.
That is about it.
Pulls out the operator.
Otherwise, there's nothing you can do.
He's the player that ops the 4th most in the tournament. Loves getting an op into his hands. That's a big game plan for Krung. Nax is going to take it down mid. Playing there with Klaus.
Now they're going
Kill
in.
for the team.
Neon's strengths are actually A controlled.
That area.
But they're subconsciously going in long with Neon, which I
in the composition the crew
like.
have is there's no season
But then
combo
I think
to
it
try
has to be coupled up with Sky towards long
In
range.
fact, Crew are not even fighting.
Then I think Neon plus Sky should be there close range.
No way!
What?
Rolling Thunder.
How the hell did that happen? Kez just got pushed forward.
It's a
ऐसे
launch.
ही बोलेंगे
And then
Delhi
the
की तो
flash
lights
doesn't even
over
do a
करती
thing.
रहती है
Sushi
एकदम
Boy's
से.
already
Yes.
into the site.
Yeah, crew has an understanding of the comp, who
It
also
feels
want
like
to
the
play it
injury
might
was
be
just
good.
helping him so much more.
Then
Look at
otherwise
this
it was
one,
bad
toying with him.
Toying with him.
सही में bully करो
Is this
याद
the
दिलाओ.
same team that we've just watched on
Casino
Icebox?
not on side
The
is on
same
the
team
automatic
that just got
win pitch.
absolutely devoured.
I don't think they're mentally the same team.
I mean, what happened? Who did it get replaced with?
Perhaps a bit of a lesson in how much maps can make the difference, but it is still early days here on Haven. But clearly, XERXIA with all the confidence in the world.
And look at it. Jumping around. Oh my god! Okay.
Do you want some raw fish now, Achilleos?
Pushy
Yes, it
box.
screams from across the venue. Delzik is going to look to see if he can save this rifle through.
And he's picking up frags. I mean, he got 2 with the Stinger in the prior round as well, but it's all just damage control.
Yeah.
It's not actually influencing the results.
Yeah, it's going to remove the weapons, but at the end of the day, there's more
ये वाला कल रात को सिखाया था सुशी को, क्या बात.
And let's talk a little bit about the tools that
सीधा
Crew
वैंडल
stop
पे
these exact happening, right?
जेम टाइम.
Paranoia.
ये क्या चल रहा है? दर्जा डोमिनेट कर रही है. करेगी भाई.
Because they're not hitting the site where the Omen is playing. I mean, let's look at this replay first, though, because that is so unfortunate for Kesnet. The exact wrong time, or from XERXIA's perspective,
Good timeout.
perfect time.
What should crew do here? I think you just leave chamber towards A, you play retake towards A. You target garage. Garage and mid control should be targeted, I guess. Then what else? Yeah, I think you target garage and beam in, मतलब B के बाहर है, outside or mid control, and you leave A and C on retake. Yeah, come on, exit भाई. हाँ भाई, एक भाई जैसे. Third में क्या है? Game में उधर तक तो. Let's see.
Which is, I think, a bit of a problem when you're playing against the Neon. The Neon will disrespect your utility. They are going to sprint right past a lot of it.
Absolutely.
You've been seeing Omen being played a lot more as well on Haven. Teams have been moving.
Ascent है last one. Ooh, spicy.
Only playing the
XERXIA का Ascent is good. Kubuka was also very good. Wow, play के दर्शन का क्या है सुशी पे? Damn.
So, despite about the cruise comp on
Apex
paper,
of
all of
Primacy.
the tools that they could need to try and slow down these hits, I think it's
I think XERXIA will win.
And is Crew going to be comfortable on the retakes? And if so, which site do they want to be heavy retaking? Could they play a retake C setup where it's only Nax on C and they actually
They have to play A and C both on retake.
Can have more impact. It looks looks like for the moment on this half-buy round. Crew
Yeah, this is much better.
somewhat
Yeah, target mid and garage.
Kesnet moving away from A now to garage. And a double up on B, which is
तुम लोग के एंड्रॉइड से स्क्रीन में मारते हैं क्या इतना चाहे तुमको भाई है सक्षम
They do have players from Crossfire, including Kesnet, who is holding at the back of garage. He will be able to get into position, but it's pinged out. Positioning's known from Klaus. Angles a bit
आपकी डीजी ने तो हट दिया भाई तो हाँ भाई हट दिया
just to push them
सर
back.
भी जीतने के बाद तुम वामस चल रहा
flash there. Bit of spam as well as Xerxia try and make it feel like
Surf वैसा
there's a
नहीं
lot
है
of presence
सर
towards
उतना
B
आउटलैंडिश
garage,
वैसा नहीं है
when instead they slink off. And
वो
without
टिकल के आगे हाँ
any lobby control from crew, they're happy to contact all the way forwards here.
Yep, all the
Not
way
worried
in.
about a thing. And that's one of the problems with crew's attempt and approach.
nice Foxy
Just giving Xerxia this control. Look at Nags up top.
Timing becomes everything here, Nags. Oh, still claims the kill. In fact, look at this. Vizito's in the back as well, but Rifle
nice
eventually
recovery
wins
nice
out.
recovery let's not go for extra
Yeah, this is a close
अरे
position.
भाई
Risky position to play from Scary.
Scary is saying I don't
No need
care
for that one, but he still doesn't get punished.
EDG टाइपर लाइव भाई ने कल जो ईगो पीक करके फर्स्ट ब्लड
I was going to get the shot.
लाइव की हाइप बनाई थी 5 भाई ब्रीज में ही प्लेड वेल
Kesnet is watching his back, not a
एक्चुअल
paranoia.
फुल
Flick of
करता
the
है वैसे
wrist.
कैरेक्टर हां
What is that? Paranoia is going to be whiffing there, but Aziz does latch onto him. Decade down to 1 health. TP's away though, and now time is running low. Kesnet, all to do right now. Okay, slowly coming
Oh,
on.
Scary.
Scary, the shot is found. What a Red Bull
बेस्ट
clutch.
क्लचर इन द गेम भाई
So many clutches.
लिक्विड वाले हारने
that
चाहिए
Scary
सब
puts on the
इंडिविजुअल
board
प्ले
for
पे
this
जीतते हैं
team.
हां
His clutch
Kerry
was
can
absurd.
clutch, bro. He can clutch anything.
One of the only rounds that they got together in the first half on Icebox.
Insane
insane
player.
रहे
Like I
insane
said, even when Xerxia was struggling,
let's
in the
go
next set, their clutch
and
rate
this will be a very bad omen for
Kesnet could
wow क्या fun है this but this will be a very good very bad omen for crew because they almost thought they had the round losing such a round
difference in
and now if they lose this
from Xerxia.
full buy it's gone
Absolutely fired up.
I mean, they were just dejected. They were making so many mistakes. At the
but
time
they
of
are
Icebox.
playing it the right way
17
by taking garage and they're not taking control that's the problem they're
Icebox is tough on Silver.
playing passive everywhere that is bad if you let a neon comp execute you're already losing
What is
मैंने
this
कर दिया था
play?
क्या बात है
Kidding me?
There's no
You are just going to disrespect the smoke, and he finds a dino! Oh my goodness! Sidesteps one way to the next.
And now the panic sets in.
Yep, Fox is whiffing every shot, and Kesnet
Oh my
takes
god
him out.
Foxy
Oh
Carry का
my
last one
goodness.
with Dorji
I don't think I've ever seen a player with the ability to get
see
behind the
this
enemy
Foxy
team
play
so
can change the entire game now
It just seems 50-50 on the win rate.
Yeah, well, it's looking almost certainly wrapped up as far as rounds go for crew. Say that though, Scary in the clutch. Listen, a 1v5 would be quite the tremendous thing. Quite a difficult task, I think, to be, just to keep the opponents guessing, but they are
oh
slowly
nice
creeping
nice
up
one
onto his angle. And that's a round on the
Hello,
board.
Hardik.
Necessary.
नाम Fox ऐसे shooting करेगा तो
Such a
बाल
strange
भरनी होगी plan
going massively off script there.
वो Vandal
Xerxia trying to
मत use
use
करो
the
बे
information and the conditioning that they've developed in
सही
the
बात
first 6 rounds to get Fox into an absurd spot.
Dude,
Look how good
he just
this
panicked.
is.
Yeah.
And then is he robbed? Does he just whiff?
Listen, we can give that safe haven segment another go.
he just got one bullet
We can bring it
एक
on.
bullet hit हुआ सिर्फ
There have just been
ये लोग भी
so
panic
many
होते
times
हैं
that Fox has behind somebody in this tournament so far. And he's delivered as
Good
well as
timeout,
he's
good
failed.
timeout.
6-1 up. And we've got ourselves a timeout here. You can see the economy looking great for both teams. A lot of decent ults to play with too. Crew specifically with a null command on.
सर और आज मैं लास्ट स्ट्रॉन्ग गेम में से 4 losses 1 win नाइस वन था कांग्रेचुलेशंस कितना टाइम जीत रहा था
Was it in time?
Yep, just
Okay.
a very
मेरे
short
रैंक पे
pause.
किसी की नजर है और losses are -20 yeah.
A very short pause.
I love crew when they destroyed big ego signal but not the same now against Apex teams क्या बात है
And
I wonder
honestly,
if that one round is going to be enough, Josh.
the default game plan is working for Xerxia. You know, they tried something a bit funky, but keep it simple.
That one round, though, the crew got That can often be the tipping point to try and find that.
0 point thrown, and immediately people start rotating to C. They think it's a C push.
Okay. Or did the util just come through? And, well, okay. Naxxet
Damn.
gonna take the fight. Why not? Rewarded with it. Gets the kill onto serve. A big
मैं इधर खेल hard round जीतेगा.
trademark as well. Latching onto the feet of a couple of the targets.
It's still okay. 4v5 is convertible. You have Sushi Boys ka ult.
Free reign. Able to get space now into the post plant.
Look at how Sushi Boys is setting up here to fight with Scary.
Nice one,
They know
Cruz.
there's gonna be an ultimate coming in, so they want to force the fights early on.
And these shots, they can try and defend it down one after another.
Cruz with an ace.
Cruz
With 5, but not the
Five.
8.
एक round में 1,000 रुपीस दूंगा चलेगा deal contract बनाता हूँ.
Oh, what a round!
Scary का last उन्हीं क्यों है?
That is, yeah, in the blink of an eye.
अरे Scary का last उन्हीं with XERXIA he said. He wants to play for.
And a decision is
But
made to use the
everything.
res here. Commit it, and they think, okay, well, we'll double face, we'll defend the body. No, you're going to get triple faced.
That's a round to get you pumped up like no other.
I gotta say as well, I am so glad that the energy is back for XERXIA here, because off the back of that first map, I thought it was just going to be done and dusted.
And so, it turns out it wasn't 8 rounds in a row from KRU. Or rather, the KRU lost, but 7-1 is also...
Energy तो है. उन्होंने reverse by XERXIA line of fire.
Nax
ये लोग ने
continues
just side
to
angle में
serve.
आएगा.
And they've got the first 2 picks. Is that going to be enough? Or is Scary going to work his magic on the lurk again?
Not just Scary, look at this, they have crawled their way all the way up.
Oh,
and
nice one.
just a slight adjustment to the aim, that's
Suddenly a 3v4 now.
Teleport away, right wide open into their spawn, committing this one.
What an absurd ultimate.
And now, the entire
They don't know where he is.
guessing. They're like, okay, where is that ultimate?
And this is going to burn so much time off the
Hit
retake.
the like button, please.
Because KRU have to respect it.
Yeah. Scary's backstab here could be absolutely everything for them. But did he respect it enough timing? And it is being watched for. Kesnet's there. Sprayed out.
Oh.
Damage done. Masino is low. Eventually returns the kill. Player's being dropped down to the floor. The wall's up, but not
can
enough
see the
portions
defuse.
broken. It's being diffused in the face. At the end of it, KRU, the players swinging through to defend them.
KRU get a second on the board. Getting the res back online.
Too
for Cloud as
scary.
well. But this has been a very...
I think what he should have done.
recovery. 5 rounds might be enough, but I've still got questions about how
इधर ult किया.
is going to function on attack.
इधर ult किया. इधर से इधर आना चाहिए.
Their entry player.
Omen के लिए wait. मतलब he didn't know कि दूसरा Omen उधर है.
Is this going to work?
But he should have waited कि A से कोई rotate कर रहा ही नहीं उसके बाद. Which was taking Scary. I don't know
In a
man.
very different role. He's 7 and 9, and on Icebox he was 26.
I just like Leviathan how they play and want to destroy 100 pieces of Fnatic.
Tons of the fights.
Which
Here's
I
another
get out of
fight.
groups.
Haven't seen
Nice.
too many of these.
100 Leviathan versus Fnatic would be amazing to watch.
Try and disrupt this one with
Got
the
it,
lane as well.
huh?
A bit of spam will do the job nicely. KRU's fall is a big target because now that Rolling Thunder is not going to be available. No ultimate. Any sort of exec that might have been planned. A presence is being shown here by XERXIA, making sure that they fire off a couple of bullets, just keeping sure that the players are locking it down, anchoring it, making sure that they hold their ground here. They could choose to pivot.
XERXIA know that there's 3 players anchoring this.
See the difference between XERXIA and KRU?
Three.
KRU realized they were being
Else
too
in
passive.
position to pivot.
They started taking activity, they started being active
Control.
and going for first bloods. And once they get the first kill, look at how passive they go. Because once they've taken the advantage, because they know
And this will end
with the Neon you need that advantage in order to cull their
but come back
speed
to
and
serve.
their
Fox
sort of ability to
his own initiative. He's working
burst into sights. You need to chip away continuously.
That is the goal.
I mean, I'd much prefer Foxy to be using his utility.
लेकिन XERXIA का तो contract खत्म होना फिर थोड़ी नहीं है contract में
It's contact off. Flash around the corner. Lovely little
Wow.
play there. Fox does respond with his own flash.
He's pulled everyone away. It's only Delzik here, but the other 2 players are just behind the wall.
Yeah, and the wall is just no.
Oh.
Okay, breaking down a portion of the wall. The stray bullet finds its mark. Maybe unintentional.
10 seconds.
The overdrive popped off now. That spike is going to get.
Oh, with this
planted.
updated
Gonna
dive,
be denied.
be so good.
Has to run his wheel legs all the way back over there to try and help out the rest of his team because it is still at 3v4 and he is weak. It's all about this retake now. How are KRU going to be choosing to take this one?
Nah, man.
House
Should have gone
adjustment
BB,
in the
should have
movement.
pushed
Sushi
BB.
Boys is dealt with easily.
Should have taken that risk.
Scary left alone. Last player standing.
Sushi should have taken that risk, man. He should have pushed CT.
Overwhelmed.
सुशी को ये बताया था मैंने, वॉल के लोग उधर खड़े रहते हैं, क्या बात है,
retake setups working.
जीतेगी तो गॉड लाइक
Position has a lot of utility.
डूबे हुए पर
Can
कितना
be
डूबे
good
हो
in these kind of
गए
situations, but they weren't even allowed to get them online previously. This round is so bizarre. I mean, there is no world in which Sushi Boys intended to get that
No,
kill.
it's unintentional. Purely.
Absolutely accidental.
It's ridiculous, actually. Okay. If that ended up playing a part in them winning a round, I don't know what I would have said. But it's the timeout from XERXIA now looking, because they've lost a couple of rounds in a row at this point. They had a pretty sizable lead. It felt like
मॉडल VCT चैंपियंस 2022 को बायआउट में करेगी
And we see Coach Zeus descending from Mount Olympus to give the guidelines to the rest of XERXIA on how to proceed. This next round coming up, round
XERXIA needs at least one more
will
round.
break the
ऐसा दिक्कत
economy
है.
of XERXIA if they lose it. So either XERXIA go up 8-4, 9-3 here, or it's probably a 7-5 half and an enormous recovery from KRU. So this is a very important round for the Thai team to get a wrangle on. KRU has gone down early at the beginning of some of these prior rounds and left the Rolling Thunder unavailable.
Still got it. Yeah.
Still has that ult.
तो चैंपियंस के चैंपियंस को चैंपियंस चैंपियंस बोलेंगे क्या, क्या बात है.
We'll be thinking the exact same kind of stuff.
गॉडल कब से बायआउट करने लगी डैम.
Only just
ये आर्टिनल एक्चुअली गॉडल का कुछ स्टाफ है या सिर्फ फैन हेटर, फैन है वो.
Looks like they might be going for something similar again.
Yeah. Slow orb and a haunt, or maybe just a seize and face it with a couple of the bodies.
However,
There's a paranoia being held.
This might not be where the fight is actually happening though, because you can see Klaus potentially looking for a duel, or is he just throwing a 0 point? It is just the knife.
Okay. There was a haunt and a slow orb and the paranoia.
But that got so much information.
Yeah.
And for one of the first times, it's actually given KRU a lobby control. A very different dynamic here.
They haven't really pushed up for any information, they're just holding it, and it comes down to this B hit that is honestly about to clash here. The fault line, flash, stuns, everything's just being dumped into that left connector. And
Oh, this is done. This round is done.
And avoid, juke all of it.
They can't retake B.
So the plant is down now. It's going to have to be that retake.
There's no way they retake B against this comp.
Becomes difficult.
They've left Surf in backside. He's got a good rendezvous set up.
This is it. This is the shot there. Still Mazzino gets Surf. Another pressing the advantage here. Want to move forwards over this. See if they can take any sort of space. Walls up, and that is in a good position for it. The Rolling Thunder across. Does disrupt that defuse for about a moment, but Mazzino gets right on it once more. Aftershock, that's from Garage. The angle's there, shots are being found. Fox, he's
Nice wall.
It is half on it. Sticking it through Mazzino, he lets it go. And it's just him against the world. The running and gunning half on it. He's forced it into Scary. Does he have enough time? The answer is no.
There is no way they can defuse.
What an incredible...
Because once the breach is in Garage, there is no way they can defuse.
Gorgeous fight.
There's a podcast where Mindfreak confirmed he got an offer from Brazil because maybe bro.
Mazzino off at the beginning, then an aftershock
XERXIA
to
Godspeed.
stop the full stick happening. And
तेज
Mazzino
बॉल
plays this
हो
beautifully,
सकता है.
but
तेज बॉल होके भी कुछ नहीं होगा. ब्रीच है Garage में भाई.
Just dragged off when it comes to the time.
Is Sushant there?
He's just been astoundingly good in these situations.
सुशांत नहीं है.
नहीं.
And XERXIA have
चला
found
गया
that
था डीसी
allows
वीसी
them
होगा.
to still fight.
सुशांत को देखना चाहिए था.
Really critical.
Are we going to see 9 threes for opposing teams?
Just absurd. Fox is alone with this one with the Trailblazer coming
Nice.
in.
Yes,
Now
let's
into
go.
Garage.
I think at this point, like just go GG, go next.
To stop any of these
नहीं
players,
जरूरी नहीं है. 93 से कमबैक तो हो सकता है. 93 का इतना बोलते हैं इतना कमबैक हो चुका है. पर अभी तो 93 भी नहीं हुआ. 84 भी हो.
holding. Mazzino's there
Tactical
with the
loss.
rifle. Klaus swings into the side of it with the nightfall scattered across. XERXIA still are able to collect
I think 8-4 ही होगा.
kills, but it's down to just 2 players. And the spike is not down.
KRU are backing up though. Oh well, apart from Mazzino who goes for this one.
Hello,
But
Sheesh.
playing the 4v2 or now 4v1 retake, definitely the percentage play. And Mazzino cleans this one up. It's an 8-4 lead for XERXIA.
4 rounds.
A massive comeback for them on map 2.
Yeah.
Can they hold on?
That
Ball
is the
will
question.
never enter Valo पिछले एक साल से बोल रही है.
Forwards into that
We are coming in. Valo बेचारा हेवान एक साल से लड़ता है.
It's a sizable lead, but we've seen teams
Time
like
through.
this before in the past. And I am wondering, how is this composition from KRU going to be working now that they're moving over to that attack side? That's the big question for me, but maybe the analyst desk has been thinking it over. You know,
Is Hevan stuck in contract jail?
provided the answers.
Nah, not at all.
My brain not so big.
Tactical loss.
Quite
Also,
large.
I was gonna say also not so big.
No,
Trying to-
reasonable size.
The one time I try and gas you up, Seth, never again. Anyway, guys, this feels like a completely different team than what we saw last time, Seth. I mean, you know, players that were struggling on Icebox now just look revitalized, rejuvenated in this Haven game.
Yeah, and while we have seen teams have some slower starts, kind of get, you know, have a rough go of it on a first map and then go into a second one and start to excel, this is just a complete polar opposite performance here from this side. XERXIA, they have been in control of the map the whole way throughout. Scary, he is leveled up.
Yeah, Scary has been looking absolutely insane. Some big clutch moments for this XERXIA squad, and also just on the controller, his consistency is massive. When you're playing a comp like this with the super fast executes, when you're always fighting for that space, you need that person who's going to be in behind and just be excellent on the trading.
Yeah, well, there was something that Brennan Sideshow had asked about how
Evan is stuck with emotional contract.
on the opposite side, but I think the same question can be
Ilse
said
got
for
like
XERXIA as well. How are they going to incorporate the neon into this, Mimi?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. They tried a lot of these really fast opening gambits with the neon to push for space, and I think KRU at times had the right reply, but the thing was, there's always had a backup. They always had someone behind. In that round we just watched, it was Surf holding down the fort. Insane game individually, but he gave the space for the rest of his team to shine, and I think that will hold through into the second half as well.
Pistol round, XERXIA will either take, XERXIA has to take A control, I guess.
To go into this map, so it seems like they were just trying to gas each other up as much as
With Neon, they would like to take either A control or play Neon on the back of C side so that they can counter potential C rush.
Particularly on this attack.
Yeah,
Let's
that
go
will
XERXIA. Let's go XERXIA.
to be their plan of attack here. We'll see if it'll come to fruition for KRU, or will XERXIA push us to a third map? Brent, Sideshow, back to you.
Yeah, it's all on the line, isn't it? Can XERXIA bring it to that map number 3 for them? Because remember, this is an
XERXIA Scary hasn't lost a 1v1 at Champions.
lost a 1v1 at Champions.
This is why he's the best player in the game. He's actually good in
As
the
impressive
analysis.
as the fact he hasn't lost is that he's been
Good.
in so many of those
It's gonna
situations.
be easy for KRU in attack.
He hasn't
Then
played that
defense, they got Sage straight kill.
5 of those.
I don't
talked
think KRU is a
about
good
how important
combination
the
on
pistol
Haven.
rounds are. And for
Now,
KRU,
वो
this is
तो
a
mid पे
very
push
good
करके
position
round
to
जल्दी
be
खत्म
running
करता
Haven here. What have they got for a 0 point? And a horn being used instantly there from Klaus and Kessler.
No, this is a bad setup. XERXIA.
Already XERXIA looking to read it, but the flash
देख
got
लो भाई mid
wrong
पे ही
info.
है ज़्यादा लोग.
Didn't actually
वही तो गलत setup है.
to anybody, so that's going to be kind of a bit
Then
of false
VCT as well. There is no
information.
money even in players. Team should be top 3 or
Fights
something.
manned up and contact play to try and work their way into these angles. KRU watching either side of it, wall over the top, and it is a high ground.
See?
Swing position being played into, but with the aftershock, it is immaculate. KRU's great anchoring.
That's so good.
Push तो होना है तो सिर्फ A पे होना है. बाकी C पे भी जो बोला था वही उन्होंने B पे किया.
Kills. And now
Neon के stun को use करके.
there's a lurk play going on towards Garage. Can Delzig hold
Ooh.
things up by contacting through?
Ooh, Delzig.
XERXIA are
Nice
really
work, bro.
responding well to this.
सही बात.
Yeah, and they are just so aware of the possibility where the players could be. It's a clean up for them.
And what an
Losing to one
anti-strat.
player, and yeah.
I mean, the desk was talking about it. Mimi said that when you're running this no duelist comp, or really any comp that has a Sage in it, on Haven, you've got to expect these B hits to be coming through. And XERXIA expected the B hit to be coming through. Cruz was ready to swing,
हाँ Neon ने
stun,
stun किया ना.
throw his aftershock out there, and they ruined anybody.
Neon ने stun किया ना counter करने के लिए. वो जब B hit कर रहे थे जैसे ही wall आया देख Neon का stun आया.
And
Breach
that
का
is
stun आया. Breach का aftershock आया.
from XERXIA. They've managed to pick up both of them.
So there's nowhere they can go.
Good they are on the bonus.
Oh, that's a lot of pace being injected into this one. There needs to be sort of return on fire. KRU, they somehow come up on top when it comes to
And that's
kills.
there go the guns as well.
shots being rattled.
Ooh,
1-2, Fox with the ghost.
हाँ अजीब लोग हैं हमारे
Could be
chat.
causing a bit of chaos as well. The players are so.
Why Foxy? What the fuck?
What is that?
The fuck?
वाह वाले.
They don't need the guns.
Josh, I mean, what have I just witnessed? Fox is
Actually,
alone.
क्या बात है
Kitchen sink
guys,
being chucked
तुम
in
लोग
the
क्या ही
corner.
बात.
It's been swarmed by players here. There is no world in which he's able to get this much value with the ghost. Look, he's 10 health. There's a slow over his feet.
Yeah, that's not poorly played by KRU either. Obviously, they have poor weaponry, but every player is trying to double face, trying to trade there from KRU, and that's how
I'm
they
going to
got
time
the
on
first
you
couple of
guys.
kills. That
Foxy.
also has to be what they lean
That's
so
बात है.
heavily
हाँ
on
भाई.
in
उसको
order
diamond
to
दे.
make this recovery.
देखा ये कंट्रोल इसी की बात कर रहा हूँ.
Trading's got to be immaculate here with the no duelist comp.
Spoken numerous times now over the course of the series about
पूरा ये कंट्रोल मिल गया हमको.
they've been good at them.
They've been excellent.
और ये भी अच्छा किया. कॉन्शियसली किया कि नहीं किया. मैं होता तो मैं भी फेट से अटैक हो जाता जानबूझ के. कुछ शो कि मैं इतना आगे आ चुका हूँ. तो दे यार उनमें से कोई एक बंदा ये कुछ देखता भी रहेगा. कुछ भी करना पड़ेगा. पीछे आ. Exactly. Beautiful moves.
Elicit a response possibly.
Look where Cruz is positioned right now. He has aftershock fault line to make it seem like he's playing in the B connect.
अभी देखो वो लोग है ना वापस घूम के ए आएंगे. ए पे इधर फाइट लेने की कोशिश करेंगे क्लोज में, लॉन्ग में. पर बंदा हमारा बंदा शॉर्ट की तरफ है. उसको इजी फाइट नहीं है. उसको पहले नहीं चेक करना चाहिए था. बस फॉल कर दो.
Not a lick of damage on himself at least. He wants to fight this again. You got to be kidding me.
I mean, this is inadvisable, I would say.
The man's still posted up on this angle. Is it going to be cleared? Yes. It's going to be.
That's wrong from Cruz.
Question marks running through my.
पीछे आ जाना चाहिए था भाई. साइड पे क्रंच करते हैं इनको.
For sure, but
स्टन भी वेस्ट हो गया.
there's 30 seconds left.
यहाँ पे क्रंच करना था.
And this angle is just disgusting to try and play.
Nice.
He's already claimed the kill off of it, and he's got the Seekers inside the smoke. This is why you're seeing these players spam it one side and another. They do deal with Sushi Boys, but it's down to Klaus, and he knows positioning.
He's so weak.
Seconds in the round, he's so weak, a single shot will do it.
10 seconds left.
वहाँ तू बोलता था मासे. और लोग भी कर सकते हैं कंपेयर में.
That's what you have to do here.
क्या बात है.
It's another bonus round that's been converted. These two teams are just immaculate at them. Absolutely immaculate.
4-11 is the scoreline. XERXIA have so much momentum behind them now to just carry away this map number 2. Bring us to that map number 3.
That is the 3rd out of 4. 3 out of 4 bonuses have been converted by these teams. You do not see
stuff जो क्रू ने XERXIA के साथ करा, अब XERXIA क्रू के साथ कर रहा है.
Yeah, it makes his house feel so snowbally.
Yeah.
Let's go.
And we could see a one-sided map in exactly the opposite way. There is certainly a world here where XERXIA win the second map 13-4. And I could not have predicted that coming out of Icebox.
No. Crew at a timeout now, hunting for answers because obviously.
कुछ भी बोला थर्ड वन तो क्रू ही जीतेगा. क्या बात है. पोल डाल देता हूँ.
This one I think when it's 11-4 is the scoreline, right? You have to. You can't be playing for OT.
You can't play for 8 rounds in a row of OT. And it's a bit disappointing that we haven't even seen the theory from Crew with the no duelist composition.
No chance to see it.
It just doesn't. There hasn't really been anything working that you can put your finger on and say, that's the reason. They've just failed at every avenue.
Yeah.
The teamwork still looks like it's there to some degree, but they don't have the tools to shut down what XERXIA is working with. And this is going to inject such a different momentum swap into the series heading into map 3. XERXIA are able to close out.
You know, normally teams are able to carry forwards like a dominant win on map number 1. But it's just been so back and forth, one-sided on either side. You don't see this often. We'll see though. This is a all-in investment Crew.
Oh, and look at this.
All the money's being spent.
You got Sushi Boys faking, well, he is pushing down C, but faking like there's a lot of people there, trying to drive people into the stack on B or Surf's operator. And they almost walked into Surf's more for a moment. There are just traps.
Surf को भी
The only
करना
safe
चाहिए यहाँ
avenue
पे.
for Crew is to head towards the C side,
बताओ
where
बस.
there's a solo Neon.
Sushi Boys will be able to
सब realize करेगा देख
he
ले.
is worried about that C long push. You can see
तो
the
उनको
position
रिटर्न
of him,
करने
he's
के
just
क्रूज में क्या बात.
constantly pacing back and forth, having to watch that one angle.
Yeah, they heard the conks go down there. They heard the Suns.
He does feel uncertain with the position he's playing here. That deep flash gets some great information though. And it has dragged players over towards Garage. This could be good here because you can see where the spike is leaning on the side of Crew for that A hit, but was one player who might be able to shut it all down. It's Surf. Operator in his hands. Oh. The offset of the movement, just ever so slightly.
Nice one. 5v5 retake कितना मिलेगा guys? Let's go.
A lot of spam going his way. You are brave to keep spamming it from that angle.
Excuse me. करना चाहिए थोड़ी देर में.
XERXIA now with the opportunity to pull off a retake of their own. The Neon comps gonna struggle a little bit, especially with the wall in their face. They really need to break this wall, but everybody is in heaven.
They're not gonna all go out of heaven, are they?
Oh,
नहीं समझ में आ गया what they're trying to do. Neon को हाँ Neon gets done. Niche kooda, slide.
They glide across the map. What is occurring? Sushi Boys has claimed 2, and it is chaos.
अबे क्रूज ने तोड़ा नहीं दिमाग.
But there's a wall in the way.
If only they had broken that sage wall, that retake looked so cool.
Yeah.
That was very doable if that wasn't in the way.
The movement from Sushi Boys was awesome.
Slid off of the default box.
Yeah, he fast ran out of heaven, which means he gets to default and then he hits the slide once he hits the default box, goes through a smoke and pops out the other side. Or with a fault line. Yeah, something of that description.
New wali nahi hai?
Very orchestrated. I'm sure we're going to see it again. Part of the XERXIA playbook is going to be to go for this.
क्या बात है guys, Veto को देखो.
Oh.
I can't see a thing.
You can't even see a thing, but I promise you, he hit the default box and glided.
Nobody can see a thing.
क्या बात है
Ever
guys.
seen a 5v5 blind retake?
Yeah. God almighty. Okay.
क्या बात है.
There's the
क्या बात है.
No. XERXIA still in prime position.
Photo retake.
Take away this map.
Doesn't check for me.
Going for that same push down C long, Sushi Boys.
Angle from Surf here.
BRX होता तो retake होता कुछ.
For that utility being used, he knows that there's going to be a player crossing into his sight lines. Claims his reward for sticking around. Eventually, they'll back away. He wants to get back onto that angle. And well, this is going on. Okay.
And here it is, the heavy hitters turning on.
ऐसा क्या मैंने jinx तो नहीं कर दिया. Third map का poll already डाल दी.
Kesnet is just trying to take A on his own.
Yeah, I mean the man's just walked all the way through there with the nightfall, only latched onto the one player. There is positioning for him. That smoke is missing. Still, they collect the kill. Doesn't matter.
And XERXIA do not have the body.
First तो दिया है jinx.
They're gonna have to pump the brakes here. Chill
नहीं
out.
जीतेगा XERXIA जीतेगा.
This round, their economy is not in a great spot. So keeping these two vandals will add a bit of venom that is
It's like this stream.
needed. We saw KRU
Anybody new? Like the stream, subscribe if you're new guys.
throw away a 9-3 lead.
Subscribe.
Massively after winning the bonus round. Cannot allow the same fate to happen to them.
They're playing this discipline. Make sure they hold on to their rifles. And you're right, Josh. You can't let it slip away, these leads that you've been building up.
Nothing is free at Champions.
No. Every single team is going to be making you work.
चक्कू से ही तोड़ देता भाई wall.
It's the most competitive tournament that we've had yet. In terms of global competition.
And part of the reason why I think both of these teams have had a worse year compared to 2021, the competition always steps up. It always gets harder. Like I said, both of these teams are in the same spot. Surprise
update नहीं अभी तक नहीं किया.
searching desperately for glimmers of that former glory that has evaded them all throughout this year.
पूरा same नहीं लगना चाहिए.
Only a single global series win for each of these teams in 2022.
Watchparty को छोटा कर दे later. ठीक है और ये matches वाला चीज को बड़ा कर.
Control flash into mid forces again. A teleport out of Surf. Has to back away, but this is really quite dangerous now for KRU.
कल से कर देना कल वाले.
All the pressure on all the players still trying to hold behind the box, but they just cannot stand up to it. The crossfire is too much. Even with the poor weaponry, the overdrive is enough.
XERXIA broke the back through here. Max as well getting headshot.
Trailblazer's gonna go. He was low enough to go down, but a shot through the wall does a significant amount of damage. But at this point, where's gonna be the face? There it is. From every single angle.
भाई almost GG होने वाला है.
So
guys ये Zeter बस समझ गया ना क्या करना है. वॉच पार्टी को थोड़ा छोटा कर दे. छोटा थोड़ा क्या ज्यादा ही और छोटा कर दे बहुत. और मैचेस वाले को बड़ा कर दे. मैचेस आर द मेन अट्रैक्शन. वॉच पार्टी वाला वर्ल्ड मेन अट्रैक्शन नहीं होना चाहिए हमारा.
Feels like KRU are out of it completely. Just not having the
But
tools
good
to
one.
propel a lobby push. Every plan that XERXIA has is working perfectly. And at this point, what can you do?
चलो भाई मैंने कोई jinx नहीं किया. अरे हाँ कल से कर देना.
Not with how they've currently been playing.
No. They do have good ultimates to carry into the
Tension मत ले.
has to be done.
Main attraction Godspeed होना चाहिए. नहीं भाई main attraction first of all welcome side but main attraction should be the matches.
That map point for XERXIA. And slow and steady with the attacking protocol, making sure that they're nice and spread. Holding for any pushes. And speaking of pushes, look at Surf creeping and crawling. Up on the angle. Timing. Once more. Oh, it's absolutely everything. Removed away, and it's just finding it. Nagset. Lucky to find it.
Why is Madibhai getting banned from chats?
अरे ऐसे ही है मजाक है वो मजाक चल रहा है वो पेट्स वेलकम साइन मुझे नहीं किया वेलकम मेरे को शुरुआत में ही वेलकम कर दिया था ऐसा
Themselves, I think, feel the pressure of the map points. Obviously, now this player advance is going to be holding a pretty significant advantage, I think.
Look at the money they have. I think.
Another Sage wall, and this time XERXIA are
yeah, nice one.
And they have a rolling thunder to work with as well.
Where is this going to come through now?
Is this going to be the same kind of setup?
That's the question. Flash over to through. That's onto the corner. The C's! It latches onto them. Fox just couldn't quite hit the ground. Fully inaccurate. And it has thrown so much chaos into the mix. Crew take them down as easily as that. And they claim their 7th round.
Lucky timing, जो भी बोल रहे हो, उसी से
Despite the rolling thunder being available there, that round from XERXIA, it just doesn't look anywhere near as coordinated a retake.
It was awkward for Cruz to use it. Yeah. There was so many of his
they
teammates.
could have gone with the save. I think this is a 5-man coordinated retake that they do. And even if एक बंदा भी कम होता है तो वो retake change नहीं कर पा रहे हैं.
I'm not sure. Yeah, not even sure. I've seen it a couple of times where you see seizures like that. And it
also, they have recharged now. Recharged and tired. It should be easy to convert.
You can't hit the ground.
I would say absolutely.
I think so. A round is last. 13-7. Done, guys.
Last time, all coming from heaven. Definitely thought through by Kessler.
Really smart.
He's smart, and here it is.
Hamari adhuri
kahani. It's a really difficult angles. The aftershock breaks it up. Stun as well, one after the other. This could be it.
Yeah, as I said.
Final blows necessary.
Up Sky KRU guys.
Worked his way deeper into the mat. Deltic tries to just alter, take the spike in a different direction, but that will do it. Map number 2 going away in XERXIA.
And it's not even a strong reaction from the players emotionally. They already knew they were going to win that map at the half. They were starting to pop off at the beginning when they got onto a 7-1 lead. But towards the end, they just had a job that they needed to do. What a different dynamic we now face heading into match 3.
Strange.
An absurd situation. I got to give shoutouts as well to Cruz. I spoke about how good he was in the XSET game. A player that has turned up the global lands before, performed excellently against XSET, had a really good game today. And then is top fragging 18 and 11. Have so much good utility and support from the team here on Haven. Yeah. What a glow up. What a tournament here from Cruz.
Yeah, not going to comment too much on the ultimates, but you are completely correct. Util usage coming out of him was just sublime.
From the whole team, they had a good game plan. They executed it well.
Much better look, I think, compared to the the Phoenix and the Euro that we were seeing played the other day. They can throw out a bit of these wacky competitions. They will throw teams off guard, but the Neon at least has been tried and tested from other teams.
FPX is excited. We got FPX, right? Still FPX.
Number 3. And again, a reminder, this is an elimination game here at Champs for both these teams. Loser goes out and 2, winner gets to just live a little bit longer in the tournament, that 2022 season.
Paji मैं आया मामा रहे हैं ना मैं आज रहा.
They haven't had a great year, either of these two teams, despite being mainstays at these global competitions. And whoever gets eliminated here on map 3 will have had just such a fall from grace compared to what we were hoping for this year.
Yeah, but it all comes down to that map number 3. We're going to go to a short break on the other side of things. Our desk, of course, breaking down the action that we've seen and setting us up for that final and critical map number 3. You don't want to miss it.
हेलो कैटमीन भाई ये ईजी वालों ने इतनी फार्मिंग करके हाई ग्रेड के अब तक अनाउंसमेंट नहीं किया साज भाई Fast pitch में ही नहीं है.
Oh my God. That's a good one. That is a good one. Looks like Sushi Boys is having a crew for lunch today, maybe. Felt like that though. I pride myself on being a, moderate to decent host. And every now and then, maybe I like to dabble a little bit in making bold proclamations and stuff like that.
Sure.
And this time around, I'm always impartial to my
You would never be biased, unlike Seth.
Unlike Seth.
True.
I went real hard with the Croupium, and then Haven happened.
Too many hits.
Too many hits.
Too many hits.
Too many hits.
अब
gotta be
बताओ,
careful with that
क्या
Croupium.
चल रहा है?
Yeah, sometimes
I
you can
tried
huff
to
it a
warn
little
you
too
about
much.
the Croupium
did.
dosages. I tried to help
I
you.
didn't know. I didn't know. And in case you're just joining us and wondering what are we talking about? This right here, XERXIA. They have come back and forced a map 3 as they win 13-7 against KRU. And from the top here, Seth, it really just felt like XERXIA were in control the entire time. KRU were always struggling to come back in this game.
Yeah, 13-7 makes this look closer than it felt, because
What's
they
the
were
really
really able to scrape by with some of these round victories. XERXIA, from the outset, just had such a chokehold on this. 6 consecutive rounds picked up. The Neon comp doing wonders for them on the attack, and we were wondering how it was going to look when they swapped over to the defending side, and it was just as good.
Yeah, it was excellent. And, KRU came out here with a very different comp. They tried the Sage, and like the casters were kind of talking about, the Sage thrives on these B hits, and XERXIA knew that. Even though this was a comp that they probably didn't expect, they had such great reads on the fly. That pistol round was an excellent example. They knew exactly what was coming, and they shut it down. We never really got to see what KRU was planning with the comp, but what we did see was a massive resurgence from Surf. These are the numbers from the first map in this series, where Nags was absolutely dominating, and Surf was doing practically nothing. And as we look at the second map now, it was a complete
Rewind नहीं कर सकते हैं Twitch है, जिसमें rewind करना बहुत वो होता है.
Huge improvements here from the side of Surf, just absolutely lunging forward in pretty much every single metric.
और बताओ guys, तुम लोग क्या चल रहा है हालचाल? तब तक बात करते हैं थोड़ी.
Was poke and prod over at A long, sometimes even getting taken down on that side, but he would come pushing out of sewer, sprays down to great spray control from him on, with his Vandal and whatnot. It was just beautifully done by Surf, and I mean, while they're celebrating him specifically with this highlight clip, with those graphics, everybody
नहीं होगा तनिष. Turkish team हो सकता है, but
Yeah, I know a lot of people will look at this and kind of talk about
Indian team
the Sushi Boy himself, but
Ascension
he
में
wasn't
deep run बहुत
actually
मुश्किल है.
needing to get many kills or do too
हम
much
playoff
to
में भी
win
पहुंच गए ना Ascension
He
के
was
मतलब
controlling
top
his
8
composition,
तो भी
and
हमारे लिए
KRU
बहुत बड़ी
never
बात.
had an answer to it. They were pounding the A lobby control, fighting forward with these aggressive neon plays in the first half. That continued into the second, where it was constant defensive-sided aggression to fight for the lobbies, and KRU just never had an answer to it. It felt like with their composition, although that Sage can be good to slow down the neon, it just was not working. They
मैं
never
पहले
had
बोला
an
था
answer.
Google Bomb
They had
अच्छा
some
ही लग
rounds
रहा
where
है
they
मेरे को.
managed to scrap something together in the second half, but
Yeah.
overall, I just felt like it was a big failure from KRU to be able to adapt to what XERXIA was showing.
Yeah, Sideshow and Brand a few times had mentioned like one of the struggles that this composition was going to have was that they weren't able, they would manage to bind them down, hit the C's, but then out of nowhere, they'd have nothing else to follow it up. There was just really nothing for them to be able to use to try and get the upper hand on some of these moments where KRU were playing the early rounds very effectively, but then it was just a follow-up after that. Great pivots by XERXIA, and Seth, you really felt like that, maybe they overthought the comp a little bit here. Should have ran something like the Fade Raise, might have gotten a little bit more value out of it, potentially, but obviously it's theorycraft.
I think having some explosive power, especially, even just having the paint shells to throw at A lobby once you're on that attacking side, that would slow up the aggression coming out, from XERXIA on those defensive rounds around A lobby, because we saw them skirmishing so many times, but there's so many layers to the utility that XERXIA had at their disposal. They've got the fault line, they've got the paranoia, you've got the sky flashes, all of these things layered in, plus relay bolts from the Neon, who is just sprinting, running into your face, and just clicking heads. So there's just so much to deal with, and they just couldn't
Then
quite
the
get
first
through.
objective is
Well,
playoffs.
you are just tuning in here. We're
Okay.
going to map
Then
number
become a
3. That's
challenger,
right. Both teams
as in,
have managed to win
someone
their
who
map picks
can be
here, maybe. But now
considered
we make our way
a
over to
potential
XSET for the decider.
team that
Winner
can
moves on,
qualify.
loser goes home.
And
It's
then
very
think
interesting.
about
Both these
qualification.
maps feel like they are mirror storylines. Both teams move away from a composition that worked for them. It was the craziness on Icebox for the side of XERXIA. They go back to their standard. They fall flat. For KRU, they move away from their fade raise, initiative, heavy pacing. They switch over to the same pump, and it does not work at all. Now,
so you have double the chances.
now we head to Ascent. This is a map
But
where both
start
these teams
preparing
have
from
looked
now
good
for
in
a
the past.
3-year
This is
window.
a map where both these teams are comfortable.
Make
One
any
side
change
has
that you
strong.
want to
I don't expect that here.
see 3 years from now.
Different compositions as well.
Take brave steps.
Like they have ran Fade Raise, but most
I guarantee you many teams will do this outside India. In India, no one will do this.
Omen combination along with the Fade.
Because they want immediate success as well.
XERXIA though, last time XERXIA played this map, and now this is take it with a grain of salt.
Okay.
Was in Copenhagen, and they won against FPX.
A lot of the players that are playing now won't even be
They
playing
were
3
running
years from
Cider
now.
at that event, and they were playing with a sub. But if you are a XERXIA fanboy, you can at least go back and look and be like, wait, we won one
That's
against
the
the
problem.
people who won the event. Screw the semantics. We're getting the dub.
And
I don't know,
2025
maybe it's a
there will
little
be
bit
2
of the
slots from attention to the
Zerpium.
Xerxia, I don't know if that one's worked
Zerpium.
quite as well.
Zerpium.
Zerpium?
Zerpium?
Sure.
Yeah, maybe.
At
We'll
this
let you
point,
have that one.
screw it, why not?
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Made me feel real good inside. But yeah, so yeah, there's just a lot. Really, this map, both teams very evenly match your Seth.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious to see
Ascent,
what this comp
definitely.
like when we do get into the
This is
Asian
going to be
select.
one of the
Are we
best
going to
maps
see any curveballs
today,
coming
I guess.
through from
This is
the
going
side
to be a
of Fuji?
blast.
Do
This is
they
going to be
wanna
one
run
of the best
something wild?
maps.
Did they pick
I'm
up
interested
the
in
Phoenix,
seeing
something
if
we haven't
any of
seen?
them pull
A
the
couple of teams
breach.
very willing to
Because I
run,
think
especially on this map.
Breach
We're about to find out.
here
Alright,
will be
Prime
very
Gaming
underrated.
Agent Select for map number 3.
It's very difficult
See
to
maybe
counter
what
breach
choices we end up getting
if you haven't
so
played
far.
against a breach on
Already,
Ascent
I think,
quite
okay,
often.
we're getting something different
Let's
than that.
go!
Yeah,
So
it's
XERXIA is
been
winning
a
this
change.
according to
They've
me.
been moving pretty heavily away from
A
the
breach
center
fade
right now.
combination
Open across most of their compositions.
with
It's
Jet.
easier for XERXIA, bar
Oh, this is so
structurally
good.
Icebox. But on this
This is
map,
so good.
in the past, it has just been that kind of that KJ.
The only thing that I would change, I would put Sushi Boys on Neon and Surf on Chamber.
But there are gonna make
But I
a bit of a
guess
change
you
here, and
need,
they get that
if you're
breach
playing
into the
something
mix.
like a Jet,
I'm
you
actually a
need
big fan of breach on this map as
KJ.
an initiator.
That is why.
I think that the
That's
power
the
you get,
prediction here.
particularly on that defensive
XERXIA
side,
winning this.
locking down mid and being able to have global support
Or
with the subs is
Fnatic
awesome.
Fnatic
And on
FURIA,
the attack, it's gonna be
very
a good setup
conflicted.
surface.
I think FURIA wins
Yeah, they're going to be
this.
able to run this one, but
Out
yeah,
of
it's not,
this,
it's
Eagles
not,
also
wouldn't
won
say
this
it's
one,
not
no
crazy like
idea.
we were maybe anticipating from either team. So this is going to be pretty much just
They've
straight
gone for a
shooting
very
here for both squads.
standard
It's
comp
not-
nowadays.
Yeah, it's really going to come down to execution. I think I'm allowed to use this word because I've not ever been on
KO is
Snapchat.
very valuable.
Not inviting you guys.
Well,
But the
I
momentum
think it will be
is
very tough to counter
behind
breach.
XERXIA right now.
Yeah.
So, KRU, they need to be able to bounce back.
The momentum is there. I think, I don't know, maybe Josh is the arbiter of that word. He'll have to make a decision there. But what I'm
Who
excited
starts
for in
on
this
defense?
matchup is Surf versus Kesnet. Surf has been moving away from the Jet on some maps. It is his best role traditionally. He's suffered on it sometimes at this event. And Kesnet, he's also been playing a variety of stuff, but Jet is where this guy thrives. Two players that both need to have a good
PTG का बहुत
performance
दर्द
on their
है,
start.
दर्द तो है.
All right, well, let's do this.
That's right.
Map number 3. Let's send it back over to your casters, who, by the way, have never invited me to Plat Chat before either, and canceled our podcast foreheads. So actually, I kind of don't like them that much now I think about it. For an inside show.
I don't know what that's about. But anyway, listen, we got an elimination game. I'm going to ignore God of Boy. Listen, it's the usual game plan with that guy when he just starts talking. Go to bed, Grandpa. Go to bed. Listen, there's a game here. There's a game at hand. Elimination match. KRU versus XERXIA. The players are, they're cheering, they're roaring, they're getting fired up, and it is back to
Fantastic.
basics. Like the Desmond's talking about
Jet.
compositions
What
wise.
will I do
We're going to
first?
see that Jet head-to-head.
First round, I do a mid-beast
Killjoy
split.
be played. Like we're back in 2006,
He
but
shot
it is all
smoke,
on
CD
the
smoke,
line
mid
for the
smoke you don't
2022 season
require.
for both of these teams.
Jet can smoke and go. Stun into market,
when they
stun into
weren't
market,
running
fade
sprints against
prowler,
most of the tournament.
and then fade recon
But it's even more impressive
behind
because
side, like
FPX are the
into
best team in
side.
the world on a set.
Yep.
That's the only time that FPX have lost a
Hellranger
set
के साथ
in
analysis
the
throw.
fade meta. And yes,
So I think
there's some
Hellranger
other
must be
teams that
sitting
do that
with his
against them.
own friends. It's
So
very
XERXIA
awkward.
have managed to pick up a scout recently, slight shift in terms
Okay,
of their
so they use the
composition.
recon. So
And
they're
it's
going for
gonna
a
be very
straight behead.
There is
That
Tempo
this is also
right
good.
behind this one. Damage though is
I don't like this, but
Service is so much trouble. And what a haunt! Lights up the world for them. KRU still finding all the damage in the world. Off the back of this one, the Prowler is going to be connected. Got to be careful not to expend too many bullets, but just enough left in the clip.
That's
It's
the thing.
close. Oh, I mean, just 4
Yeah.
kills. 4 kills.
4 kills and setting up for even more
हम
of
भी
them as well.
अकेले
With that
तुम
one
भी
attempt from
अकेले मजा आ रहा है
really nice.
कसम से
But it's much more standard roles now for crew. Instead of having Kesnet on that role, look how
as usual मेरे को मिड बी स्प्लिट ज़्यादा बेटर लग रहा है कॉम के
Kesnet's
साथ
going to be on
just
the wall
about
where he can really hunt the kills.
वुंड वो स्ट्रेट दी है और इकॉन बैक साइड का तो जरूरी है
Most suited could be a game changer here for crew after that Haven performance where everything was going wrong.
The pistol rounds, Josh.
Yeah, the
So
pistol
important.
rounds, they are incredibly important.
Think about how these teams have been converting these bonus rounds with such consistency.
3 out
Get
of
that
4
pistol,
so far.
yeah, you're almost at this point statistically likely to get the 4th round.
Because the AK Sirius is gone.
Not
Okay,
too
so
much gonna
no,
withstand the shot.
this is hope for
Mark
best
goes
for
straight
you
to
and
the chest.
playing with Gucci next year. Yeah, I'm always hoping for the best.
Need it.
Dude, I'm always cheering my
Should be careful here, but there's a gap in
teams,
his wall,
man.
and he still
I
wants to
mean,
take it.
Indian
He
teams.
is so aggro.
This is why they looking gay and
It's
every
put it
mom
on
के
this
साथ.
time around.
Yeah,
But Nags with the backup.
One enemy remaining.
a little bit too narrow of an angle to be watching, but like you said, Nags, he's going to be backing him up, watching that one. And so, 4 players continue to carry forward. There's guns, 1 of the rifles, a couple of the Spectres.
And this is going to be a bit of a strange map for Nags as well. If you're used to seeing him always opping, always playing
One
chamber.
enemy remaining.
Since his move away from playing Jet for this team, he's pretty much been playing Perma on that role. Ops a huge amount, especially on the attack side. Won't be doing it as much here on Ascent. It'll be more around what Kesnet can get done. And Kesnet, top 4 in terms of his aggression in the tournament, top 6 in terms of the biggest carry players we have at Champions. And he's going to try and show everybody why.
So using that Marshal as well. Just giving a bit of money in the bank, presumably for the operator.
Look how aggressive he is. I mean,
So
just
aggressive.
hunting every fight, disrespecting every angle.
Oh.
Being showcased, but he dashes to the side. There's no punishment in sight. Bit of spam though being exchanged there with the rifles. You do have to be cautious from the defense side. You are crew watching this one, but XERXIA going to be feeling.
Don't like this enjoy nanoswarms, these nanoswarms, man. Very easy to evade.
You don't want to give them too much, and that is a beautiful selection of utility. Pushes Mazzino out of that
This
area.
will go A shot actually.
And it's a
A
fantastic
shoot
first kill.
actually.
Even on Haven, XERXIA actually were trailing in the first kill department. So getting those online, so important.
Cleared through B main though. Labs has been watching it, but it's a stellar step there from Sushi Boys. After the aim of Clouds across their
But
place.
she hasn't come on time.
Accurate enough and scary. You are really taking risks with this one. He's got teammates to back him up though, and they want to be taking the fight straight to them.
Yeah, it's a bit of a bit too much if you're only there alone. But with Surf to back him
Good,
up,
good.
that's just a great
Good
move.
from XERXIA this round.
Stop the crew players from getting in any kind of position. Yeah. And this has been one of the few bonus rounds that hasn't found any level of success.
It's a flawless
It's looking like
bonus.
a flawless.
So wants to go for it.
जैसे ही बोलता हूँ बना भी
Action,
लग
but of course the teammates
जाती है।
backing him up.
Voting बंद कर
Quite
दूँ।
flawless, Josh, but
Poor Bezos.
They're not getting value for money, is he?
And this now becomes a pretty large swing round for crew. In round 4, instead of being the opposite situation in round 5, the bonus rounds make such a difference. Look how different the teams are in terms of their record on decider maps at global events.
Wow.
And I think the story of crew could be summed up as taking advantage of every opportunity presented, whereas XERXIA, they're just an upset team. Apart from that run at Champions, they've only really been able to deliver big blows occasionally.
Now you're starting to see the breach at play though. God, Deltic watches it. There was nothing to really push players up on that angle, but they are going to spam just the common position that's being played. And that's
Nice.
really good movement once more. XERXIA working their way through the choke point.
Such a good bait.
Oh,
Switch
Kesnet has given away the sound to fade. Yep.
Fox comes as the backstab.
It's all coming together right now for XERXIA. So it locks down, it has to be a bit of presence, a bit of pace injected into
Good
that.
attempt,
But
good
it's
attempt
Node have to
from
disrupt it.
afterwards.
And that's a
Like in the
smackdown
2v3,
round.
could have gone to the
Breaking
same
the
maybe,
opponent
but
crew.
won't really, like, would only increase. This was a good risk.
Great
If they managed to take over the side by killing the 2 players, they could have, they would have also broken the
A lot of
lockdown.
teams would struggle to be able to get
जब मैं XERXIA को support करता हूँ तो हाथी ऐसे
And
मैं
instead, the way
support
that
करता
they
हूँ
make
तो
the switch through the
क्या
smoke.
बात.
What I mean by that is, one player goes forwards
Nice.
and dips themselves back inside as someone else swings out deep. Look at those reactions.
I mean, the energy is palpable. You can feel it, man. You can hear it.
How much does it mean to XERXIA? How much does this mean to XERXIA? It's everything.
The spam there, back and forth. KSET taking so many risks here with the Guardian. You gotta be kidding.
Only
kills?
KSET. Only
2
KSET.
kills.
No one else in the server can get that kind of stuff done. Absolute magic from the LATAM star.
So much pressure being applied.
Oh, the Stinger meta.
But somehow ends up favored it.
That's
But,
it.
okay,
It's okay, it's a 3v3 now.
3v3 scenario.
Let's just group up.
That duel of the killjoys could have
Maybe ask Foxy to use something. Probably will do. Okay, so he now knows.
Yeah, just missing the C's there. Gives up B main.
And also he's thrown the siege.
And the defense has to still play so spread. They don't have information on anybody other than Fox. So you can't stack B just yet.
It's a little bit all over the place, isn't it? The knife gets good info.
Oh, it does.
Just a one, actually.
But you
30
still know that
seconds
Fox was
left.
in this area. And Fox
Like
confirms it.
anyway, he's got a teammate to back him up. Angles are being watched for. That is the site
So
control.
let's look at the like humor line.
KSET's had to watch this entire round fall to pieces. Spectating the rest of his team. Doing what they can with the light weaponry. But Delzic's in a 1v3 that just is impossible to win.
He's got the rifle, though, and he's got money to take some risks in it, so you never know.
Sushi Boys is coming up behind, though.
Yeah.
All the XERXIA
And the
players have to
flash.
do is
And
delay.
the C's, and the aftershock. Yeah, good luck.
Damn.
Good luck.
ये होता है actual में
And
पूरी
here's
तरह.
the bad part for Crew, Bren. Not only did they fail to get their bonus round online, and then got pushed down to the Thrifty, now XERXIA are starting to get that ultimate snowball rolling.
Yeah. Just unable to shut down KSET when he's feeling it.
But still able to take the round, and here's the ults. Online, Rolling Thunder, Nightfall, massive, massive ultimates that are very powerful here on Ascent.
Yeah.
With the small space, relatively speaking, of the site.
Please रो क्यों है भाई? बल्कि जीत रही है अच्छी बात
But I
है.
think Nax has read it. Nax moving his setup over to B.
Has read it to a degree. He does also have his own ultimate to be used. There it is, the Killjoy locked down. And KSET playing inside of the smoke, making sure he can spam down those angles so nobody pushes their mark just a little bit further forwards. The Haunt lights him up, a bit of spam through the wall. Damage is being done in the lockdown. Nothing do any damage to it.
But they had to give up the site. That hit from XERXIA, they
Good.
trod their way in.
And Fade has now
Jets get
taken
traded,
position towards
and it's a
mid.
full reset. But look how much time is still on the clock. 1 minute 10. And Crew haven't taken the opportunity to go and grab gelato control. Delzik sat so safely sturdy, but also passive.
Yeah, Naxa just playing at the back of the site means that this alarm bot is offline, and that is unfortunate.
Oh.
Flashing onto the lamp, man!
That would have found 3 players in mid, and now Mazzino
No
knows.
information.
They know nothing.
No information at all. Holes in the defensive protocol.
Oh, and
Klaus's
Klaus
Horde
misses.
misses.
Oh, there.
Is this the Crew crumble?
Unforced errors, man. Unforced errors.
Out of nightfall.
Oh,
into the
beautiful
stun.
stun.
Really difficult to try and overcome this one. Klaus has to do the most, and he does it. The reset of the game. The spray down for 2. He defends his site.
I have the spike.
You will not be taking this away from me, but XERXIA still a bit of skin in the game. There's 15 seconds left
There's
into
an
the
ult.
round, and there's an ult online to be able to pivot all the way to the A site.
Wow.
It's going to be free for them.
And no one read it in the moment. I think that final kill from Scary got the ult online. So it wasn't something that Crew had thought about at the beginning of this round. So now a 3v2 retake.
Really quick thinking. Fox has got a great backstab
Thanks for
position right now.
coming,
Cat.
Jacob. Yes,
Didn't
sir.
win a single retake on Haven.
Yeah, they are favoured right now, though, with the player advantage, but they have a lot to clear because they don't know where these players are. This one way is brutal.
I think Kate wants to backstab.
Spot anybody to paranoia as well, goes so wide. The timing is really everything. Fox has revealed his position to a degree. The horn comes through, but it is planted out in the open. And they are not watching for it, but still. The angles watch. Deltic whips it around. The Vandal eventually finds its mark.
What a round. What a roller coaster of emotion. All of the missed utility.
Almost,
The
yes.
alarm bot being deactivated in mid. Klaus misses utility. Mazzino does as well. But what a performance from Klaus. After missing the haunt, He stands tall on the site,
10 seconds left.
delivering those 2 anchor kills and making the round winnable for
Just
his team.
nasty. It was half on a defuse as well.
Never in danger, huh?
Yeah, it didn't really look like it was in danger, but you never know. You weren't really watching it.
Placing swarm grenade.
Kesnit's got the Blade Storm, and he's in a position where he can updraft over the top.
And there you go. You see it in action immediately. The updraft play with the knives.
He's always going to hunt for those kills.
It's the kill claimed onto the Jet opposition. The Kesnet versus Surf matchup that we've been highlighting.
And no opportunity.
Focus mid control. One thing that crew are doing very well is
trying to find anyone who was
they're taking mid control or showing at least presence towards mid.
Is showing an immense amount of disrespect right now, just trying to. That destroys the wall, the door, destroys the setup. At least they did have that alarm bot set up though. Cat here.
Because Kesnet is fighting the guys approaching mid, it means that again crew haven't actually taken extremity control. While XERXIA are focused very heavily on the mid fights, crew are not taking space in A main or B main. That might hurt them later on in the round, but they do have the 5v4 advantage.
Where are you?
40 seconds remaining. Time is starting to run low, especially if they want to be contacting all the way in here. Cutting noise. Making sure that they clear every possible angle. Did Jiggle peek? Did Mazzino get information
30
there?
seconds left.
Don't believe so.
Oh, it's just a game of timing.
I think they've perfectly timed each
There's
other.
no way they've missed each other like that, and it is the run and gun just to try and survive it. Braverman goes off to the side, it's going to stop players pushing him right there, but right from behind in market. Because it does claim the one, but he doesn't have too much more to his name when it comes to the weaponry, and you're right, Josh. Time has run so low, and they have not dealt with these anchoring players. We're going right into the maw. Beautiful setup there from Crew, and time the worst enemy of XERXIA, I think, when it gets ran down like that.
To their credit, XERXIA
If they lose this round, timeout should come. Yeah,
they haven't really tried any A splits, and neither team, weirdly enough, fighting for extremity control. Just
Spike down.
really, all of the focus appears to be on mid, market, catwalk.
Incredibly, just dug in.
But yeah, that's how crew are playing the defense. Very dug into the B site. One player lane, one player stairs, ready to drop back at any moment to backside. These kind of defensive setups are definitely punishable. But hey, Brent, if you want to talk about the Jet matchup just for a moment, you mentioned it. Kesnet 7-7 right now. Sure, it's not the electric performance we saw out of him on Icebox, but he's beasting the Jet matchup. Surf 1-7.
Yeah. And a big contingency, I think, in terms of XERXIA being able to take Ascent. You know, when the desk was talking about it, about XERXIA's win over FPX in the past.
Oh.
Crew, I mean, I think the last 2 times they played this has been more regionally. But even still, it was Surf putting up incredible numbers on the Jet that actually carried forwards that win.
If you want to talk about how Crew performed recently on Ascent, they went to overtime in LCQ both times they played. So not a dominant match.
What should XERXIA do now? I think they're taking mid control, which is very fine. They have the money. Why not go for a fast mid to be split?
To make for one of the best semi-finals ever that then went into bind. I mean, Crew have delivered.
So far looks like they're going for
this map before.
a default. Both initiators one place.
Trying to tap back into that matchup.
Trying to reclaim the glory of 2021.
It feels like they've shown us glimpses of it today. Icebox absolutely was one of the all-time performances.
XERXIA, yeah.
This time not exploring mid, looking to just throw a little bit of utility. Simply one fault line over towards A, but it has kept 3 players tethered to that site.
Probably get some good information here, but the players are willing to, again, disrespect it a little bit. Take
got a great timing.
Flash over the top, and yet timing is vitally important. A dash into the cloudburst. Surf is in. He's cut up the side. He knows nobody's holding close, but the flashes are pushing him back from really doing anything else in these anchor positions.
The anchor positions have been reinforced. Delsic using his own to get into the back piece. I love the way the XERXIA have just pumped the brakes here. Now Crew are going to be forced to look for info, and they're punished.
The jiggle peaks. Just making sure that they can check, are they still there? Which way are they? And at the end of the day, it's XERXIA. The mechanical ability finally shining through.
30 seconds left.
So leading the charge as well, making sure he can claim all sorts of kills. Cloudburst moving forwards, but guess what? Every single angle.
Good run from XERXIA.
Carefully. Nags is the last player standing for his team. Sort of overstepping himself though. Scary is weak. There is a possibility.
Spike planted.
But only just that, a possibility. It's going to be an uphill battle if he wants to try and win this one.
And that turret position does not look like he's going to be too interested. Maybe going for a look towards
Please
Mark.
don't say about round before the round is over.
Yeah,
Wow.
I'd certainly be tempted to go for this one.
Surely, right?
Maybe he's worried about delivering Fox closer to the nightfall or something, but playing this one very safe.
Yeah.
And the LATAM teams, I mean, especially Leviathan, have been going for tons of these saves that have helped their economy. Definitely
I'm still
the best team
Jenny
in terms of understanding
Cyber.
when to save and when not to.
My bad.
And this game,
Destroyed.
a bit of like the sister game to what we saw from Leviathan against Paper Race.
Sure, yeah.
So far, Champs seems to be a bit of a battle between LATAM and APAC. The number 1 seed from LATAM being able to beat the number 1 seed from APAC, and now we get to see this. The number 2 seeds battling it out.
We'll see if
For
there's
Xerxia,
parallels there.
I think that's going to be weighing heavy on their minds. Because Boom have gone home, EDG have gone home.
No, nothing is weighing on the back of
The
their minds.
APAC East Asia
They're playing for themselves.
They can't afford it.
These are just storylines, dude.
2022 run this early. Be heartbreaking. This is the culmination of the year at Champs 2022.
Now,
Give it your all.
that round 8 was a gorgeous example of how to abuse the defensive protocols from KRU. You apply a bit of pressure over towards B, the players sink back into their anchor position.
But one thing I
When
noticed
you
is
stop the hit, when you
sort of
cancel,
crew is applying that Onyx playstyle. Just leaving, giving them mid control, holding backup side.
so Xerxia have
Looks
already
very similar to
gone
Onyx
up.
initial
Now they
playstyle.
go back to their old strat of exploring through mid.
And Onyx have grown in APAC.
Players towards that direction, of course.
Onyx used to have one of the best designs.
And they don't know how heavily Catwalk has been defended.
And
Every
split.
single round,
Two
Delzy
maps
actually
where they
has been
always
defending
use this.
Cat.
Slowdown should go through.
नहीं ऐसा कुछ नहीं
Too
होता.
many problems. Folks going to be going down into the choke
I
point.
think they're definitely
Look at
playing
the
to
rest of
win.
Xerxia, they're just waiting for the B push. They're hoping, begging that Kesnet has got aggressive in B main and is looking to flank them and they can punish. But no such luck.
All that utility being used to just, again, push back any sort of attempt at the execute. You see the nanoswarm that was used prior, but they still want to go in anyway. It's going to be that A split. Surf's already working his way through, a bit of a jump peek, but still unable to remove Nags. At least not until now. A 1-for-1 trade, a bit of a dash to the side, because they will survive, but Spike is dropped down to the floor with 20 seconds remaining. It's just, it's a wraparound.
It's a wild flank from both teams here. Scary was on a crazy late lurk.
Just
And
no
he
time.
threw his paranoia, giving away his position.
Just no
And now this is unwinnable.
Yeah.
7 seconds left. Scary
time.
still hasn't lost a 1v1, but
हाँ,
not the same stat when it comes to 1v2s.
मैं ज़्यादा बड़ा होगा उनका.
That was...
हाँ,
There was an attempt there from
पता
Xerxia,
नहीं भाई.
but too late and far too heavily reinforced on the A side from KRU.
30 seconds left.
Three players just waiting out of reach of the lockdown, making sure that they could watch the choke point. Banana Swarm, tons of utility being used to just push back the 1-2 hit that normally you see with these A pushes when they pincer in onto the site through Cat and through the choke point. If only one side is able to get through at a time, it just completely disjoints the entire thing.
And isn't it interesting how
Yeah, they'll
passive-
show presence towards A, but I'm sure they're going to beat this round again. Heavy presence towards B. और इस बार उनको समझ में आ गया थोड़ा पीछे डाला है.
An aggro B main push or A main push. When Kesnet is hunting fights, it's through mid or by anchoring A and looking to
हो
take
सकता है 25 लाख हुआ.
And
I
here
don't
he is
know.
again. Look at Kesnet on the minimap. Holding control of mid. And that allows Nags to take his alarm bot that would usually be used for info in mid and instead anchor a spot super heavily. He's chosen Catwalk this time. But they're using Kesnet as like a flex rotate player.
Yeah.
No, I don't
Trying
think
to
so.
fill holes all over the place.
Which isn't
You shouldn't copy everything from
But it lets him get mobile
Not
without
necessary.
being in spots where Xerxia can punish him as easily.
Sure.
It's a cool idea.
You can bring out graffiti ka sprays.
Numerous amounts of players, so that's good information going to be gathered there for KRU.
And it's another really slow round.
Yeah, 40 seconds.
Xerxia don't have the time to pump fake B.
You
If
essentially
they go
have to
here,
all
they
in.
just have to commit.
You have to go all in.
Nice.
There, and it's spam coming through. Surf tries to dash into his own smoke, but the angle is being watched for once
30
more.
seconds left.
And Fox is so weak. He's been just beamed down to the double digits, and again almost paid for his with his life. The Horde, though, does give good information, and the the aftershock as well does force the positioning for a favourable fight onto the side, but they still have to deal with Mazzino. Scary playing up close into the smoke. He could get the spray down that he was looking for, but again, it's that discipline from crew that they're showcasing. And time being the worst enemy.
XERXIA 6 निकाल ले, attack में not so bad.
XERXIA
नहीं actually XERXIA एक और निकाल ले तो भी ठीक है.
and it's playing exactly into Crew's hand. For the first time that I can recall, XERXIA going to be pushed down to a thrifty round here on Ascent. Their attack side, that means the Crew massively favoured to get up some great rounds and a big lead here.
You could really see the snowball.
This is a pivotal
तो guys like this
to
stream
this half.
50 तक ले तो ले चलो 50 likes.
But it just doesn't seem like it would be on the cards. What is this positioning?
They're waiting on a knife.
They're all waiting for aggression
So
या
far away.
presence नहीं दिखा के बस बाद में एक साथ
Crew
जाएंगे.
have not
या
been getting aggressive in tiles at all. And why would they do it on an anti?
they do that ताकि ना nice spot हो सके ना prowler उनको chase कर सके.
Strange. Okay, but they want to go fast anyway. Wait out the Prowler. There's the second one that comes through. And a one dash over the top. And that paranoia.
Beautiful guys.
What a set play.
Yep, Klaus just could not see a thing. Okay.
Movie side out the wall now. This was the counter. Very well done.
With the rifles in their
I
hands.
liked it.
Stopping it around, making sure that they get some upgrades onto the site with the spike planted. Could be exactly what XERXIA ordered.
तो हम लोग यहाँ चलता है तने
We've already seen
लोगों से मतलब नहीं है.
here on Ascent.
Shock into the corner.
Obviously.
Put away for but a moment. Still one or two left remaining, and now regenerated. Back in his hands. Kesney can do some serious damage into the smoke. That's going to be gone for, but Cruz, he claims one of his own. The right click misses, and the run and gun. Oh, it's Scary who gets it. Rolling Thunder on top
Beautiful
of it, just
conversion.
the end and a thrifty.
कोई बात नहीं रहता है. अपने को उससे मतलब नहीं है कि बाकी.
They just bring it
Obviously यार जो बड़े हैं हमसे वो लोग करेंगे तो हमको उससे आएंगे. पर
What
ये
a
तो
play.
उससे तो फर्क नहीं
Great
पड़ता.
aggression coming out from Surf off the back of the paranoia. I mean, it was just a perfect
I'm happy
hit
this way.
for Surf to get. And
So that I can talk to all of you. इतना चाहिए. तो मैंने पहले ही बोला ना ये काफी बोले थे why they're doing this. No, they're doing this for a reason.
all
So
five
that
players,
they
what are
can
they doing there?
use the surprise factor
They
later on.
went for the hit on B.
It's
There
a
was only
burst.
one player ready to receive.
Timing was actually really nice.
Yeah, there was only Klaus.
It's a delayed burst ताकि कोई utility से वो spot नहीं हो सके या कोई भी उनको पता ही नहीं रहे कि यार.
Layers to
And then they just burst.
if they do decide to
पढ़ना चाहिए थोड़ा. I'm on the stream, 100%. I too, me too. Tanay, but
But this has changed.
someday we will provide quality
8-4 half on Ascent defenses.
इतनी अच्छी कि they will have to come. I don't think.
The best
I think
now is 7
कि quality अगर अच्छी हो तो लोग आएंगे यार धीरे धीरे. It's okay.
dominated in that fashion with the 9-3.
Doesn't necessarily have to have a tag of GVLT या कुछ ताकि लोग आए. I know
any kind of
इंडिया में थोड़ा जरूरी रहता है GVLT, SATUL, Bordel. But I'm sure कि भाई we will also be able to achieve it. It's okay.
Crew have such
We-
excellent ultimates to retake.
The tags are not necessary.
Or to stop a push
These
coming
are
through
not
in the first
necessary.
place and just
We
play
can
fast
do it
to
without
spike
those
points.
things.
How do they choose to use
We'll do
this?
it by quality.
Well, command both of the players with the huge ultimates. and
नहीं यार नहीं use करता
it
हूँ.
has been the favored site of XERXIA.
Because I'm not in bleed to use that tag for use. Or I'm in bleed so that I can work as a coach and I can make them, I can help them win and help myself win as well.
Hold on control of B main.
मेरा नजरिया थोड़ा अलग है इस चीज को लेके. Here come Liji.
I think that this
The
is
combined
the
line drops
to
for
break
players.
it and head back over to where Sushi Boys is playing.
To be honest, मेरा नजरिया इन सब को लेके बहुत अलग है.
His ultimate and he's got the spike.
And they forced out the ult from Mazzino. So the null command comes out so early on, within the first 30 seconds of the round, and Sushi Boys was playing for gelada control.
But I'm
He has
happy for
A,
everyone.
and any point here, XERXIA could decide to pivot back. They're just playing it safe, scoping
भाई
it.
जिंदगी में principles ही नहीं है तो फिर तुम इंसान क्या हो?
They don't have the players here.
A man is made up of the principles and beliefs he owns or inhabits.
Remember, Scary can go anywhere with the spike here.
He
He has his ultimate.
He opted to just try and take control of market there.
करूँगा तो playoff में I am going to bring not just pro players but many pro
Really in
coaches.
a dangerous situation. Haunted up, fully revealed, locked down.
देखो एक बात बताओ. मैंने उस दिन लेवाइटन की वो
But these players are not leaving A.
VCT और
Sushi Boys
VCT लाइटन की
expecting A to be open, but they still
Analyst आई thanks to Sushant.
And
ठीक है
We're just holding down the
वो
angles.
अच्छा ना टेक्निकली तो
Completely right
इंडिया को
choice.
रिप्रेजेंट कर रहा है
They're expecting the over rotation. 12 seconds remaining.
थैंक यू फॉर दैट भाई
Few
बट आई
watch
डोंट
for
थिंक सो
Scary
मैं
has
इंडिया को
cancelled the
रिप्रेजेंट कर
ult,
रहा
or at
हूँ
least it was
मैं तो
killed.
खुद ही को रिप्रेजेंट
7-5
कर रहा हूँ
would be
पर
the
इंडिया
half there
में
for Crew. A narrow margin.
मेरे को
narrow
बेसिक लोग
advantage.
जानते ही नहीं
They can take away carrying into that next half.
तो इसलिए जो भी है मैं खुद ही को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहा हूँ
That is just
इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट करने का कभी मौका मिलेगा तो
at this
करूँगा
point. Let's send it down to the analyst desk to break down.
इंडिया
the
को
first
yeah
half.
I think 5 minutes enough to so see I think
What a game we are being treated to right now.
पेड के हो गया ना
XERXIA
पेड के हो
improving
डेफिनेटली
it
दे will go
all
for
out
an
there on the
shot
field, just
चाहे
as you'd
split
like
शुरुआत के
to
राउंड में
see.
they
But
don't go
let's
they
actually
won't go
take
for a
a
B
fine
thing
look, Seth, at some of the
ठीक
players
है
that have been stepping
if
up
they
here.
go for
Because
an
one
early
player
B I
that
think
has been
XERXIA will
relatively
win the
silent
game
throughout the
मैं वो
game, but
कैसे
was a
बताऊँ
huge
Valorant
difference
को
maker for
बताऊँ
Crew. If I recall, in Copenhagen was Klaus. This guy has actually been contributing quite a bit to Crew here to keep them very competitive in this game.
Yeah, for
कि
sure.
वो अगर सीधा रहेगा तो क्या करेगा या तो ऊपर ये टंकी वाला
Didn't have too much to get
देगा
done there,
चाकू
but now he
या
comes
ये वाला
out
चाकू
over
देगा ये जो इधर
on a
वाला
sense swap,
ठीक
so
है
that
अर्ली
one
वाला
fade, and he has
पेड
to
रिकॉन
manage
या तो यहाँ पे
to
देगी या अंदर साइड
Some
पे
Hans
देगी
haven't made it over
पेड
top
के
of the
प्रॉब्लम
where they're
क्लोज
supposed
क्लियर
to.
करेंगे या तो अंदर
The
साइड में
He
जाएंगे
has just been
ठीक है
great at holding
पर
down
थिंग
the
इज
sites.
उनका जो कॉम्प है
And the
ब्रीच
style
का
of Xerxia's
वो
playing right
ब्रीच
now with these really kind of slow, mid-control heavy
यहाँ पे रह के भी
defaults and
इसको
ending
कैसे
his
डिनाई
kind of
करोगे
late
तुम
round sight hits. He's been
यहाँ
super
पे रह के
effective
भी स्विप
at
टर्न कर
punishing
सकता
that.
है
Xerxia doesn't leave themselves too many options, and when you're running into Klaus, it can oftentimes slip away. But another man that has been stepping up big time for this
यहाँ
squad
पे स्विप टर्न
has
कर
been
देगा
KSET. And I mean,
क्या
as we look
करोगे
towards the second half, it has
और
been a
जेट
story
तुम्हारा जो
of
जेट है
these two
तो
jets,
यहाँ पे रहेगा
KSET
स्विंग
and
करेगा
Surf.
ये
And
वाला
this
रहा
one,
तो
it
जेट
feels like
स्विंग
that
करके
heavy
डैश करके जा
has been
सकता है
largely won out
और
by
ये
one
वाला
buff.
नहीं भी रहा और ऊपर वाला भी तुमने डाला ये वाला भी डाला ठीक है ऊपर छत के ऊपर वाला तो भी क्या होगा कि जेट मार के तो पीछे छुप जाएगा ठीक है और वापस वेट करेगा फिर क्या होगा ब्रीच इधर फ्लैश करेगा एंड जेट विल टेक बैक दिस कंट्रोल
They instill doubt into Crew's minds. They start to kind of counter back over towards the A side, and then they found the open trigger on the exec, and Surf was able to open that up for them. But you can see here, as far as the figures go, this guess is looking pretty good.
It's been a
Breeze
rough
and
one.
Icebergs are the
Coming
best
back into this game
for an
would be a
offer.
massive win
Ascent is
condition
also
as we
decent
get
for an
ready
offer.
for this second half. Only one of these teams gets to continue. Only one of these teams
Right.
gets to walk away with more than one series win at an international event. They've both been here every single time in 2022.
फ्लैश करके फिर ये पूरा
Losing
कन्वर्ट कर
here,
देगा
ending out would be an absolute
तुमको साइड तो मिल जाएगा पर
This
तुम्हारे
is
जो भी
it.
बंदे
Their
यहाँ पे
seasons
रहेंगे
were
बी में
eye on
रहेंगे
this
उसके
game,
बीच में
and
ये जो
only
स्पेस
one
रहेगा
will continue.
You know, though,
ये
looking
जो
at the
स्पेस रहेगा
composition, Seth, I have to favor XERXIA here, right? You're going to have
ये जो स्पेस
the
रहेगा
ability to
ये
get the
बिल्कुल
KJ.
भी
You
कम
also have the breach as well, right? You have the fade for that coordination. Like, there's just a lot that could really go well here, and I think that the damage has certainly been done. They got a lot of rounds out of this, and now they can just kind of just play
अटैक बन
that,
के
make
तुमको
some
ये एरिया
mistakes.
मिल गया
I
तुमको
mean,
ये एरिया
I
मिल
think you would
गया
love to do that, but this
पर अगर
is
कनेक्टर पूरा खत्म है तो ये बंदा कभी इधर क्रॉस कर नहीं सकता या तो इसको गैम्बल लेके फाइट लेना पड़ेगा टाइम का गैम्बल लेना पड़ेगा बाद में जब वो लोग घुस रहे हैं ठीक है और ये बंदे
Yeah, I mean,
Side
it's
में
going
ये
to
क्या
take
करें
something big for both of these squads. And
मेरा ए पे क्या है
this is the time.
ये पे
Yeah,
बहुत
of
कुछ है
course,
वो
one of the players had to run to the
Yeah,
bathroom
you
real
can't
fast,
leave home
as
alone.
you can see right there. Thankfully, the bathroom's pretty close, so we'll just go ahead and give this a little bit more breathing room here. But
I think
yeah,
A split
Mimi
but
just
मैं
kind of
वही
add a little
इतना
bit
लागू
more
कि A
to
split
that
is
point
better
us back. But this looks like, it's do or die, as you said.
I have several stats for
Yeah,
any
absolutely. I mean, it would be a massive disappointment for either crew
with the form
or
that
XERXIA. This crew squad
Crew
looked
is
so
back.
amazing when we
और
started
ला
off
रहा
this
हूँ लेकिन
series. They
बैठ
looked
सकते हैं
solid thus far
बोलूँगा
this map, but 5-7, it's a very defensive side.
तो ये अगर तुमने देख लिया तो
With
सबको
that
वही लगता है कि
breach,
वैसे
I'd
बैठ
probably
सकते हैं
favor XERXIA
बट वो
coming into
इसलिए
this one.
बैठ पाया because the other
It's a
team was
squad that
just
we never
not
outnumbered.
giving either showing him too much respect or not
That is going to be the question on their attacking side. Was it enough for them
not really prepared to
to
give
get
for them
as
to
many
बात
round
एक ही हो गई
wins as possible? Or for Crew on the other side of that, well, we'll see. We'll see if we can actually end up with Crew moving on, XERXIA moving on. Who is going to walk away the victor of this game? Let's send it back over to your cast for an inside show.
ब्रीच खेलो तो बहुत इजीली हटा सकते हैं
Thank
ब्रीच
you very much,
कैसे
Golden
नहीं
Boy,
है
and yep, we're heading into it. The second half here for map 3.
because Georgia have a 60% defensive round win rate
Setting it up.
फायदे थे 7 राउंड तो जीतेगी ही
Things,
Georgia
it's a
7.2
narrow
होता है
we're holding right now. Just those 2 rounds.
तो 7 राउंड तो जीतेगी ही
Deciding quite a
ये
bit.
ओटी तो जाना ही चाहिए
Would be fair to say that
स्टैटिस्टिकली इन्होंने जो स्टैटिस्टिक दिया उसका
of the entire match. And it's aggression immediately.
वही ना ब्रीच रहेगा तो तू वो ले नहीं पाएगा
It's just injected into it, a flash to the side, and they have read it.
Completely.
Absolutely absorbing the aggression
Right into
XERXIA क्या
baiting the
कर दिया
trap.
भाई?
And that has got to be the most common pistol round strat that we see out of defensive-sided teams if they're going to run a set play. And Crew read it like a book.
That is a great opening for them. Already with this 2-round lead. Look at Orbit secured. Cruz would have to pull off that 1v5.
वही ना?
Shot of
तू कहाँ से ले पाया तू आधा साइड लेके? वही तो बोल रहा हूँ.
seems so unlikely.
And this is going to make
यार क्रिएटिव नहीं जाना चाहिए था XERXIA.
so much more difficult. Barring the Crew's 1v5,
Ooh.
which he's found a headshot to
Nice
begin.
Yep.
Oh.
That's all.
But this is going to be extremely difficult. You've got to imagine Crew, barring another miraculous thrifty, get themselves up
Yeah,
to
last
the
one.
lead
Let's
with
see,
a
let's
chance
see.
to bonus.
Yeah. This is a huge deal for them. I mean, recently when they've been playing Ascent regionally as well, their attack side has typically been their weaker side.
Here.
It's been the one that they don't put up as much numbers on. They obviously do carry over the wins. A lot of the time, the last 2 times that they played it, they won in OT.
Yeah.
But winning out this pistol means that you can come into this next round, come into the bonus with tons of momentum.
XERXIA not going for a gamble stack, which might be their only chance of being able to take something with classics and a shorty in hand. The shorty not even on this site.
But respect being shown. No fast play, just a bit of poking from Crew, making sure that they find out where the defensive setup is.
Yeah, I don't like this setup from XERXIA in an eco round.
More dangerous.
There's no need to play default in an eco round, यार. पता नहीं why they're
The
saying
silence
so.
on B might be making them think that there's a bunch of people waiting around. And they could be going into the XERXIA trap right now.
तो team में होते हो.
3
बात तो
people
सही
on
है.
the A site. But Cruz has got to make sure that he escapes, ready to play with the rest of the team.
Oh, almost.
Fight with just a classic.
Nice attempt.
Guy is weak. Fault line was ripping across
Holding B main be like.
into mid there, but the players will be able to find their way into Cat momentarily. Doors will be broken down, and there is a stack. A lot of players just ready and waiting to see if they can find the shots they're looking for. The smoke drop down causes a lot of difficulties. You have to watch either side of this one, but the Haunt, Scary swinging out of it with just the shorty in his hands.
And this is looking like a very clean round. Unless Surf can get some magic working.
Just spot
Haunt
him.
out, but
No.
nice there.
Enemy remaining.
चलो एक खेलूंगा.
And there's only a single weapon taken.
Yeah, I don't like this setup. Either play 3-2 or if you have a chamber, you go
An
4-1.
extremely clean round 14.
Yeah, they're still happy with it.
And here's where we get an opportunity for another one of those bonuses. This cannot
Or you go
be improved
5-0.
if XERXIA wants to hold on to this.
Even a 5-0 is okay.
2 season on the line in this map right here.
GG, man, this depends on this round a
If we
lot.
were able to convert here, I just don't see a way back into it for XERXIA. It would be
Looks
so
like
astoundingly difficult.
They'll try to prod B early. Maybe try to take a fight. They'll see if someone is playing B mains.
Going
आगे
over
से.
fast hit with a null command. Does have it ready and waiting. It might be red. You can see the purchase of the Odin there just to try and spam down that one sight line. There was a fast play in the books, in the cards. Has to get called off for now.
There's been a tiny bit of chip damage, but nothing
No
major.
damage by.
That's a lot of shooting they can hear going on.
He's getting counter spam by Sheriffs.
And just going for the drive-by.
Dude, Fox is almost dead.
उल्टा ज़्यादा damage खा लिया भाई.
It's Nags
This
holding
is
down.
all weak लगा था maybe.
No way.
No
What an
way.
entry from Kesnit.
And Cruz he just acts to try and spam this one down. This could be it. The backbreaker. What a way to open it. What an opening in this bonus. No commands popped off. Doors being closed on a couple of his teammates there.
Counter spam में मर रहे हैं
In
ये
their
लोग.
face, but that spike is going to start to get planted. Position needs to be held, sir. That's just a bit of a pre-fire, I think. Delta goes down nevertheless.
Can Sushi Boys find this pick onto Kesnit?
So
Does he have the
important.
awareness?
Clear it.
Oh, he has no idea.
Not a clue. Not a clue in the world. And Kesnin, all he needs to do here is survive. Cloudburst is going to be hiding his position, and I think a call has been made to save.
It feels like
Such
the end
poor
of every
decision-making
bonus
from
round we've
XERXIA,
seen
man.
so far. There has only been, there's been an astounding amount of bonus rounds converted in this series, but it feels like every
This
time
is
it just has
what
to
about
end in a
us.
save.
Yeah. And, okay, I mean, listen, I don't
पूरी
want to...
XERXIA की team ही भाई आज.
It feels like that is the nail in the coffin. You win the pistol round. You win the anti-eco. You win the bonus. 10 and 5 being the scoreline. Crew can feel it. The shouts of Vamos from across the stage.
And they're thinking about going to the next round.
Jet def हो रहा है ये तो.
Never mind the
नहीं
next
जरूरी
round.
नहीं है jet def.
Look at this entry from Kesnet. I mean, it's just masterful. The smoke goes down. The player at bottom mid is just spraying, and Kesnet goes through and punishes him for it.
Vamos, conchetumare, vamos. Vamos, weón, vamos.
And there's
G versus RRQ में feel हो रहा है. Damn. Guys like stream.
Surf has got
Push
to
it to
be
50
the
likes, okay?
difference maker, the miracle worker here for XERXIA. Only player with a rifle in hand. Previously been the star.
Ooh.
40% of his team's first kills.
And crew have been disciplined to clear
This
this.
is all, yeah.
Grenade.
Obviously they'll understand कि ओमन जानबूझ के वो क्यों खा रहा है. It's a
Gives the
bait.
rifle away.
Yeah.
I've had my try.
It's obviously a
Cruz, it's up
bait.
to you now.
Higher health on Cruz. See if we can get anything done. A bit of discipline there to pre-fires. Flash over the top though. Reposition in order, and crew make sure they don't overstep themselves with a minute left on the clock. Plenty of
Shushu
time.
has a good angle and a good range for the stinger to do some real damage.
Important. Just a jiggle.
देखते हैं कौन अपना patience होता है यहाँ
The
पे.
stinger honestly doesn't seem like he should be favoured, but with a bit of run and gun and a bit of luck, you never know.
गया ना इधर.
Contact. Here it comes.
Double swipe.
Whoa!
How does Nags manage to contain
Okay.
that one? Damage. Significant damage being done eventually. Trade!
Nice one.
And that.
Another
Okay,
epic
that's a
control.
goofy moment. I mean, the man's just jumping and running and gunning.
And it can't get much worse for XERXIA here. Even the trap plays that they set up, it looked like it was going to be so good. And Nags dismisses it, Kesnet with outrageous luck there.
Yeah.
But he was going to get the kill either way.
Bye bye everyone. Nice very good.
Such low health.
देखो भाई नाइट वॉच तुमको बाय बाय बोल रहा था.
This could
Guys like the stream 50 likes करते हैं. Let's go.
Cruz with another headshot.
Yeah. I mean, Kesnet is so low here. If they wanted any shot, a stinger from that range.
The weapon's broken, Leviathan knew it.
नाइट
God
वॉच बोल
almighty,
रहे
what am I
हैं.
watching?
सही बात है भाई.
If this is the next patch, I'm uninstalling.
I don't think you'll be able to pull that off, though. That's a scary moment. But he just has to die to the spike.
Yeah.
All of it for naught.
The percentage play.
And 6 rounds up. Crew 2 rounds away from moving on to the next challenge in their group. We don't know who they're going to face. That'll be decided at the end of the day as FPX take on XSET.
What to what?
But just giving themselves another chance and picking up only their second win of the international tournaments this year. That's what's on the line. And look at Kesnet, straight back to that Icebox performance. He was 20 and 6 on Icebox, 22 and 10 here.
Demon mode. Absolute demon mode.
One of the biggest carries we have in the tournament, living up to it.
Close knife, the Prowler. Position's already being taken and he's got the confidence. Jules to try and fight. Putting the orbs up onto Mazzino here.
I've seen very few binds this tournament
As
now.
well happening. As you
I've
see
seen
Nags
very
and
few
Surf-
binds this tournament.
Surf creeping out with the operator. But Surf looks like he's playing it conservatively.
Yeah. Just holding the angles from one another.
And this is what Crew were not doing on their defense. They weren't pushing people up like this. They weren't putting the alarm bot in mid.
Creeping. Crawling. Multiple fights that might be about to take place!
And Nags
Game
wins
से
it.
बहुत
An
खराब
equal
है
exchange
क्रिकेट
on
वाला.
a different
Damn,
side of the
Bowen.
map. Cruz is going to be swinging out wide. Just return the fire. Nice stun as well. He hopping into the power
No.
there. Players are really locked up and they have nowhere to
Nice
run.
one.
Nowhere to hide. The stun, the paranoia,
I
beautiful.
think I like this from XERXIA. This setup was
And an
better.
excellent
Much
way
better.
of trading out Surf in A main from Cruz.
Putting the number towards mid.
Cruz is playing. Definitely
Having
having his
counterplay
best
towards
run.
mid, उसके
I know
ऊपर
he's
चलो
still
finally
13th
कुछ तो
negative
आया
on the
है.
scoreboard, but the man's coming up for it. He's good in so many situations. The fault line to come in there and set up Scary is excellent at shutting down the cat push. And it would just be a travesty to not see more of this XERXIA team, but only one may prevail through this match.
Crew so far are champs in the one match they have played. These leads occasionally escape them. Can't afford to let it happen, and Kesnet has no intention of letting it escape them. Just glides across the screen, barely react.
And Surf, who's normally the first duel king for XERXIA, is getting rocked.
And guess what? Okay, barrage of the knives just coming straight down into mid. The teammates though, skids are full of bullets.
It feels like Kesnit's had
इसी
enough.
जेडे
Like guys, why are we waiting around? Let's just win this game.
जेडे वेडे बोल के कुछ होता नहीं है.
This pace has been injected.
Just that I feel Surf has played so much Chamber on Ascent, but I think he's now better suited to Chamber on this
I
now.
mean, it's being red. The spike is going over towards A.
Massively overrotated. Crew are playing this
wow.
defense like a fiddle.
And yeah, he will get eventually dealt with, but not before 3 in the round for him. It's essentially done. At this point, Crew would have to throw it all away, I think. Before he just go into that match point, that series point.
Yeah, Scary would have to win a 1v5 ace in order to avoid the match point. And it's slipping away from XERXIA, it's slipping away from the Thai team.
Backs against the
Love the
wall.
way to use them
You
all.
can hear Kesnit running in spawn.
Love the way.
Yeah.
Distracting as Delta swings around the corner. And Crew are one step away.
Kesnit to बेटा जेड
1 more round. We'll do
क्या
it.
बात है. वो साहब एम तो चल रहा है, मैच तो हो जाता है, क्या करूं.
The biggest
एक
event in the
इंसान तो
year,
आता ही है, वो तो भाई हो गए वो है.
Yeah.
And this
वो
is
तो हो गए.
poised to be heartbreak for the APAC and East Asia regions. Boom, sent home. Edward Gaming, sent home. XERXIA as the third team, a triple whammy for Asia.
On the cusp. On the cusp. Faster play through main. There's a flash over the top. That does set up the angle. Gets Kesnit in. Right into A main. Affords him a lot of freedom. And look at how confident this guy is. He's fair in the world.
No, not even
जिन्हें
slow.
पहली बार P1 गया था, P2 आ गया टाइम.
And it's just him showing presence right now. But the guy is so confident that maybe that's all it takes. Look at this.
He doesn't care. He knows that other people are scared of him. For the XERXIA players, they're so fearful of taking duels against Kesnit. He's winning 2 out of 3.
At this point, I think Crew have played this slowly but surely. There's a lot of ultimates on the defensive side of XERXIA. They could use to try and contest this one. Up in the air, no one's dealing with it.
आपके स्क्रीन पे पता है क्या
That
है
is a
मतलब?
crucial kill.
बताओ भाई क्यों?
That's the utility usage you need to shut down the star Crew player.
What are you doing, my love?
Man, making waves across
Spike
now.
planted.
No more abilities to be used, and Nags' timing. Is it being watched for, Fox? He heard it. He heard something at least. A bit of running on top in the maid. Dodging Jump. Just needs to survive a Crew. One after another.
Last player
It's down to
standing.
Cruz.
What?
He's got the ultimate. He's got the weapon. But he's got to just fight through tooth and nail every single position. The crossfire locked down. And that is that.
Watching my dishes or
Forward
washing?
to the tournament, and they will send XERXIA home.
यहाँ पे view नहीं होना ना, मेरी chat पर तो मजा आता
XERXIA leaning back
लगता
on their
अपना
old
गए.
school.
क्या बात है
It's
हो
not
गए.
going for
ये
anything
कौन बोला कि दर्शक
too
तो जी
crazy
नहीं सकते
today.
but time.
But no matter the game plan, Crew had the
चलो हो
read.
गया अपना.
A very odd series with the momentum flipping one way and then the other. But what a tournament it has been for LATAM so far. The number 1 seed Leviathan taking down PaperX to get through to playoffs. And then the
Okay,
number
Mo.
2 seed Crew knocking out the number 2 seed from APAC as well.
Chat agent है.
Good night, XERXIA.
No, XERXIA did get out
LATAM have just
of.
got the read at this
All
point
players
so
were
far.
coming.
It's so dangerous.
Someone's on their side. Desire to not the same mistake that's happened, I think, from the Crew side of things. Yeah, Kesnit's on their side.
Kesnit's on their side.
Yeah. Still, a long way to go, reminder. They will play against the winners of match number 3 that's later on today.
But
Or
Kesnit
the
really...
losers, I should say.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the rest of Crew don't know
Kesnit
who they're
is
going to
such a
be facing
beast.
to see if they can get into playoffs. But they've bought themselves an opportunity to watch that game later on as FPX take on XSET and have some time to think about their opponents and watch how they get beaten. A great spot for Crew to be in. And what a demonic
Champions
day
League.
Kesnit has had.
And we go हराकर.
Team in mode, that final map. 7 first bloods.
Over half of his
Absolutely
teams.
diffing, sir, in the jet head. Absolutely diffing.
7 out of 12 of the first bloods were from Kesnit.
क्या बात है बोला.
Wins with 370 ACS. Just
GG
a
yes,
phenomenal
Leaguers.
performance.
G only got out when Pakistan was playing, right?
Outlandish stuff.
And listen, don't forget the fade. Because he wasn't bad on the fade either, it just wasn't the comp.
Interesting experiment on Haven.
And XERXIA gave it their all, but it just wasn't
We
good
just
enough
go
today,
home
and
with
it
easy.
hasn't
क्या
been
बात है
good
तुम?
enough this year.
No.
sad way for them to end. One of the most fun teams to watch, but I think this was a matchup of the people's favorites on both sides.
Sure.
मैं तो तारीफ करके तोड़
Two
रहा है
teams that have plucked
नहीं
at
नहीं ठीक है
heartstrings all throughout last year, and it's the final note on the harp for XERXIA.
Your height puts up and 5'11" and a half.
That's the nature of competition, isn't it? Only one may progress from this point in the tournament.
That's champs.
That is champs.
Best of the best.
मैंने कितने ज़्यादा space दे दिया.
True. Yeah. Well.
True.
Got that lifeline. Get to compete another day, facing up against their opponents later on. And there's a lot of games still yet to be played. It's early days in the tournament. It is early days.
It is very much early on in the tournament.
And then we need to go in.
Some good stuff.
Adifan is in LA Valiant के LA Gladiators.
They're looking scary there in terms of
Space
how
तो
they
life में दिया था
playing
टीम
on
को. मैं
Icebox.
6'1" हूँ, और क्या बात है भाई. Basketball.
There's a lot to be excited
We are
about.
worst out of the worst region, right?
Yeah, I mean, confidence has got to be roaring right now, I think, with Lighton and crew taking these wins as well. Let's take a look at our in-zone MVP here. Klaus, Mazzino, Kesnet, and Nags are your options as well.
I got one choice.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be going to...
I will say, shout out to Mazzino and I think
Adnan
Nags
is
as
an
well.
overachiever,
Nags
right.
having a good map one, but Mazzino is
Adnan,
always there. Always
So
there.
last tournament क्या हुआ था when FPX was in the final and Zeta was third?
But when
Then we were best of the best.
On both of the maps that they
recency
won.
bias. I'm a simple guy.
I mean, it's
Got
not
one
even recency
brain
bias. He went 20 and 6 on Icebox as well.
But
He
yeah, I
farmed.
mean, I'm just thinking about the last map.
Yeah.
Which is dominant, man. Just different. I mean, it should, I think, go to Kesnet. But at the end of the day, it's your choice. It is your choice of who you want to vote for. But guess what? Even more Valorant action coming up later on today. 2 more matches yet to be played. We're going to go to a short break on the other side of things. Our desk is going to be just taking a look and a gander at the match. And we just witnessed and setting up, of course, that match number 2 and match number 3 of the day. So don't go anywhere, you know, you're not going to want to miss it.
क्या बात है? नहीं बस TRX ना हार जाए. नहीं भाई मैं नहीं मानूंगा. Okay, that's it. क्या है ना एटनॉन फिलॉसफी झाड़ो तो कम से कम उसकी वजह कॉन्टेक्स्ट समझ लो. He was talking about a cutthroat thing which is best of the best. You said worst of the worst. तब मैंने ये बात बोली. And in fact, he himself contradicted this fact. उसको वीरू और वो राजू और वो जो 2 दोस्त थे आमिर खान के वो सबसे ज्यादा याद थे and they were the bottom feeders in every test. तो वो टेक्निकली खुद ही अपनी फिलॉसफी को गलत प्रूव कर गया. There is a reason मूवी के एंड में उसको गलत दिखाया गया है. Perhaps वो हमको समझना चाहिए. What do you think PRX or TL who will win? Honestly, I would say PRX. But then again, I don't know how TL would perform. Kesnet didn't respect dog. Kesnet didn't respect. Reverse in model, please. Bro, तुम बोलो. it's hard anti-started because we earned the respect last time. Okay, Vishal. He's on Simmer side. He's a very good player. Very good player, even better human being. There are counter arguments to this number. It has also benefited W Gaming as well. बेचारे बस किस्मत खराब चलो साथ ये उसपे
It's time for our first
Exactly,
two teams
Adnan.
to take the stage. So let's go ahead and welcome XERXIA and KRU.
The spam just goes wide there, close still, claims a kill one after the other. Just clinical gameplay from top to bottom. Doesn't look likely, no one cares it. Is on the battlefield and one after another. Taking names, that is going to be the round there for KRU with the retake. It's just too clean. And then the flash doesn't even do a thing. Sushi Boy's already into the site. No way! And these shots, they can try and defend it down one after another.
मैं सही हूँ तुम लेना जी तुम बताओ
Cruz with 5, but
Yep.
not the ace. Not the ace. But that will do it. Map number 2 going away of XERXIA. But it is all on the line for the 2022 season for both of these teams.
And it's aggression immediately coming out. Oh, it's
The
so
shark
fast.
attack. Absolutely absorbing the aggression.
I've always maintained TRF is the better team
Is that KRU moves
Not now.
forwards in the tournament.
Hamisha
They
se.
will send XERXIA home.
XSET versus FPX yep
Vamos, vamos, vamos. KRU moves on in the competition as they will send XERXIA packing. Unfortunately for XERXIA, but very fortunate there for KRU. I'm Golden Boy alongside with Mimi as well as Achilleos. And yeah, man, Seth, what a game that was. Did not expect that, especially after the way that first game went. XERXIA definitely made it a show.
Yeah, I mean, it started off so rough. They come back in, then they crush on
Neta
the
needs to
map.
dominate and win that's
Such
only
high
one
hopes
reason.
going into Ascent.
They
We
did
talked
last
about it
time.
during, right there in the middle of the match.
No.
Like, okay, 7-5, this is a doable scoreline here for XERXIA. They've got the breach on the defense. Like, maybe they can make this work. And then it just continued to spiral out of control. They were only able to find one more round win before the map got closed out. So KRU stay alive.
I mean, the coordination for KRU throughout today was absolutely incredible. Just as a team, they looked absolutely on
very much agree in the coordination part. Who was so much better than XERXIA? XERXIA felt like even on Haven when XERXIA was winning, it felt like they were peaking solo.
Excellent on those executes, and they just rolled with the momentum.
I'm just shocked because like I had such.
Also, as I said, I would put
for that defensive side there from
Sushi Boy on Neon and Surf on Chamber here on a set.
this and just pooing on everyone pretty much. Like it's kind of hard, Mimi, to fight against that. Kesset was on fire.
I mean, they have beaten their demons here for KRU. They've been able to stay alive. They're not going out in the first round. They have another series win, and Kesset is a big part of it. And then same was true back when they were successful at Champs 2021. It was this guy leading the charge for KRU to make their massive performance. Nags
क्या बात है तने तुमने नमोर के सेंटेंस को कॉपी पास्ट करना चाहिए let's go 50 likes guys come on please
Yeah, I mean, it's the second series win for them here in the year, and now they stay alive.
जल्दी से
That's
करो
going to be the biggest thing. But you can tell, moments like this, once we had swapped sides, XERXIA just weren't able to get a read on what Kesnet was going to do. They were upping the pace. They're peeking from off angles, odd timings, and whatnot. They were just nailing his shots time and time
not
again.
tier 3 to me
When he
dude
swaps over the Blade Storm, he was consistently finding value. So this was the level of performance that we want to see from Kesnet. If KRU are in fact going to be able to make another deep run like we saw from them at Champions last year, if he can perform like this in every single game moving forward, not only do I think that KRU are very much going to make it into the playoffs, but they are going to have yet again a tough performance.
Hey, they say lightning can strike twice, and
it's for the upcoming South Asian League.
He is the lightning, so that could very well be the case. But unfortunately for XERXIA, we have to say goodbye to yet another APAC team in this competition, Mimi. But this squad has brought us so much joy and just creativity, and you love to see that.
I mean, the history for this team has been absolutely lovely. Through last year and this one, they made 5 out of 6 international events. And while they haven't always had the best of performances, they're always competitive. They're always hanging with the best of the best at these events, and they are always looking fairly dominant at home. While their season does end here, it was still a great run for these guys. They're such awesome personalities. The whimsy comes out every time they're at these international events.
I mean, much like we talked about for Boom, you know, Thai esports, Thai Valorant is on the rise, much like Indonesia.
On the
and
nation during
yes,
what do you think? Yeah, they will.
conjured up some if you didn't know, I'm actually a master sushi.
Yeah, I didn't know you were a sushi chef, but you know it makes sense though, right? We want to thank XERXIA one last time. So Seth, the sushi chef extraordinaire, whipped up some sushi to cheer on Sushi Boys, and okay, all right, we're just going for it here. What a fantastic run, Mimi. Here you go. This
Thank
is
you.
I got you.
I mean, you have to appreciate this team. They had a really a fantastic run throughout this year and throughout last. If you want one, go ahead. There you go. This team has just been looking fantastic. They're constantly improving. They came into this event with some really cool ideas. They showed us some Valorant
Baby girl, no
we hadn't
bro,
seen before, and while they lost, the future, like you were saying, Seth, is very bright. So to you, Sushi Boys and XERXIA, one last.
Tanya, my
I still have some more business to do, though, so I'll eat my sushi in a moment here. But let's take a look now. I've never done a segment while holding chopsticks and about to eat some sushi. It's our in-zone player of the match. Before the break, we asked you guys to vote for who you think is the player of the match. And Kesnet, no surprise, walks away with 62.4% of the vote. Seth, this young man was crushing it all game long.
Yes.
That was okay?
He was an absolute beast.
Yep.
Kesnet was insane.
Just chew faster,
He's always
Bull.
insane. No surprise.
God, you made me laugh, and I got
you know what? I need some soy sauce.
some rice stuck in the back of my throat. Thank you so much.
There we go.
More soy.
I always think I'm always ready to go. Well, I'm gonna enjoy myself a little bit of sushi, but for right now, we have the big man Ryan Central standing by with Klaus from KRU to talk about that victory in our Verizon post-match interview.
Damn, Tanya.
Thanks, GB. I'm here with Klaus, as you just mentioned, from KRU. Again, congrats for a pretty good series overall against XERXIA. But I actually want to start with that first series against FPX. You were leading as we went into half-time both times. You were 9-3 up on Icebox, but it sort of fell apart towards the end. But it is against like the Masters 2 champions, right? What did you take from that series? Obviously, I can imagine you were disappointed, but did you take the fact that you brought that team so close as a positive into this series against XERXIA?
Okay, thank you for the question. I wanna say about the FPS game that we knew that it was gonna be a tough game, but we know that maybe if we had the day of like everything went okay, we will win the game. But I think that the moment that we kind of lose the first map again, like they come back really hard against us in Icebox, so I think it was kind of disappointing for us for the second map, and it was kind of close the second map. Also, we lose a lot of pistols, but we learn about a lot about that game. We know that they're the Masters 2 winners, so I think they have a really specific gameplay. They have a really specific playstyle, so I think we learn about that, and obviously we fix things, and like we play today, we play Xbox, we play it very well, and we kinda fix that tiny mistake. So obviously we try to play our game.
Yeah,
every time.
Icebox especially, you were much more dominant today. Ascent as well, like the second map, bit more awkward, I suppose, on Haven. But there is sort of like, from speaking to some of the FPX players and some other teams, they're rating you really highly in this tournament. And obviously, you've got that experience from Champions from last year, right? Do you feel that you're being slept on a little bit? That was just a strike of lightning blip on the radar, that you were able to do so well at Champs last year? You feel that you can show the world that you could do it again, and feel that you're being slept on that way?
No, obviously we showed the other day against FPX that that match it was a 50-50 for us. Like everyone watch us with underdogs. We like everyone looks like look us like the underdogs, you know, and we know that we had the potential to do the
क्या
same
सारे दिख नहीं रहा
the last year.
पिज़्ज़ा खा रहा हूँ
So
घर में
we
बना
know
हुआ
that this tournament we can do even better than this than last year.
You even said in an interview straight after the FPX loss that you are making playoffs. Like, it's not even a question at this point. You'd either be playing FPX again in a rematch or XSET, because that's a game later on. Like, what is going to be the secret weapon, right? We're pretty experienced with like KSET. Nagsit's had a really good year overall as well, moving over to the chamber. What other elements do you think are like aces up your sleeve? What surprise players or surprise maps that you think
ट्रैकिंग में ये
win
सब
up
बहुत
against
और
top
बेटर समझ में आ
international
गया
teams like FPX again or XSET?
कैम तो दूर नहीं कर सकता इतना ही दूर रहता है भवे I bought a new cam वो आ रहा है
Exit now, and we know obviously it's gonna be a hard match for them now. I think FPX has a leader, like he's gonna take over them, but obviously it's a hard match for them, and we're gonna try to put the do our game in the we don't care about them. Like we try to play our game and try our best, and obviously we need to study the next opponent, and that's it.
Yeah.
We try to put our game on the table.
Yeah, play your own game. It's going to be interesting. We still don't know who you're going to be playing yet, but congrats again for this series against XERXIA. They will be deciding between FPX and also XSET later on. But before then, we do have FURIA versus Fnatic to see who's going to be going home first out of Group D. So don't go anywhere. We're going for a quick break. Go make a brew, go for a pee or a pew, and we'll see you in a few.
Wow. वाह भवे हर एक मैच में 3-4 हाँ
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Mama?
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome. Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
$30 a line? I'm switching now. Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Second वाला better तो पहला second वाला better तो पहला वाला से ज़्यादा आकरा पहला वाला नरम चीज़ ज़्यादा दी इसलिए शायद नरम बना होगा second वाला आकरा आकरा होके बहुत अच्छा लगा Imagine if GE gets a franchise those will win one match. They will definitely win a couple of matches, maybe more. But yeah, they maybe won't qualify. They'll finish like 6th or 6th. Or maybe even top 8, top 6. They can finish. प्लॉट से क्या होगा भवे गो वॉच माय वीडियो ऑन फ्रेंचाइजिंग The song is good. और स्टोरी सुनाओ बहुत साहब। चलो सुनाता हूँ। सुनाता हूँ। तो बेसिकली साउथ कैलकाटा में टूर्नामेंट हो रहा था, ठीक है। सैटरडे संडेज ही होते थे टूर्नामेंट, और वो टूर्नामेंट संडे को जल्दी खत्म हो रहा था। और संडे को हमने फाइनल जीता अराउंड 4 बजे, और फिर हम निकल गए वहाँ से। और सब वहीं पे आसपास रहते थे, मैं अकेला इस तरफ रहता था, मेरे घर की तरफ। मैंने कैब पकड़ी, ताज़ा ताज़ा कैश आया था हाथ में, मतलब कैब ही पकड़ लेता हूँ। थक गया हूँ बहुत सुबह से खेल खेल के। कैब पकड़ी, ठीक है, घर के पास आया। घर के पास आते आते कैब वाला बोलने लगा साहब और एक्स्ट्रा लगेगा। मैं बोला एक्स्ट्रा क्यों, आपसे बात करके आया था, आपको पूरा एड्रेस समझा गया था, कुछ एक्स्ट्रा नहीं दूंगा, ठीक है। चलो उतरा, मैं आया घर के नीचे तक। घर के ऊपर गया, देखा मेरा वॉलेट ही नहीं है। और उसमें पैसे जितने थे उसका कोई फर्क नहीं था, ठीक है, उसका कोई फर्क नहीं था। बट आई वाज मोर थिंकिंग कि उसमें लाइब्रेरी कार्ड है, मेरा कॉलेज का आईडी कार्ड है, ये वो सब कुछ है, तो बहुत दिक्कत आने वाली है। घर में गया, मैं एकदम ऑलमोस्ट रोने जैसा लग गया था बेड पे लेट के। फिर अचानक से एक कॉल आता है मेरे फ़ोन पे कि हेलो, हाँ भैया आपका वॉलेट, आपका नाम अभिषेक बजाज है? मैं बोला हाँ। भैया आपका वॉलेट इधर गिर गया है, मैं पीछे चक्की के उधर हूँ, आटा का चक्की का दुकान वो सब होता है ना, वहाँ पे हूँ, आप आ जाइए वो गली में, ठीक है। मैं वो गली के उधर जाता हूँ, एक अंकल से खड़े हैं चक्की के आटे, वो जो दुकान है उसके आगे, बोल रहे हैं कि वो टैक्सी वाला जा रहा था और टैक्सी वाला ये फेंकते हुए गया, ठीक है। तो मैंने चेक किया, पैसे तो निकाले हुए थे बट बाकी सब कुछ था। बाकी सब कुछ था, ठीक है। उस समय मैं सोचा नहीं, मैं अंकल को थैंक यू बोला और मैं घर आ गया। फिर घर आके थोड़ी देर बाद मैं कुछ टाइप किया, मेरे वॉलेट में एक भी ऐसा चीज नहीं था जिसमें मेरा नंबर लिखा हुआ था, सिर्फ नाम था। तो उनको मेरा नंबर मिला कहाँ से? और फिर मैं वापस चुक्की वाले के उधर गया तो बोला कि मैं कभी देखा ही नहीं है उनको, कभी भी नहीं देखे।
हरिंदर जी बात हो गई ना ड्राइवर से,
उनको वो इंसिडेंट ही याद नहीं है चक्की वाले
भेज दीजिए, कोई चिंता
कि हुआ है, कि मैं उधर आया वॉलेट लेने। बस यही है, सो हॉरर स्टोरी समझ लो क्या समझ लो, बट इट वाज लाइक डिवाइन इंटरवेंशन। अरे दोस्त कैसे स्कैम करेगा, तो दोस्त कोई थे ही नहीं। मैंने वो टैक्सी वाले को पैसे देने के लिए वॉलेट निकाला था, फिर वहीं पे गिर गया होगा टैक्सी में।
नहीं, जेवियर का कार्ड था, उसमें एड्रेस था,
नंबर नहीं था पापा।
नंबर
तो कॉल कैसे आया?
वही तो बात, चक्की के पास।
हाँ
चक्की के पास।
कॉलेज आईडी था, कॉलेज आईडी था, उसमें एड्रेस था, उसमें नंबर नहीं था। नहीं नहीं, कोई क्यूआर कोड नहीं भाई, मैं 2011 की बात कर रहा हूँ, तब क्यूआर कोड्स नहीं होते थे भाई। What do FPX lose today? They still have lower brackets. Vcor, welcome to the stream. Vcor, like the stream. आपकी फटी नहीं भी, मेरी बहुत फटी भाई। कितने एक्सपीरियंस इंसान लगते हो। नाइस वे टू से आई एम ओल्ड, बट हाँ वो एक ऐसी चीज है जो मेरे साथ हुई जो मेरे को आज तक समझ में नहीं है। मैंने यार एक बंदों में पत्थर मारा, घर जाकर देखा तो वही पत्थर मेरे पॉकेट में था। क्या बात है नेक्स्ट, क्या बात है ऐसा कोई। Fnatic हार गई तो वो आउट है। I'll stop playing Valor। क्या बात है नमोर।
And other teams, I mean, Scream said during the press conference, he goes, I am so surprised. Fnatic has never won a tournament. This is Scream. The Scream is turning around and going, I'm surprised they've never won. So if we're talking about a team that other players are putting on an echelon of winning tournaments, believe they're at that level, and they're in an elimination game right now, they should, quote unquote, stomp their opponents today if they truly are at that level. And that's what we're really here to see. Where are they at right now after that loss?
Totally agree. And one player that I'm going to be keeping our eyes on here, we all have to, is going to be Alfier, because, you know, his Neon was killer against 100 Thieves. And just Alfier in general, Ryan, you know, the kid's just a beast. He's playing on home soil, and he's playing damn good.
I'd say all things considered, like the Neon, you're going up against 100 Thieves. It's the first time that he's ever played that agent in an official. Even Minnie's conversation and the post-match interview that you had with him, where he's talking about, like, a lot of things sort of going through his... It was okay, the Neon. There's a lot of sort of things that you can pick up on that he's able to do.
मैंने अपनी दाई से सुना है काफी बातें, और पहाड़ों में तो ये सब चीजें नॉर्मल है। हमारे वहाँ ज़्यादा ही कहानियाँ आती हैं ऐसी। तू ऐसा तू। Excuse me. Oh my God, such a huge burp. But Pepsi से यही होता है।
Obviously, there's been games since, so
बांग्लादेश को कौन हो? की बोल रहा बांग्लादेश बोल?
But he's on home soil. This is home turf. We talk about home ground advantages in traditional sports, so why not give the a little bit of a home ground kind of advantage here?
Very true, and you know, I mean, a loss here, he's not playing in front of a Turkish crowd, right?
Stop.
I mean, I ain't trying to put that evil mojo.
You are. You put it into the air. You're manifesting it. I feel it.
I will say though, you look at the trajectory of other teams like Optic.
That's what I'm talking about. There's an elimination match, right? Yeah.
Series went down to lose.
Cold drinks and good for health. Yeah, I know, Shan. I don't drink it much, but this was a new one, so I wanted to try. It's called Pepsi Black. It has max taste, 0 calories. लिखा हुआ. I just wanted to try it.
Diversity is what it's all about, right? There's going to be no easy wins, especially in this tournament, a competition where honestly it just feels like anyone
It has 0 calorie.
at any point in time. But following Fnatic's loss to 100 Thieves, we actually had a chance to catch up with Mystic about what went wrong and how they're feeling as they get ready for their matchup against FURIA. Let's check it out.
No, I think we were pretty prepared for this matchup. I think they just taking the fights, and, you know, they're winning their duels. So I think we were quite prepared, and their pearl kind of caught us off guard. But I think we should have took that one for sure. I mean, 100 Thieves, they had strong executes. I think they didn't really surprise us too much. I think we just we made some silly mistakes and they capitalized on it. In general, individually,
zero sugar as well. Yeah, maybe.
Not really what we're here for.
Pepsi Black, it's a new thing.
And kind of a little bit disappointed because he slipped up a few times, but for sure coming into our next game, we'll be looking.
Oh, नाक से डकार तो आती है, मजा. Leviathan are still the underdogs? No. By no means are they underdogs now.
FURIA versus Fnatic. I think we're gonna have a little bit of a brawl between the duelists. I mean, Alpha and Dirk are gonna be trying to show up as usual, and I think it will just become more of just a chess game when it comes to like Bosa and between the IGLs. I think just comes down to, you know, not giving away these silly like mistakes, and you know, as long as you're doing that, then I think we're unstoppable.
Yes, bhai. No, it's fine. Them to 2-0 both the opponents. I expect them to 2-0.
The silly mistakes. It's very true. I mean,
PRX. I wrote 2-0 Leviathan.
Talks about that. There's one team that could potentially force it out. It's a very game and aggressive FURIA.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing at a level like this, an echelon of international play. FURIA is the kind of team that can
बर्फ डाल.
prod and you can't necessarily always prepare for.
इसमें से आधा पापा को दे दे ग्लास में निकाल के, और आधा मेरे को इसमें हम दे देगा. एक और ग्लास दे दे, पर मेरे को इसमें बर्फ डाल. पहले, ठीक है?
speaking of seeing it before,
ड्रीम कार
the
गॉड
way
साहब
that
जो
Furia
आप
lost that
लेना
series
चाहो 10
against
साल के बाद.
FPX, it reminded me of last year where...
Yeah, to be honest, my dream car
two
used to
very
be
close
Cruise.
losses from
I
Champions
used to
2021.
absolutely love
The only other time we've seen a
Chevrolet
international
Cruise.
stage, it's just Champions. They somehow always
Now,
seem to get here, but they're picking up one
maybe
map
a
against
Mini.
Crew, one map against Sentinels, but still
Maybe,
losing out the series. Some
yeah,
of
maybe a
them
Mini,
time.
maybe a
And
BMW
look
Mini.
at that first map against
It's
DRX
affordable as
going
well.
to Ascent, like, they had such a
It
good
looks good.
advantage. They
Mini
felt good
Cooper
about themselves, but
looks
immediately
good.
pulled down. And
Yeah,
so, like,
definitely
I don't know
Mini.
what expectations are for Furia overall.
Or maybe a family vehicle like a Volvo.
And DRX somehow
Anything that is affordable as well as something that
look at
suits
the
me.
mental boomage in real time for Furia as they somehow end up just losing this map.
I would look
Furia
way
man
more
सोचो कि
dejected
कहीं
than
होना
that.
चाहिए
If
था.
I had just
No.
lost a huge lead like that, I wouldn't just be rubbing
Wagon
my
and
body.
nine.
I would be down and out. I
And you
mean,
don't
that's
like-
the mental game you have to be able to get over.
I don't like
It's
Maruti
really
Suzuki,
something
bro.
that they just weren't able to overcome.
I used to love Chevrolet,
To
man.
note as well, speaking about overcoming that
Supra
curse
लेंगे
we
मैं,
spoke about
Supra.
last year.
Toyota
This was the
Supra,
last
nah.
time we saw Furia on land.
मैं
and
तो
this is
इलेक्ट्रिक
a
साइकिल
year
खरीद
ago.
के
That was
खरीद
their
लूँगा
roster
वो.
that they
क्या
ran.
बात है
JD
उसका.
went over, of course, to another team that was a big pickup to make Brazilian super team, and they brought in DGs in, for
Easily
example.
could have
Someone who's
two
been able
named
to fill the
Furia.
hole as aggressiveness quite nicely, in my opinion. They made one roster change, but overall, has it really changed the outcome for Furia in Champions? I don't know yet. We haven't seen it. It looks like they're on the same trajectory.
I mean, they did mention in their interview as well, Ryan, that like getting Digison in this roster,
Pues,
there's so
diga,
many
diga,
aspects to
diga.
it, not only from the communication standpoint, but also his aggression, what he brings to the table, and I think it is reflective as far as how he's performing against other players that have made their way to the stage for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, it's that kind of look, and it's sorted by damage as well. You look at the ACS, you saw the seed at like Will, Kung Kung able to have some superb performances despite Kung Kung losing that first series as well. But it is that kind of like, we kind of forget what these kind of players could do. And bear in mind that this is still a young roster in general overall. I think Shandy was the oldest person that was on the roster last year, and he went over to NIP. So it's, again, like a pretty fresh roster. But you could have said the same about Fnatic. They're all still pretty young.
Imagine Furia with Fnatic, they can actually.
Getting those
No, why does
experiences
Africa
being
move
good
to?
on
Yeah, Africa में that isn't there. फिलहाल तो.
Underway. Let's go ahead and pick some maps. Let's head down to the stage and find out where we're going.
Fnatic 2-0, most likely Fnatic 2-0. मान ला कि एक महीने में ही ले लो. क्या बात है.
Map select underway. Lots of options for both of these teams as usual, but Ascent is going to get removed from Fnatic. Ryan, what you got?
Well, Fnatic just typically permaban Breeze.
I
mean,
know.
They've only banned Ascent once, which
Why have Fnatic banned
in
Ascent?
Copenhagen against FPX. And this was the question I had about Furia. Did they ban out the Pearl, in which case Fnatic should take them to Icebox?
Yeah.
Or do Furia ban out Icebox, in which case Fnatic take them to Pearl? It's pick your poison, and they've gone by taking the
I
mean,
क्या बात है. क्योंकि Africa have their own league.
Maybe you don't tune into EMEA often. Let me just tell you, it's like you can't pick a team that almost dominates on it better than
Oh,
us.
Icebox
Every
is easily
generation of
Fnatic.
I've known them to be in. Icebox has been
For
their
context
playground.
as well, FPX are always Angel's always talking about picking playing Icebox against Fnatic because he wants to beat them. Hasn't really quite found a lot of success in that venture. So yeah, Fnatic's Icebox, Ryan, is scary and deadly, and the fact that this is even an option here, I feel very good for Fnatic right now. But you're right, it was a pick your poison either way.
Yeah, and now it's a case of Furia now that the Ascent was banned out. They're going to go for Breeze. We haven't seen Fnatic play Breeze for the longest time. Like sometime in stage 1 in like March, I think, was the last time.
It really was.
But so much has changed, right? So Fnatic, I
Could be
don't think
tricky.
they've actually played Breeze with this roster, right? They had Brave and Magnum on their team. Now they
Don't
have
Fnatic
Alpha
lose to
coming in
Furia or
and
just get
so
grouped
this
to
is
see
gonna
what
be a
roster
fresh
changes
look
they will do.
completely for them. So it is
Maybe
a
kick
case of
Mystic as well.
that was their permaban.
He's the only one left.
Now should win it realistically.
It's so funny because we have two completely contrasting
From the
ends
Summon
of the
FC.
spectrum with map number 1 and map number 2. Map number 1, they played it 1,000,000,001 times. I'm not over exaggerating. That's how many times they've literally played Icebox. And then map number 2, never on the international stage once this year. And
Fracture
a
ban from
very
Fnatic.
meager amount of times.
Most likely Bind will be the decider.
That are even part of the VCT circuit.
Furia will definitely ban Heaven.
Maybe you know, a little overzealous.
To bind
let that breeze through, right? Like maybe they're showing up something
One
and they're
touch
showing
like
it a
a
little
voice.
early in this competition, or I don't know, mind games.
आजकल
Maybe
की
I'm
युवा
just
पीढ़ी
getting
लंबे
played.
बाल
I
खाते
have
हैं
no
वो
idea
लड़कों
at this
के
point.
पीछे
I'm kind
घूमना
of lost in the sauce.
Maybe they played themselves. We'll find out. I mean,
उनकी
that's
लाइफ है
the
भाई
thing. If
उनको
Furia
जैसे
win
जीना
map
चाहिए
number one, somehow, some way, there is a very serious possibility that they can take the series. But that is a very big, you know, in the win kind of idea.
It's a tall
Midnight.
order as well. Haven, that final map, FURIA against DRX wasn't really that impressive in that regard. Their ascent was really good, but that was taken out instantly by Fnatic, right? So the blossoming things that we've seen from FURIA at this event in the very least is going to be part of it. Also, like that Vine being taken out.
Guys, 2 like तो और 50 हो जाएंगे वो दो.
It really is a test of the pool overall when it comes to both squads.
Haven being the decider. I mean, if you didn't, you know, watch that DRX game that Ryan is referencing, they put together 4 rounds, and that was all on one particular side, and that was it. That was all that Furia could dish together on that map. So
I think it could be either Fnatic 2-0 or FURIA 2-1.
Map number 1 shouldn't be, you know, going up against Fnatic, a good map for them. So the map, Veto, has gone heavily.
Guys, predictions do
even
apne.
though there is a breeze in
Let's
there,
see.
that they've played once this year.
I'm saying it's either Fnatic 2-0 or FURIA 2-1.
Lots to stew over here. Lots to discuss, and that will be coming in just a little bit. We've got to take a break, pay those bills. You know how we operate here, baby. But when we get back, map 1 between FURIA and Fnatic will start right after this.
Predictions in the chat, guys. FURIA is even. FURIA got a good chance, right? Fnatic 2-1, okay. So far, FURIA is winning. So far, FURIA is winning. Fnatic 2-1. Happy Teachers Day, by the way, also. Thank you, man. Thank you. Thanks a lot. They should take poster, mistake Enzo and build around firing Darke if they get group. With so many different rosters. Maybe. मेरे को देखा नहीं कभी. FURIA is a decent team. This Fnatic will have problem with their aggression. I hope FURIA comes in with everything. Give their all. True SR3, true. Hello Priyanshu. If it was G2, booster would have been kicked 100% true.
Welcome back to Valorant Champions Istanbul. It's time to welcome our next 2 teams to the stage
So yeah,
for
we
a
get
do
next
or
right?
die elimination matchup. Let's bring out
Internationally,
FURIA
yes.
and Fnatic.
Global Esports. क्या हो गया? Global को. कैसे का NZR. कैसे हो? Happy Teachers Day. Thank you, Priyanshu. Let's go. इसका एट्रीब्यूट बहुत सही लगा. भवे ऐसे तो मेटाफाई में आई डू $15 का, बट एवरीथिंग गोज टू चैरिटी. बट इससे अच्छा तुम मेंबरशिप ले लो, भक्त वाला मेंबरशिप में देयर इज 1 वॉड रिव्यू फ्री पर मंथ. What I am current is आलू पोटेशियम. सिंह का उल्टा क्यों नहीं रख देते? HGNIS Hagins HGNIS Agnis. पोस्ट तो किया जाए. सही बात भाई.
Strategy.
We'll never know, but we can speculate. We can pretend like it was the best
I'm
speech.
gonna corner Boser at the bar and ask him. That's what
When you find out the script, scan it and send it to me.
I got you.
Thank you.
All right, this is it. I mean, we're going to be jumping into Icebox, by the way. You did not hear that wrong. Icebox is going to be
Hello,
number
Susano.
one. If you watch EMEA, which I know many of you do, you know that Fnatic love this map, and they have been very successful on this map. And just it is a scary situation for FURIA to find themselves in, but if you're going to throw something at the wall, try something new. This is the time to do it.
I mean, look, they won the last 4 or 5 times they played it, but I need Fnatic to clear the record with me, because the last time they lost it was their elimination game in the previous LAN they attended against.
Prediction: Susano 2-0 Fnatic or 2-1 FURIA.
It's not looking too hot for them if we're looking at recency bias.
FURIA को स्टार्ट हुआ सही में भाई.
They only got to play it once at Copenhagen.
डर के विलेन जैसे दिखने में.
To do on this map, so recency it's been better. But also it's the fact that teams know to get rid of this map, to not let it in the pool whatsoever. So yeah, Fnatic having that advantage. FPX just keep putting their heads against the wall to try and beat this. Now it's Furia's turn. The thing about Furia's comp is it's exactly the same. Triple Sentinels, it's almost a bit of a cosplay overall.
Prime Gaming Agent Select. Let's see what we end up getting here, Ryan. Very curious to see if we get any changes here from Furia.
And it is, yeah. Mazzin's going over on the KO, so he's going to be sort of changing up the composition a bit more. It does feel that this is direction where you lean in. They've moved away from the killjoy entirely, and they're trying to sort of break down where Durka's going to be playing from, because Durka is insane on this map on the chamber. If that knife gets contact on him, he can't TP away. I think that's the in for Furia, to try and break onto those sites and make sure that Durka can't go insane on this map.
I like that as well, because Marzin, on their very first debut here in Champions, he played the KO. He top fragged in the entire server, even though, of course, it was an overtime, you know, triple, quadruple overtime.
Particular reason
that
they
went to, and he was able to put some serious numbers on the board. So maybe a comfortable factor as well for him.
Yeah.
So no duelists from either team. Map कौन सा Icebox?
They don't have to at this point, right, Ryan? Like they are the ones that play this comp so damn well on this map, so it just makes sense. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
It's hilarious. I'm looking back at the 8 wins in a row that Fnatic have had on this map. 4 against FPX. That's how much they've like slapped their backside in EMEA on this map in total. So yeah, it's going to be curious to see if there's an answer to it overall, because not many teams stay to what Fnatic's playing. They're moving over more towards FURIA with the KO and stuff. So maybe that's an answer. Maybe they have an in.
Oh boy, well this is it, folks. The winner will move on. The
It should be a
loser
quick map
heads
for
on
Fnatic.
home. Fnatic facing off against FURIA, and who better to call the action than the one and only Pansy and Hypoc. Take it away.
Always so kind of you to welcome us so nicely to this stage, and it does feel as though it's a little curious to see Fnatic in elimination games this early on. As much as we hype them up as one of the favorites, I mean, everyone knows their name. Seeing them here is a problem we have to address. Mike, give me the win conditions though for FURIA, because they are the underdogs. There's no need to, you know, mince the words about this. They are not favored in this matchup. Where can they find those ways in?
Yeah, and I think it's important to call spade a spade, right? The desk have touched on this. This veto does feel as if it leans heavily in favor of Fnatic. I mean, the win conditions have got to be at least putting up a fight in map 1. And actually, previous series aside, they had a thrilling opening map in.
Is it Ascent?
Yeah.
XERXIA.
They've got to make this interesting, right? And Breeze is the one that really you could potentially toss up in the air if FURIA are able to really kind of slip into being that, you know.
सही है, इसमें क्या दिक्कत है? हाँ, मेरे को पता है ये.
You know they have the potential to be.
See if they can live up to that. Starting out on the defending side, FURIA gonna have
कुछ
to
भी हो
handle
सकता है.
Fnatic's approach, which is
No Doris कौन भी चलने लगे थे.
good on this map. The record by their name is substantial. Durka not as clean as he'd like on the first couple of shots there.
Elsewhere, actually, Alpha gets picked up.
Oh, losing initial fights.
Durka on the repeat. Immediately here, a two-man advantage presented.
And this is such a good cluster. True, Sanjay Maji. One of the favorites of any time this year. DRX, right? DRX.
Boaster in his late lurk towards B main, but he's going to try and find a kill here. Actually, about to get walled off as well.
Yeah, options looking highly unlikely for Fnatic, but Boaster, their timing not quite there. Going to be noted that removes that element that maybe they could have lent towards with quite a lot of time left. There's 50 seconds to play with, so there's still potential threats across the board, but no real success towards the site. And now with Enzo falling, it's looking less and less likely. Maybe gambling over towards his B site, but there's still no way in. They're banking on Boaster doing something. And yes, chip damage, but still no frag.
I mean, this ball should be coming down eventually,
Could
but
be
actually
PC, right? Huh.
even get across to support him. It's going to be a matter of time now. The frenzy going to be difficult from this range. FURIA close out the pistol.
And again, when we talk about win conditions here for FURIA, it feels like one of those mental games, because we know that Fnatic have had fumbles in the past, right? It's one of those where we've seen them occasionally make mistakes and get into their own heads.
First match against
issues start to arise, those sort of things. Now, FURIA though, especially with the Brazilian teams, this sort of region, getting fired up early, getting confidence, showing that we can actually do that.
One case is already like falling in love with me.
They're gonna instantly go up towards the Spectres and the Bulldog, and on the other side, I don't think there's any investment at all. No, just classics.
There's 2 shots to the headhunter for Durka. Frugal here in round 2. Immediately the wall goes up. Durka actually nearly making one of those work. No tag though. Actually, this wall will really slow things down. With just classics on the other side of it, it's
also DRX needed to trusted destiny to win the national. Yup, punish. Very true.
They're going to have a decent idea of who's behind it anyway.
तो भवे मैं इसलिए बोल रहा था membership because मेरा normal rate ऐसे एक word review का is around $15. So हाँ भी easily पड़ती है. Hey Sean, thank you.
One going to come down.
परसों speech आ रहा है थोड़ा देर बोल रहा हूँ मेरी आवाज़ फट जाती है.
That's going to stop Boaster.
धीरे बोलो.
It's melted to pieces. So far, so good. 5 standing for FURIA.
Enemy remaining.
And only so far, Mazin being the one punished. As it's
nice.
clean. Good work from FURIA here, Mike.
4 standing.
So what would you do if you're FURIA this round? I would give my chamber either just the headhunter or a marshal. Walk him down tubes. Okay. I'd play. I'd tell my KO. Yes. I'll tell my KO to push V. Okay. And I'll play my Viper and Sage towards A. So they're likely to come to A. They won't come B because B has close corners. अच्छा वही कर रहे हैं. But defense ने आधा चीज वो की है. So recon ये वो ठीक है. But मैं KO को B push कराता और Viper को A रहने देता. ठीक है Viper का wall तो B A पे.
Have support as well. He's not alone there.
I think it's a key focal point really, controlling Fnatic on their attack in half. Is this presence outside a tube, not allowing anything to.
हाँ नहीं मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि जरूरी नहीं है लेना. I'm just telling you कि water review का दाम membership से ज़्यादा है. और तुमको water review में मतलब और membership में तुमको एक water review per month free मिलता है. अंडरग्रेड कॉलेज के टाइम पर हॉस्टल में रहते थे. नहीं प्रियांशु मैं घर में रहता था.
He's in range of his teammates.
Yeah.
Boaster actually
still checks it.
To say it's nearly a clean.
He's actually invested.
To the last second.
But the time again, they're down to 50 seconds now. Fnatic
in
will start taking these further risks towards
the site. Who's the best? Hopper, this VCT.
But still 3 players towards backside. They have been doing quite well at causing issues for Fnatic. But now with a weaponry by their side, they should be able to kind of potentially shift into a better position. Already going to pick up the first. That removes one of the players who's towards the back of site.
I think Ye is one of the best teamwork.
Wait, what is going on? FURIA. This could be huge. It's a 2v2 and the timing for Khalil.
He's
got it! Catching Boaster! slipping through the mist, and now Enzo in the 1v2 does still have the spike to hand, so he can
Kakulila is one of the most impactful, I would say, offers, but not best.
Capable of the clash, we know it.
A couple of bits of util left as well for Khalil. This isn't too bad, but
I would say Buzz, maybe.
more seconds
Yeah, Buzz.
play around the world, play
Laz,
time.
yeah, Laz.
Still there, gets depleted, as does the Sage Wall.
An
First
offer,
contact
I would say Naxxet is also very good. Naxxet
See Khalil gonna try
is
and
a
push
very
up
good
on this one,
offer.
but the diffuse is coming in.
Yeah,
It's
Laz,
stopping
definitely.
Furia.
Kankan, no doubt.
Converting bonus, unbelievable. A risky purchase, Mike, but it pays off.
Definitely pays off. And that's even actually after Bosa doesn't get the kill. Likewise, actually, the operator's not rewarded with the kill, but he's noted. And that makes the late round so much easier when it comes down to exactly what happens on A side. Operator not actually...
No, best as in most consistent.
On the back end of that, but they've converted.
Consistently,
And it looks like they're
you're
resting
back.
back around that potentially. I'm looking at the buy
Flashy
now.
नहीं?
It does
I wouldn't say flashy.
exactly. So that's back into play. This is huge. Fnatic maybe a little shaken up here, but going for the rifle with light armor.
Massive gaps in the utility though.
Vamos, Furia. Vamos, those Jugaros.
Yeah. First time actually.
Most impactful,
He sort of focused in the early round towards
Laz, Taco Lela.
But this time around, the operator pays dividends.
And he gets away with his life. No trade available, nothing to be found. And actually proactive.
Bug was when he was playing Chamber. I don't know how much Chamber he played. Jumpy is okay.
Deeper towards middle. See similar scenes on the other side, potentially trying to find some facts for Alpha, but again, that rotation back would be an issue. For now, though, Enzo looking for information towards B.
I mean, the fact that Bosa's fallen first makes this B hit. I was say Durka furiously looking for that one. Alpha are going to be tested in mid as well, but Ozzy up to the task.
Yeah, so far, so good.
Almost got up on me there.
Mystic and Enzo, they were noted earlier on. And, this is okay. That was maybe a little much, but
he can come back and get the res now. He can get Bosa back up.
He's straight away to it. Okay,
Nice one.
3v3, certainly not over yet.
But now the time is gone. They have all rotated. It's a 3v3.
This Viper wall being down.
At least they had the impetus then. They could have gone back after the plant. Looking way better. I mean, it's just 3 rounds so far, but yeah.
5 seconds. And that's a spike down. Mystic's fallen.
See, this is why.
Quickly gathered by Boaster, but there's no safety. This Enzo needs to almost
Ah.
secure this himself. Has to fight away to find some safety. And Furia rip it away. That's 4-0.
Oh, Lord.
Let's pop
Fnatic
the brakes
lose
now
the
because we're on
icebox.
wing
I think they get 2
conditions.
out,
Let's
man.
revisit those, Mike. So far, this is looking good.
Yeah, keeping them in check here. And actually, when you look at kind of head-to-head in terms of the stats, Furia do lag a little behind in terms of their defensive success, and Fnatic actually edging out in terms of the attack. So this is a very interesting start. No surprise to see the timeout called here. I mean, I was saying make it interesting. Furia look in total control right now. And it's the timings that, you know, the second layer of some of these defensive setups where they're ready to address Tube, looking for Alpha, looking for Boaster, looking for...
I think that was a wrong call.
That are known to lurk here behind some of these executions.
You first plant and then go for the resurrection.
Because the amount of times during the EMEA regular season we talk about how much value they get off those mid lurks, how much they've been able to get, you know, late control.
Looking for free sometimes.
Really,
like,
really, left to their own
completely
devices,
uncontested.
which was always such a curiosity. But it feels as though Furia are very aware of this. They've now had 2 different looks.
Nah, anybody can corner timeout stand too.
It was Boaster initially trying to.
Any player can
You've had
corner
Alpha.
timeout.
So you've had both sides of the coin in that aspect. While Fnatic were testing the waters over towards that B side. So it's kind of interesting. They've now weathered the storm to a degree on both sides, and they're going to reap the rewards of the benefit of the economy now sitting favorably for them. They should have potentially 5 here unless Fnatic brings something out. There's always a chance, but still.
It's all about resilience.
This is the one now. Obviously, with Fnatic purchasing back into the previous, and with that operator coming out very early, this is the one where we should see Furia's economy stabilize, right? Ahead of this first ult cycle, 1 off the Tour de Force, so there's a couple of things to complement that, but this is the one ultimately for me. With how much control they've been in previously, if this is flawless, I'm actually getting a little concerned how far Furia can go with this half.
Well, Mini should have, you know, as I said, he pumped the brakes just a round ago, and he's going to be coming back in with a plan. So, again, Mini, maybe not always getting the credit he deserves. Very much one of the key aspects of what has made Fnatic great in the past. So, hopefully he's going to be able to adjust a couple of things here. Let's look at what they come up with. And it's Stingers galore, Headhunter coming out, and that's about all she wrote. And once again, look towards already starting to have a little bit of a glimpse, a little bit of a look, but again,
I don't see them losing, winning this round.
Don't want to give away too
to be
much
honest.
in these rounds. This is another test for Furia. How do they look in their anti-ecos? How robust do they look? Because you said it, you want to see the economy start to stabilize, and this is the round for exactly that.
Fnatic very cautious in approach here, but a lot of oh, actually only one tagged. I thought that knife was maybe going to ping 3, but the fact that it's Enzo would lean towards a couple more members of Fnatic lying in wait.
No, it's because FURIA know
Under 50 seconds.
they're on ego and they did not go aggressive at all. That is commendable. They're showing discipline.
We have seen that third player rotate really quickly, and that might be the case now. Muzzin kind of drifting back away from middle. Might have to leave that more in the hands of Khalil to fill that gap as the hit will be coming through. So 3 on the side. Good spot towards Belt already. Durka gone down. That's a headhunter removed from this for the Stingers. You don't want to get up close to them, and you're seeing that now. Alpha shows it how it's done, and it's a firing squad. But again, none of it came towards FURIA. It was all on Fnatic. 14 seconds now, they're running out of time. They gotta make a move, and they do! Enzo and Boaster somehow break in. 9 seconds now. Khalil has to do some damage here. The odd spot. Enzo's taking down his teammate. They're still doing damage. Mike, it ain't over yet.
See Khalil already down to 1 HP now with the Decay finally dug out by Enzo. And Fnatic convert a Thrifty to stop that momentum from building. Pretty high. Usually after a timeout, you don't expect value immediately in that round, maybe a round or so to breathe around, but Fnatic pretty much breeze right through that site, to be honest with you. A couple of run and guns, unfortunate for FURIA, but you noted it, only 2
But because why would you let them close the gap?
You know, maybe if it's the Sage and the Viper, there's a bit more stall value to some of the utility there, but as soon as that wall gets dealt with, I'm expecting at least 1 to dip away. You know, come back to an anti-plant. You know, use some of that utility a little wider.
You didn't need that wall to be up.
See, actually, that
you allowed them to take इधर का area basically. अगर ये wall को up कर देते हो तो इधर तक तो area ऐसे ले लिया, फिर तो वो लोग stinger लेके burst कर ही लेंगे.
But already a different look from Fnatic. Very passive. Noted though. That's already been spotted now.
Time out का कुछ नहीं है.
For the round to slow down, and actually
FURIA played it poorly late round.
Roll after first contact with the operator. Do have the Hunter's Fury in the lockdown available for Fnatic though. Cater, at least early on with the Viper, investing the wall towards B. I'm curious to see how FURIA play this because the investment, actually the turret not spotting the push up here on A. Doesn't Alphea's.
Okay, B पे retake wall किया मैकबन ने. Spot हो गए वो लोग.
You're right. It's 2 players to this now. On the other side though, it's not just one. Not just seeing Maz in there. You're gonna have the support coming over as well. So. Bear in mind the purchase isn't perfect, so some of these players are on the stinger, but the adjustment from Khalil is good. Trade comes out for Alpha, that was the 2nd player towards mid for FURIA. A little bit of a pop flash as well, and they're trying to clear back through, but already the side hit comes in,
wow,
back by Yellow. It's still good trades for FURIA, they're still at the advantage, 1 player up.
Tap on, but doesn't commit to it just yet.
10 seconds left.
Actually, the fragment going to do just a little damage, going to force Enzo back, but
it's okay, let them go back. 3v2 में आराम से लेंगे.
Yeah, but Durka on the case, operated to hand, a pixel out of place is all he normally needs. He's noted it, he's got it. Big shot from Durka, back down to the 2v2. Oh, that was so close, Durka. How are these not hitting? They look like they're on the money. Hunter's Fury going to come down. That's from Enzo. The backline's Khalil. Body checks Durka. And the shot goes straight for Enzo. Diffuse going to come in. Can he do anything to deny this? Khalil is going to sit this one. The bodyguard is on this. And he's just going to hold it down. Enzo cannot get there in time. FURIA pull it right back and put Fnatic in their place.
And you almost think there with Durka finding that kill, he's able to stabilize a little bit behind Yellow, but I mean, Khalil's lucky to be alive. Let's put it that way.
Yes.
So lucky.
2 shots from Durka, so close by.
Wonderful timing on the null command as well. Just as soon as this mid-pressure comes through, they know that the Viper wall is going to go up. They're going to try and wall off and plant here. The null command denies all of that from happening. Beautifully done from FURIA.
And they keep having to do these like mental checks back in because we're at 5-1.
Right, this is very troublesome for Fnatic.
Okay, they fashioned a buy, but it's
they don't have any money.
You're going to see the ult coming in there.
They have
going to try and lock out that A site, deny that approach. Now we know Fnatic, this won't stop them going for this potentially.
No, and quite often they do use the lockdown, which is available here for Alpha yet. Feeling confident enough to force the issue.
SR3 में ban कर दूंगा अगर ये word use किया तो.
Different look at Durka not actually spotted with that owl drone. I was going to say a different look to this.
Or are they going to try and punish this mid piece?
Marzin's actually slipped through. Durka gave up the angle for a moment there.
Oh my!
Okay.
He still gets tagged. Martin still gets tagged.
I mean,
Yeah.
He's able to slip into that corner though with 3 members of Fnatic there. Just the timing was perfect for him.
Looking at this adjustment from Fnatic, are they trying to condition mid a little bit here? I don't know where they're going to try and find this benefit from, because already they've slipped back so deep.
I mean, I just saw a couple of pings here, whether or not Mystic's going to stay and actually wall off mid behind this poison orb.
Okay.
Nice.
See on the other side of it, actually.
I don't condone this.
On the side of FURIA still.
Yeah, they're really committed to this one. Hunter's Fury out
Oh,
of
beautiful.
nowhere. Okay, that's ascend it and hope for recipient, but
खुद ही का टीममेट को मार दिया ये तो.
No information either.
20
Fnatic
seconds
has a
left.
match.
The time is running so low. Now the lockdown's going to help things out. Does anything really get that dealt with? The swing could have done something, but the damage was not enough.
Too sick.
Really not connecting on this. He's in on the back of the site, still looking for players. He's going to find one. He's just going to stand and deliver as best he can. Only one though. This ain't bad for Fnatic. Get themselves a plant. Mazin is safe for now.
Okay, this round is
Let's
Fnatic.
get themselves in the post plant here, Fnatic.
Why is he watching?
Full swing
Durka?
with no wall up, completely exposed to CT.
So vulnerable.
लड़का लंबा.
Enzo, Mystic, play coming back in. Khalil,
क्या बात है भाई?
looking for the way forward. Khalil's already going to be sat on this one. That's going to be halfway. No one's challenging this again. Oh, finally Mystic gets down Khalil.
This wall should drop in a second as well. And
Oh,
FPX
snappy.
find another.
Really snappy.
Has to slip away from this one with
So clear.
HP, but Mystic will find it. 3 on the round for him. Fnatic actually a very late round hit here.
इधर देखेंगे स्टोर कर दिया इंडिविजुअल. हाँ वही क्या कर रहा था
In
पता.
terms of the timing, 20 seconds left on the clock. Lockdown goes into B main. Luckily they hold on because there's moments here where you're thinking, I'm not sure what happened to the nanostorm. I heard the sound cue go through, but it wasn't actually denying the fuse. I don't know if it was just a timing there when it got shot, but the voice line at least came through. It was able to stick the diffuse regardless. Thank God Mystics lands the headshot.
अपनी बात कर रहा हूँ.
I mean, it just put me into panic mode as soon as I saw Durka just getting right out of nowhere.
I don't know if somebody was supposed to be
Maybe a
picking up
miss
that
ball
angle
or
as well.
something.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just didn't seem right that you're sat in that spot. So we come back in Sheriffs. Fnatic have done well to at least deal with the money, and Boaster ratting it up in spawn. Oh.
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 Well.
Well.
No smokes again.
That's a little rough.
Gonna make either of it, but actually Fnatic feels if they had. Oh, no, Mystic was still vulnerable. He absolutely ate that shot.
Why is there 3 of them alive, Mike? This should not be the case. This shouldn't be a problem. You have Durka, Alpha, Enzo still standing. The res comes in, they're committing to this one. They think they got a real shot in this. Durka's still, though,
he has to hold
standing tall. He needs a lot of damage from this. 3 players, what do we have? First piece, and he gets 2! Of course he does! It's Durka getting the double.
Bye.
And bringing it back to the 3v3, recovered right now in the hands of FURIA. And Durka, if he has to do it alone, he will. That's so much impact already! Just about the bullet goes astray. Double dips on towards it, but again, it's just out of Durka. Hold on, it ain't over yet. It certainly ain't over yet. But Durka ain't singing, but the diffuse is coming. He's just going to sit this down. Durka getting closer. Headhunter pulls him away. And that is the man you need to pull you back into place. Fnatic.
वो ना बचपन में मेरे दोस्त की फोन नहीं लग गई थी मेरे घर पे. अरे
Thank God for that.
शंकर
We said we needed to find something as they come out of heaven there, and it's a freebie.
Man carried.
Seen him do that before as well at this event. The headshot on the player behind him. Was it Mazin
I
takes
round
first?
Okay, so lucky
It's a headshot actually. And even here though, it comes right down to the wire.
Close still. Must be nice to have a Durka on your side.
Might have taken him a couple of rounds, but he's hitting now.
Oh yeah.
Good time out, good time
The
out.
operator potentially being the turning point of
Then they come to Brazil.
aggressive work on the attack. But
Guys, like this
start
scheme.
landing shots, expect him to be picking up.
Now the next target must be 75 for us.
Yeah. We've had much more of a game than I expected. I mean, coming into this, Mike, I think
बस ठीक है, Booster को क्या तोड़ा था, हाँ.
you know, I'm happy to put it out there for Fnatic when you know we've been touting these players, and you know it's one of the best there is. I mean, how many features can we do about Boaster? I mean, they're a great team, right? They are a great team, but I need to see them kind of rekindle some of that clean wins, you know, some of that approach that's meant to be synonymous with greatness.
Reset कर रहा अपने आप को.
It needs to be solidified by another performance, you know, from Reykjavik last year.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah.
Like the spring, guys. Like the spring. Next target 75.
Other performance or whatever hat you want to put that under, we need Fnatic to come through and look pretty
वो
convincing.
भी नहीं हो याद रखो
It needs to
channel पे like and subscribe हाँ.
Look at this map pool. I think anyone who's seen Fnatic goes, sweet, they've got a really nice pick here. Veto's look good. Icebox, one of their strongholds. Furia look prepared, but they could get stopped on.
How does the Veto look good for Fnatic? This is a bad Veto for Fnatic.
Starting to see some of those players get activated, some really nice rounds. Purchase now back with Furia after the back of the timeout. Steve Flash goes in and Durka needs to once again be very cautious here. You can already see the Furia happy to test this early.
Test it. Needs to commit to a couple of swings here and commit to very deep positions posted up.
He went again! He went again!
It's Boaster again as well. Mystics one away from the res. Can they recover this round, get an orb in his hands, and get this back on track? But
this guy plays with no respect. He doesn't care for it. He doesn't care who he's facing. He doesn't care about the name. He's taken him down. That's 2 picks already. Boaster now gone. Imagine, I mean, Rez comes out.
Finally, it's a 4v4 again. So
Commitment! This is madness, Mike. This isn't what it's meant to be.
They've dipped 3 times towards getting these opening engagements here before Fnatic can even set up for some of these executions. It's beautiful to watch.
They're treating Fnatic like this. That's the balls to do it. The Flash not quite good enough to find Boaster, so he gets the fight he wants. And actually, Mazin's low here, down to 10 HP. This opens up such a potential for that mid-pressure to come in now.
To get the plant away, actually, as Furia can't really fault him for trying to readdress mid-Mystic. Lucky to get away with his life there.
Almost हो गया था भाई. मैं तो try से ही करके मार रहा हूँ. ये क्या कर रहे हैं जो
Okay, the trades, Mystic, the only one alive. How is it down to 1? And you know Mazin, you know he's going to be pushing this aggression, is unrelenting. He wants this with Mystic back up to full HP. Toys with him. And I've got to say, again, let's look at that early round. Statistically, Furia should have had such an advantage, but Fnatic somehow pull it back.
I mean, with the way Fnatic play, the 2 worst people to die first are Mystic and Boaster.
Yes,
right?
100%.
And this is, I don't know how many times now we're going to look at this on the halftime, but it's really starting to cripple some of these setups. You see actually the frustration starting to show here. Boaster luckily makes the best of this, finds a kill in mid here for Khalil, plants the seeds of maybe he's gone back to that lurking role.
Huge.
Didn't seem to matter though. Furia just dialed up the pressure on site. I think because they're probably read into it. Yeah, we've got a 3v2. Let's just push this, play trades. I catch Durka before he gets into that cheeky spot on top of boxes, but
hello Godspeed, how are you doing? I'm going fine, Supreme. Welcome to the channel.
It's their grasp of the timings and exactly what Fnatic want to achieve outside both sides.
They're a gutsy team. The way they play is just so brazen, and you can see the response
This
from
is like
Fnatic now, waiting for that.
वो
They're
सब
going
संगति
to
सब संगति आप बताओ कैसे चल रहा
elongated time,
Mystic तो
try
रुका
and
ही
make sure
नहीं
that no one is going for these
Yup.
audacious
I
plays.
like the way Furia
Someone's
playing.
happy to test out, but
This is
we're
what I want from
down
Furia.
to what, about a minute. The purchase they're coming up against is not particularly impressive. Last time they did have, to be fair, last time though they did have that tour de force in play.
Yeah,
so
sure.
A little bit more of an equalizer, but here, still showing a lot of respect. They've tamed Fnatic, at least for now.
As if Enzo and Boaster are actually going to be tasked with set up a little bit of a fake towards B.
I think Mystic को करना ही पड़ा. That was the risk Mystic had to take.
Will be noted here, but sticks around at least for the time being, but hasn't really pulled a rotation. There's still 3 members of Furia on a site, and actually this mid presence building now, trying to actually catch the backside of this.
Will he hear this? Possibly. I think he might have, I don't know if he heard steps, but might have heard enough because they aren't moving. They're really committing towards this.
Worrying
for Fnatic walking into this one. This weapon is still there, and the lockdown can't be committed.
Oh no. This is bad for Fnatic.
Right now, Furia now have bodies on the site. 9 seconds they have to commit. Boaster has to get the plant down. There's no backing away from this. Noted on the knife, but he does get the plant in. That's at least the time on their side, but now they're surrounded. Furia just trying to pry them away from the side, pry them away from these corners. Khalil with the connection. But wait, the position's coming out. What do they have there? Boaster commits it. He wants to secure this so badly. Enzo still fighting. They aren't done yet. Oh, the timing! They push forward. They find Enzo. And now Boaster. Too many players. Furia getting fired up behind us and Fnatic falling. This is 6 on the board now.
This is another anti-eco that just feels as if they go into panic mode. Again, the fake comes so late on the main that there's no real comfort factor on A.
This is disaster for Fnatic. This was disaster for Fnatic because now they're chasing almost an 8-4 half.
He doesn't challenge, he slips
back
all the way back so that they know they can just scrap it out on a site.
And FURIA does actually do better on their attack.
I don't want to say fumbling that one, but making it really difficult for themselves. They usually, in terms of planning, choreography, and coordination, when they do try and really mess with their opponent's minds, they're usually on point with
it. The second
that
time out as well.
just looked like it was like first contact comes through.
Stinger and prejudice been to his way. Choose bully Fnatic. 2x2.
This is the thing, right? Mentally, if you're coming up against FPX on Icebox and you're Fnatic, right, hey, round 6 of us meeting, however many stupid times it is, you're in full focus mode. They have just been stunned. FURIA come in with 0 respect, no fear of the name, right? You're playing a team like Fnatic on a map like Icebox. This is meant to command respect, but they've come in with 0 care for the name.
I'll be honest, the same way that they approach playing DRX in that opening map.
And I love
zero respect.
It's
the problem came from sustaining that, and the stability behind when DRX are able to then actually adapt to what's going on. Fnatic, another team you could put under that umbrella, right? They're very good at adapting, but certainly haven't seen it in this first half yet. I mean, the scoreline almost doesn't do justice to what I feel FURIA are achieving here in some of these rounds.
Yeah, I mean, again, we can see this go completely back in, hand of Fnatic in the blink of an eye. The fact is, I think a lot of
Stinger doesn't do that.
This is their stomping ground.
Exactly, like, context is everything. If you're just looking at this at face value with no statistics, no thought behind it, you go, well, any team can win on any game. Fantastic, great mentality. The realistic chances of it against Fnatic here are so slim. There's such a powerhouse on Icebox, and that's a big amount of information. So let's see how FURIA once again handle this. Fnatic falling back into their habits here, but now they have that purchase behind them. They can commit the lockdown. Mystic's got the pick, and this should be good to go.
See the lockdown blasting through the shock darts. Whether or not actually anybody's going to get caught here from FURIA.
Two of them.
Catch two.
Oh, Alpha.
Oh, he's chomping at the bit to go and swing that.
You can see it. You can see it. And
Lalat.
There were 2 players throwing. He finds killing out both of them. But again, there's still 4 players in a post bar, right? You've still got Boaster then. Actually, no utility to play with at that point. Enzo should be fine. Boaster just gonna push himself forward, and he's actually
took his eyes off him for a second.
See towards the top side of things. The drop down comes in. Boaster's been hunted down. And now the res comes out. They're back up to 3, back down to 2, trading out. We're down to just 1, and Enzo has to clutch this out. The ult comes in, the tap on the spike, but he's got the lineups. He needs to be good for this one. And there's the chip damage. It ain't much. That is the Enzo! The safest pair of hands you could have prayed for.
That came bloody close though. Enzo's not got shock darts there. Again, the right limit goes up. They're looking to try and secure that. Thank God they convert that post plant. It cost them nearly everything though. Mystic, just trying to put the team on his back here. Gets up on top of 410. He's actually, unfortunately, I think he's not actually spotted initially, so he's able to apply a little bit of pressure to this res as well. But a much needed round from Fnatic. If they come out 6-6 from this half.
Miracle work coming back in. This game is absolutely wild. What a treat we're getting. And honestly, this could have been a blowout, but so far, this close, super slick. Excuse me, Hunter's Fury this early off the back of the tag, maybe just to isolate the player on site, which they've done exactly that to the response in kind. Posted it back through, Enzo now down, but to a 4v4.
Mystic's got the red zone. Yeah, I feel like it's the 3rd red zone and a half now. He's going to come back and get this. Frank's doing a lot of damage.
Alpha's so low.
He's down to 5 HP.
Ah! He's down! What the flank? FURIA! How have they closed this down? Boaster is now so alone. He's got players left. Right! Center! He takes down 2! A 3rd! No! Oh my word! This game is unreal. Volatile throughout. 7-5. Mike, what a goddamn half that was.
And it's beautiful to see when Fnatic step the pace up. FURIA like, oh, that's your master pace. Okay, we'll show you pace. Let's look how quickly we can get you back. Because actually, this whole defensive half, they've been waiting them out. Fnatic start making decisions. FURIA are ready to take the fight to them.
Well, we've got a game on our hands. This is perfect. 7-5. Desk, what do you make of that?
Basically, beginner
If anyone were to say, oh man, I totally believe believe that it'd be
जिनके पास कोई aim रुपी नहीं है उनके लिए वही
on Icebox against Fnatic. I would have looked at you and called you a cold-blooded liar, but this is the reality that we live in. Oh my goodness, Ryan, what a
इसी बात पे
game
guys like कर दो इन FURIA वालों को डर नहीं लगता कि कुछ भी कर रहे हैं हाँ भाई
this map he's known for it, but DT's in on FURIA was incredible. Like certainly that 4K in the last round to just go for the flank, get the kills onto Fnatic, who were looking to close out pretty decently at the half. But it's the fact that this guy picked up the operator in round 3. So this is typically where you don't want to see a big gun brought in because you want to be sort of playing a bonus and stuff like that. But he manages to make it work, and it's one of the reasons why we got to see FURIA get a 5-1 lead. The fact he was getting the operator online and shut down a lot of what Fnatic wanted to do.
Yeah.
There was so many question marks, not from the side of FURIA. Don't worry, FURIA, they're operating in full steam ahead. You guys are doing great, no problems. I have no qualms with what you guys are putting on the board. I have qualms with the fact that it required very heavy investments to win rounds. It required a Dirk ace clutch to win another round. It required an Enzo clutch to win another round. This is ridiculous. And there is a saving grace for the MEA fans, because I have to give it to you guys, of course. Last time they played, of course, they only won those 4 attacking rounds, and then they got the 9 defensive rounds. So, let's make the assumption that Fnatic is defensive-sided. I am giving you some kind of backing MEA fans, some kind of hopium and copium.
इसलिए लोगों के साथ रहता हूँ पर आज कोई नहीं है सीरियस ने बोला वो मॉम के पास जा रहा है कुशान नहीं है आज मैं सोचा था कि थोड़ा एनालिसिस ये सब करूँगा
That means Dirk is going to get the operator. That's what they want to avoid. That's why DD didn't found so much success. They can't let Dirk get the operator on defense. It's that straightforward. And when you have a Sage, a Killjoy, a Chamber, all of that utility around the map, you need to break some of it and find those spaces, find those executes.
This could be a monumental victory for the Brazilians, or Fnatic can shut it down on the opposite side. I told you, Hypoc, this was going to be a good game. You see, you got to listen to Papa GB from time to time. Over to you guys.
Any retorts to that?
No comment. I'll speak to you after.
Oh. Dicey
User
here,
disconnected from your channel.
Dive in on the second round. 7-5. If you are just tuning in, FURIA are indeed leading Fnatic on Icebox. Now, it could all change, Mike. I know, I'm telling myself this. But hell, they are putting up a fight. See now translate to the attacking side, because Fnatic will be open the hell up now.
Initially suppressed here, Durka, but noted in terms of position.
Serious actually
no confirmation just yet.
बोला था स्ट्रीम की शुरुआत में
Curious on the other side of pipes.
Serious मॉम के साथ कोई काम करने गया है.
Safer setup here.
Guess वो थोड़ा थक गया होगा तो सोने मतलब थोड़ा रेस्ट करने चला गया होगा.
Nest. I'm happy to wait things out now. Actually got 2 players posted up towards B. Potentially take a little contact.
No, it's just Sovereign.
But it's cautious.
Sovereign is better than.
The end of the first half ended, but
totally different tone. The pacing just almost eerie, almost too silent, almost too quiet at this point. Fnatic might get a little too curious, and you can see him trying to avoid line of sight here. Durka will get forced away, and they're going to be quick towards getting the sight. Mystic, the next one in line. And actually, Mystic's been having a belting game, bear in mind.
He really has.
Top of the scoreboard, leading the way. But FURIA are on the site. They should be able to get the spike plant down, unless Durka keeps doing this little bit of chip damage here and there. Just down to 3. The response is in middle, but it's traded.
2 members left here for FURIA.
To
try and hold on to side here. Actually trying to get ahead of the curve and do a little bit of damage. You'll find a kill.
Oh, these are hitting cleanly. There it is. Got 2-1 for Fnatic in a necessary round to start closing in on this scoreline.
Ruination.
Muskie on the desk just touched on it previously, having a fantastic.
We were Vandal, let's go. We were operators. Ruination.
He has to be the one on damage control, or at least damage limitation.
Is Ruination the one that is very similar to Sovereign? Then yeah, it's okay. Still Sovereign is better, so much better.
There aren't many tools to really
on
put
Ghost.
Durka in these deep, aggressive positions, particularly here on the defense. So a lot of it, if he's noted, whether or not FURIA are going to kind of sit behind that or try and challenge him, that's going to be something I've got my eye on.
Okay. For now, though, the Fnatic fans can breathe a sigh of relief, seeing that. That should at least put them up to 7-7. Not seeing too much, just making me worried. Coming back into this, it's classics. I think maybe a shorty being toyed with, but that's about it. Again, we have seen a couple of these go a little wonky, Mike, and so a little bit skew-if here. Durka's onto his HP, but it's okay. He'll get away with his life, maybe not. How is this so dangerous?
How are we here? How's that 3v3? They've got a Spectre, I guess. They've recovered it. A tap on the spike has to adjust around. This is oh, that's so good from Boaster. Big denial on the spike plant.
Stalemate ensues, but actually a double flank coming through from Fnatic as Mystic and Durka looking to get behind this once again. So FURIA opt to stack towards backside. Actually, they have the wall to complement this setup as well. Durka very, very tagged up. All the time, it's not good.
Mazin's gone. Khalil, last one alive, and it feels like a formality as the timing's for Boaster. Very well played him though there to be able to deny
was a very good attempt
adjusted
from
going
FURIA.
up towards the top side of Nest.
Aimbot have to move Ali.
Lethal.
16.
They
look so lethal. Exactly, I was talking about on the defensive half, but right there, the fact that they're able to close the distance without anybody really spotting out the fact that there's a shorty barreling its way towards screens, it is just madness.
Right.
So get your cardio in.
Teleport's ready.
Cool.
First buy round coming out for FURIA though. Actually, Durka the only one with really any early ult progress here towards that sort of force.
Right, this is good.
Spectre and Enzo as well, actually. I'm curious to see now what the actual approach is for this second half from FURIA. Similar scenes to the pistol, really. Same two players at least posted towards B main. Khalil actually deeper this time around. Just trying to prod and poke a little bit towards B. A site is actually
just Durka.
Just Durka, yeah. As the rotation's coming through slowly, but it's only towards mid. Actually dealing with the trap is going to alter that at all, but FURIA have crept up towards pipes here, so. And the knife back off cooldown. You know, identify Durka's playing this close. Very strange setup for FURIA. I don't know if they're just trying to look for confirmation of where this utility is invested, or trying to wait for somebody to overstep the mark. Don't expect Fnatic to do that.
I mean, by this time, they would have realized that you guys are going in.
And here's the knife. There's also a spot. And Durka, with a little bit of repetition playing towards Nest, gets punished this time. Last time it was the tags off the Headhunter. This time, demolished with the Vandal. Spike plant coming in. Don't know if there's anything to stop this. No. Spike now down. Time on the side. Alpha just found two out of nowhere. Where the hell did he get that from? But a quick step towards the back of the site gives them advantage again. And a shutdown in the post plant. FURIA back in control.
And 3 standing as well. Should be able to round out this purchase relatively comfortably. Decent progress, and like I said, it's whether or not this. Again, it's a similar situation, right? You look at the other side here with actually the KO for Marzine. There's no real push beyond his utility. 14 doing absolute wonders. Not seeing the same thing here on attack. I don't know if FURIA feel as if they just want a couple of fact finders now. That was their first buy round, so maybe just wanted to slow that one down a little bit. Maybe see Fnatic's approach. But I don't necessarily feel as if they came away from that round learning an awful lot.
It was quite an unorthodox round, to be fair. I think from start to end, it was certainly a little different to what we'd expect. But FURIA coming to this with a decent amount of to hand, and obviously the same cannot be said for Fnatic. Hero rifle on Durka, Guardian for Alpha, Judge for Mystic. So it's bits and pieces, odds and ends. Boaster and Enzo just down on the Classic. So this, see if they can cause the same amount of danger in their kind of half buys here, I guess. Mystic has been good, and he's going to hear these steps coming. No subtlety to this anymore. Support's there, 4 on the site. Fnatic in the right place to try and do some damage here, and rightly so they do. A 1-1 trade out. Big denial so far. The rifle finally removed. Durka only does manage to get 1. So it is down to a 2v3, and bear in mind, Alpha's the one with a little bit more.
Bear in mind, they've invested fully. See, this time they're waiting, so it's 2v3 is still doable for them.
Only on the Classic.
Yes,
Nice. Find the headshot as well. The lockdown's available now.
This puts him in such a predicament. Enzo, can you do anything with this? I mean,
wow.
If you can punish a couple of these players, that'd be great, but it's just going to force their hand, right? FURIA have to dip away slightly, Give up the sight.
Good for this.
Oh, Enzo's gone down. 5 HP. This would need a miracle. And he might make it. Oh, not going to make it happen that time. One still alive.
पता नहीं कौन है वो
Fnatic.
एक ऑब्जर्व नहीं होगा मल्टीपल होंगे और उनको भी ब्रेक चाहिए होता है ना पूरा टूर्नामेंट एक ऑब्जर्व नहीं करेगा तो 3-4 ऑब्जर्वर्स 5 ऑब्जर्वर्स होंगे
So Fnatic almost feel as if they could actually flip that back in their favor. Maybe on the back of the park location, like I said, I'm not entirely sure, but
एंटी भाई
oh, so I think actually coming out of this FURIA.
if they lose this it's a 2-0
light shield for Khalil. Dirk obviously investing in the previous.
नहीं भाई इतने नहीं भाई
Look at this ult cycle for FURIA, and then look at the scoreline.
It's a little scary, Michael.
That's very scary.
Oh,
so's that.
How is that tag? Dirk is still such a threat at all occasions.
कोशिश अच्छी है हाँ कोशिश
An
अच्छी
attempt to slow him down. Chip damage.
Big damage after that, actually. Down to 75 HP.
Boaster is trying to backfill this. There will be a fight between the Vipers as well. Maybe a little outnumbered now. Where do they go with this? 1 minute to make their choice.
Problem being, if they can create a little bit of pressure towards Dirk, I think that's going to be the catalyst for Boaster to swing out here.
Deeper angle on the other side. Yeah, there it is.
Oh.
The deeper angle pushing up. He was so aware of how Dirk was playing that, punishing it and opening up huge opportunity. This could force the hand, but it is just Boaster still soloing out. Flanks on the way. Rotation is en route, but again, this is still so difficult. Big pick from Enzo. That's going to slow things down.
Enzo नहीं Boaster
Popped here. Halfway through, Mystic, gotta be careful. Is he desperately looking for an angle here?
30 seconds left.
He's going to hear these shots. A
That's
tag.
the Alpha, yeah.
Alpha from above. And he outdoes him. Brilliant work from Alpha here, supporting on the site now. The flank's still on the way. Boaster is still slowly creeping those back lines. But it's going to take a moment before it even hits into effect. They're just trying to get this block down, and they pry away two of the players. Make it 3! And now just down to that flank, and look at that intuition. Look at that timing. They knew exactly where he's coming from. He still gets the shot.
He's got massive HP advantage here, at least for the first.
Can you do something?
Khalil a little disconnected.
This could be huge for Boaster. Huge for Fnatic. And a 1v2 ain't easy. And they aren't showing their hands right now. Eventually has to close towards the site. It didn't do what it needed. You can see him still waiting this one out, and Boaster has no idea, but he's actually gambled this the right way. He turns around, he turns away, and his fate is sealed. 10 rounds for FURIA now. Double digits achieved. Fnatic, I'm getting worried.
Very worried. So like I said, look at the knock-on effect now. I think Fnatic going to be walking the tightrope. However they settle up, to be honest with you. But look at what's coming online here for FURIA. A couple of real game changes in terms of the ultimates. Particularly here, the Viper's fit, if they can keep getting close to sight. Looks as if Fnatic are, I mean, after Durka dies there, they're sitting so deep away, they're looking to just punish the wall, don't want to allow any comfort in terms of a safe plant or anything like that, but the Viper's fit really throws a spanner in the works.
Scanning ahead.
They're going to give up sights this easily.
Lost
Early swing through mid, actually.
Okay, the rest going to come out though, so back up to 5 apiece. But forcing that out, not necessarily a bad thing, so lovely early damage.
Takes 1 piece off the board.
Yeah, really nice. And Alpha has been good at finding a couple of these kills. We've seen a lot of the rounds, even when they've gone to the wayside, finding 2-3 kills here and there. First couple of openers as well. Not like he's having a quiet series, but again, the collective for FURIA looking so on the money. And a similar look this round, just kind of this longer extended default now.
Caution here.
Heavy emphasis towards 8 and Boiler actually for
Scanning ahead.
Fnatic. Durka just tasked. Hold on to yellow for the time being. Sure, he actually able to escape this. I mean, he's only got lucky in hand. Not even sure if the sound cue's heard in the drone there. Place in the second. Down to 30 seconds, and FURIA yet to make a decision, but they have drawn a rotation. They have a favourable engagement towards A site here. So they can get bodies behind this. It's Boaster and Mystic to try and hold down the fort.
Oh, it wasn't pretty. It gets choked up in the follow-up though. 15 seconds, they're starting to drown under the time here, and Boaster gets on the backlines. This could be huge. How does Fury? Great timing from Enzo and Boaster. They should be enough here. Enzo doing as much as he can and may have just bailed them out in this round. Durka, shots go straight, but the time has run down. Fnatic live to fight another day here. Another round that they close the gap on.
And this feels very similar to what I was talking about a couple of rounds ago. Actually, the first buy round from FURIA, where they're almost assuming they're pressuring enough on sites to draw this rotation, but with this setup, this composition from Fnatic, they don't need to scramble to find rotations. As long as Alpha's still up, there's no threat through mid. You haven't seen any real pressure towards Boiler or Tube yet from FURIA. They're saving themselves 10 seconds in a rotation. So they've got people
Fnatic हर एक tournament में ऐसे जाके choke कर
isn't
गया.
enough happening. I think FURIA probably is
Fnatic still dominate Icebox
behind the scenes with what they're trying to achieve on B main.
Remind yourself this is still Fnatic, right? One team. They want to be seeing fine form here. Not a bad way to get themselves back on track. First pick goes in. That's Khalil gone.
Well, they just try and commit to the plant here.
Timing.
Oh my god!
What? What? Sorry. Fnatic, are you okay? Because that was never meant to happen. Oh, and it's just shooting fish in a barrel, man. This is a tragedy in the making. I've never seen anything like it.
Here come the troops.
Well, I can't believe this is the round. I can't believe I'm genuinely stunned.
What the hell was that?
One off the rope. Where's the aim reset on the what? Show me it again.
We just need a FURIA like thrifty round highlight package after this.
Like Bosa's POV. Oh.
That's another delete the mod moment. Honestly, that really is.
Man, that's mad.
That was absolute filth. And it completely blows this round wide open. They get so deep towards sight. Again, they hear the nano swarm. He actually pushes deeper than it. Tries to even get up to go towards kitchen or towards hallway.
That's broken Fnatic's money. This could be 12 for FURIA. The gods are smiling on FURIA today. That is not something you were meant to have happen, but it worked. And you'll hold on to that when you get it. But you don't often get those times where it all lines up and all works out. A little bit of tip damage done, so have to work this one back in, and they're not backing down just yet. Mystic gonna stand and try and take the fight, but so many bodies and just so many weapons staring your way. What are you meant to do?
We're looking to step the pace up a little bit behind this first blood. The opener here, Durka's good for one. Marzine will trade it back out though.
They still try and fight this out, but it's life on the line.
Another
just nothing hit. And so what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
1v3. It's not looking good. It's looking like 12 is inevitable. And I still am just stunned and in awe at this entire game. Oh, so is he.
Last year actually gets the first. Down to 20 HP though.
Standing ahead.
Expecting a little more discipline from FURIA to not let this one.
Did he see a blind? I think he did, and so it ain't over yet. There's still a couple of seconds, and
They've traded places.
Enzo's surely not going to know, and he does it, and it's 12 for FURIA. Can you bloody believe it?
Get this man off the ropes.
Please.
Just get him away from all the ropes.
I don't know what I don't know what he's made of. We're on map point, Mike, and I have to remind us, this is an elimination game. This is Icebox, it's Fnatic. I can't say it enough times. We're not meant to be here.
I started this with saying the win condition for FURIA was taking Breeze, and they're about to take Icebox. Like, let's just think about that for a second here.
This could be one of the biggest upsets we've ever seen, quite genuinely.
Fnatic got some tools to throw at Vice's bit.
Oh my god, Sushant.
Res for Mystic, who, by the way, just somebody that usually shine as bright as this. He's had a fantastic performance here, even with Fnatic being 4 rounds down here on Icebox. Mystic's been the driving force in some of these rounds. It's more a little bit of presence shown towards B. It's Bosa this time around, Durka. Actually almost faking his position here with the trap over towards B, but he's an extra body on A site here.
Looks promising then. Fnatic like C9 now.
Perfect first pick for Durka. Gonna get himself out.
Let's see, man, it's just 4 rounds. Maybe they can come back.
Could cause problems. Follow Durka. holding on to this round. Again, if I have to do it myself, I will, he says, as eventually going to be traded out, but the damage has been achieved. You're down to now 3, but look at the space that's being garnered, and this is...
To be honest, I would analyze the UK version of Dancing and Dance, yes.
Flashbacks over here, man.
Dancing and Dance, I UK se.
Every time he peers around, but does he get the
time? Dancing and Dance actually came from, was an adaptation of a UK dancing show.
Slowly working his way through middle. Caution towards CT being shown already by Enzo.
SR3, Jale pe namak.
A little ahead of this. Not playing passive by any means. The lockdown's going to come in, the rest comes out. Fnatic will take no chances here. And probably rightly so. So much danger even with these two still standing.
Full 2v5 here. Noted at least some util to use here from Arzine, but it's going to take a miracle to convert this one.
They need such a fumble from Fnatic here. So hard to try and maybe determine the outcome when back to the wall. You have no room to really play within this. Manzin just spraying him wildly, not getting what he wants. The wall's in place. Secure, they'll body block if they have to. They'll do whatever's necessary. They're trying to take him down with the defuse. It's there. Fnatic, far from done. Still standing. 3 make it through the round, and they make 9 onto the board now.
Not knifing them just yet. Both still got a Viper's pip.
Probably नहीं किया full effort but typing again. क्या बात है?
His as well. Should be able to get a comfortable purchase here. Tour de force one away for FURIA as well. Just looking at the scoreline here, I think FURIA is still going to have another. Fnatic have to win out this and the next really, and actually a timeout coming through. It's going to be interesting where the money's going to lie.
Not yet.
Fnatic come through and win this, it's going to put FURIA in a really awkward position. And now I'm starting to have flashbacks for FURIA were held on map point for so long in the opening map. We keep referencing that, but...
Yeah. I mean, sometimes the last one's always the hardest round to get. I feel like this entire game feels like an absolute fever dream, just watching this go through.
I think that one was a little more drastic than the scoreline we got here, but... Saying this happened recently.
Michael?
They would...
No, they'll close out the game. But Fnatic have every chance to try and pull this one back through. We're starting to see a couple of them activate here. I've got to say it as well, because I mean, normally Durka is the man on the screen there. The point of our conversation, got to give it to Mystic right now. He is
absolutely
bailing them out a couple of those rounds, especially on the attacking side as well.
I mean, even actually, we're both to having a horrendous start to the first half, and not even swung on 35 seconds into a no-contest
There's
round.
nothing you could do about that.
It wasn't him mispositioning,
I think to an
overstepping
extent
anywhere,
it's
but
true.
he was getting slapped
But to
about.
against
So you wouldn't really expect anybody to in such a deep default. But he's recovered really well.
Fnatic feeling brave. Having a little look for that first pick, but are going to be backing away. And this time, no initial first blood drawn for them. Last time we saw Khalil drop early. This time, keeps his life.
First time we've actually seen FURIA stack up and commit behind some of this A presence. Durka, you can see, actually suppressed here. And a lot of utility invested towards him. He's dug out immediately.
Instantaneously. You can hear the ult go through Mystic. In this
No
man
way,
is on
Mystic.
a mission. It's incredible from Mystic.
What?
The follow-up as well. Mystic
Oh,
keeping
no.
Fnatic alive, and he still might be needed in this. It ain't over yet. Mystic and Boast are still standing in a 2v4.
It's not over
One is
yet.
down. Tour de force is popped. FURIA want this one done. They want out of here. Can the man on the screen, 23 kills to his name, do any more for his side? Trying to allow any chance to cross to the side.
Healthy food is also
The Viper's
tasty.
bit to do so.
I've been eating healthy
It is, but he's taking a couple of steps forward. Massive, no idea where he's gone to at this moment. Mystic's still there and Boaster by his side. Wall goes up.
He spotted barrel.
Seen him. Oh, but Mystic! He's found another! It's 3! And now a 2v2, but the time's starting to tick. A Boaster, he sees one, he gets the tag, he can't get the frag. A Boaster on 1 HP! Anything more, can this man do it? No! FURIA! Zero fear on Fnatic's home turf. Pick up map 1.
Gentlemen, Noyan, hello Noyan, क्या हाल है?
They right the rocks from that first series. We were referencing that. I got a little bit worried, but what a performance here. What a performance from FURIA.
Who
I
else
was
beat Fnatic
not
here?
expecting that at all.
Make him look like that.
But to say as well, just demonstrating a really, really solid understanding of exactly how Fnatic like to play and like to set up here on Icebox, particularly in the first half. There were so many positives I was seeing, not just
he's changing the skin of
certain bits
he's
of
changing his
utility or
game
swings
skin,
in certain
man.
positions, but it was the
Oh my
timings
God.
that were actually on point time and time again.
I think
Like I
Fnatic.
said, maybe, you know, roll the dice, getting lucky a couple of times, finding closer to being the one to fall, potentially Mystic to...
I mean, how many times did you see it with
Next
Blue
map is
on
Breeze.
the other side?
Exactly.
I don't think Fnatic is winning Breeze at all.
I'm still, I'm genuinely
I'm sorry, but this version of Fnatic doesn't look cohesive at all in terms of character. Like Fnatic from someone FC. From someone FC, their trait was togetherness. With all these changes, the players that have come in Alpha, I think so is very ego heavy, I would say. FURIA picked this. Then you have Enzo, he's very shy, he's very quiet. I guess the whole vibe at Fnatic is gone with, you know, with all these changes. सही बात है बोर्ड एक्सपोर्टिंग Oh, he's making fun of poster. He's making fun of poster, damn.
We get to go the distance, but before we do, we're going to hand it back down to the desk in a moment's time.
Let me see. क्या कर रहा है
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
ऐसे तो all of these are there South American teams. Even Brazil, count Brazil, Loud went to finals. Maybe honest. I really like that Zoro team. There's Nip, there's FURIA, there's Vivo Kid. Yeah. Yeah, I think this Krishna has hidden the best thing. EMEA has had the most consistent reps. Even Fnatic was disappointing. They at least make playoffs. This is the first consistent for us in the history. Yeah, true. There is any impact of rhythm. I think teams like Team Secret, you know, they've regressed. Kunal incoming, I think so. Can come back Fnatic? I don't know, man. Breeze, I've never seen Fnatic play.
Today, we as a collective community have all learned a valuable lesson. Never, and I mean never, doubt Brazil because they will come out swinging, baby. I'm Golden Boy alongside Ryan Central and Jesco, and your ears are not going to be playing tricks on you. FURIA have beaten Fnatic on Icebox, and if I can ever think, Ryan, of a map that I would say is home field advantage, Icebox would be that for Fnatic, but they walked up in there and just melted the whole thing down to the ground.
It's not only the fact that it's like an 8-win streak that for Fnatic that was just broken. They had never lost with this triple sentinel composition, like the chamber, the sage, the killjoy. It was working so well for Fnatic. And like, I think the argument is, like, if you expect Fnatic to lose on this map, you close your eyes, you sort of think maybe like going up against Optic or FPX in like playoffs, not in an elimination game against FURIA, right? That's the crazy aspect of it.
I love the fact that FURIA can come in and go on someone else's map and be so dominant, but play their best game. We're not sitting here and saying Fnatic, they dropped the ball, you know, they didn't play well. FURIA took advantage. No, FURIA came in and clapped, and they moved around the map with such synergy. I mean, DJZin, for example, he came in and really showed why he was implemented into this roster. Why there was only one-man roster change since a year ago with the previous champions. I wondered why they didn't make more of a roster change. Why was there not more of a shuffle? Comparatively, they didn't need it. They had the man, they had the tip of the spear, and that's why they are able to make such a dent, because that cohesion around the map is very prevalent in the core roster being together for so long.
Plays like this, DJZin really put it on the board, and Durka certainly had his moments as we're about to go up and competing on that ace. But I think it's also a case of FURIA came in prepared. If you go to Icebox, you know that Fnatic are going to run this comp, and it felt that they had a distinct idea on how to approach it, the way that they were like stalling for time on their defense, trying to break it down. But
I'm sorry, but this was not anti-static. If someone says they anti-static Fnatic, maybe tendencies, but no. It was not heavy anti-static at all.
Durka wins the majority of fights directly against DJZin, right?
Right, sure.
So being able to sort of pull that back, it just felt like DJZin, those kills he got on Durka was so much more impactful.
You know what, outside of the Durka ace clutch, of course, that was very fancy and all very good, it didn't put, you know, enough rounds on the board. It didn't put enough kills on the tip of the spear that was FURIA DJZin being able to absolutely capitalize. Sure. And the trade game for FURIA was so tight. When they hit side, it was like, no matter where you looked, there was a player looking back at you. Every single power angle was held, and FURIA understood maps and positioning and fundamentals to a T.
I will say, on the side of Fnatic, Mystic was amazing. He had so much impact. He was really bringing Fnatic back in. But you also have to bear in mind, Fnatic used both of their timeouts in the first half. They really wanted to knuckle down on their defense to get as much done as possible. And FURIA comes in and bites back on their defense as well. Yeah, their attack even.
Look, Fnatic, no doubt, have been rattled here, but it is time for our Verizon high-speed moment of the match, and we're actually going to highlight Durka's ace, because I think that this, you know, goes without saying that this is what Durka brings to the table time and time again, Jess. He gets a collat off of a push on from the defender side, and then from there, you know, he's got the cool hand. He's always good for a few kills, but in most cases, he'll get that ace for you when you need it.
कर दिया वैसा बताओ और किसकी ऑफ करने बोला Zeta and KRX make it through groups. Let's hope, man.
This is unreal.
You've been avoiding Breeze this whole time, and
then you float it, and you might be the one floating afterwards.
Oh man,
it has to be a trap, though. Like, especially when you look at all of the top teams in the world, no team has a permaban anymore.
Okay.
It's only been Fnatic that have been
banning. But is Fnatic a top team in the world anymore?
I mean, I think they have so, but even with the 13-9, loss, Fnatic still is Fnatic.
I'm just poking fun. I'm just poking fun. And the fact
you just want to watch the world burn.
Of course, I love chaos. I love the chaos, but I love the fact that there are many leaders on stage right now. Just outside the coaches, of course, on either side of the stage we've been highlighting. That's another leader, but he's a leader in a micro sense, in a mid to late round sense. He helps Boaster out with the IGL in mid to late round. I think on a map like Breeze, where you're not necessarily comfortable, especially from a official match perspective, maybe in scrims, as Ryan's pointing out, you've got it there. He has to be the one that is identifying these areas of weakness, both on their side and maybe on the other side.
Mazin, I mean, I think he had a lot of impact overall when he moved over to the KO and Icebox. It felt like that's the thing that they leaned into. On Breeze, he plays Jett. Okay. Which is quite interesting. But again, like the last time that they played was LCQ. They beat TBK Esports, lost to KRU. It wasn't really a stand-up performance. I feel that this is FURIA trying to leap on an advantage, which is set up as a trap by Fnatic. They have something cooked up here, surely.
Could be, unless Fnatic, I don't know.
Mystic Breach.
Mystic. Okay, so we're getting the Prime Gaming Aegis Select going underway right now, and I'm already seeing shenanigans across the board on the Fnatic side, Ryan.
This is pure APAC. They've pulled out the Breach, the Neon. This is kind of what, I don't know if it's exactly the same. I wasn't expecting this of all things, but this is similar to what Paper X ran on Breeze in the Grand Finals of Copenhagen.
But you know what, though? You want to let a guy become unleashed, Alfier? What agent do you put him on?
I mean, this is what we were talking about. He maybe didn't have the most incredible performance on Neon, but when we have players like Alpha that are smart enough to use positioning, understanding of team dynamics, and that synergy to be able to get that sort of opening kill, I can see Alpha being the guy. Something to note as well, of course, moving forward, is that you have a map here where you can have a brand new composition from Fnatic. You can run any composition you want, but for them moving forward off of this, I'm wondering whether or not they're going to be focusing on being able to counter this composition. Is this what their go-to is? Have they thought about this, or is this just, this is what we're going to do, this is what we practiced?
I think for the Neon, that's going to be the big focus if Alpha can get online, because it was a bit sort of lukewarm, I guess, when they played it on before. But I'm looking at Cal.
No, EMEA was the first region to try Neon on Breeze.
We've seen at this tournament
EMEA was the second.
We also have Pan casting, so it's going to be like overtime. Who's going to break the 38 kills that Tibottle was able to get?
I hear they love casting overtime after overtime.
On Breeze,
On a Breeze of all maps. Guys, okay, real fast, before we throw it to the casters, I just want to get a prediction here. Is this going to get closed out, Jess, or are we going to map 3?
It was a team called Project A.
FURIA, so let me put money on your name, boys. Let me put money on your name for the first time ever. Let's go.
FURIA going 2-0. Ryan.
I'm going Fnatic. This comp is a gamble, but they have to have it prepped.
Oh boy, here we go, folks. Fnatic's tournament life is on the line. They have to force this to map 3, but FURIA can do the impossible. Close it out right here. Let's send it back over to High Pock and Pansy.
Yeah, I guess screw us for that one job, GB.
To counter strat and everything.
Anyway,
and then end up
we
like
do
this.
get to now look at what the hell just happened in that agent select, because I think that's the thing that's caught, I mean, everyone's eye probably, is what Fnatic are bringing out here, and what a time to take a gamble on something like this.
Yeah, and I'm kind of with Ryan here. This has to be the ace up the sleeve for Fnatic, right? Because the breach is always kind of questioned here on Breeze. The only application here is to get Alpha Air into positions where he can really do damage. So that's something that we have to see value from, and it has to be early on. Considering how that first map went, and the sort of things we question when we look at FURIA versus Fnatic as a matchup,
that's
FURIA
not
now
the only application.
being just a slippery entity on Breeze. Because you can get away with so many of these random reclearances, you know, these second hits towards mid and things like this that can really catch Fnatic off guard.
And all the pressure in the world will be on Fnatic's shoulders. There's no two ways to say it. They have got to be feeling the burn. Now, Durka instantly going to get things started for themselves, though. Headhunter down towards Tube, going to take down Mezin. So already, good start, and they'll be happy enough with this.
So you're looking to re-peek onto this, and Durka's happy to receive it. Well, FURIA going to dig their heels into the current formation, as I think Fnatic are anticipating a little bit of aggression behind this first blood. I don't think it's going to come, though. Solid control through elbow towards B as well. Ooh, the timing, actually. Almost disastrous for Durka there, just turned his back. And actually, Boaster's the one to fall in mid on the back of this.
Interesting. Did he hear the steps? He did. Lovely shot for Alpha. And the gap trying to be filled there, but the movement's key. Alpha just running rings around him. Still alive, keeping his life safe. Durka there to make sure he's kept safe as well. Khalil goes down. So very nicely done so far. You can see the kind of craft work behind this, what they're trying to achieve a little here. Now, 2 players remaining on the other side. Difficult to find a way in now.
Yeah, happy to put himself on the line here, but quickly dealt with.
Alpha again, no need to peek
here
here.
for FURIA as well. Look, I think just inside range of his TP here, but he does get the hell out of dodge. We've got a chance here. The aftershock going to come through, and actually misread a little bit here. Mystic will pick up the kill on the back of it. It should be a formality.
Clean.
Not there's anything left to say here. I'll just damage remove some of these pistols, but only classics in the hands of Enzo and Durka regardless.
Nice.
To post the pistol round here.
Nice.
Initially a little concerning, similar thing to what we talked about on Icebox with Boaster falling a little ahead of that regroup towards one site.
Okay, तो ये ego round चलता है story. पहला बात तो let us talk about Beach का ये aftershock, ठीक है?
Actually, great
Attack
reaction of the fault line as well.
मतलब post plan के पहले,
even here in the pistol round.
सबसे पहला तो it can be used to break
Mystic's going to be kind of
traps.
slightly disconnected from some of these side hits just to get a deeper fault line back towards, you know, the back of
अगर
the
इधर trap रहता है trademark रहता है, it is can be used to destroy those, ठीक है? Can be used for this clearing this angle.
Enjoying how they want to try and activate Alpha
Can be
here,
used
how
to
they're going to try
clear
and bring him in on this map.
this angle.
And of course, is there a response for FURIA? Are they able to think on their feet quick enough here to deal with this already? You can see the issues about to begin. And all of the site's been just completely wrapped up. And okay, maybe not so wrapped. Enzo's gone down. Yet to fully make their entrance out of main, there's still some problems here. So 2 players still noted. Didn't get the full picture, but Boaster can at least pry out one of the players who's
backside, ये वाला जो angle, and we used to clear इसके पीछे, and we used to clear इसके पीछे, ठीक है?
Yeah, a lot of punch into this purchase, and again trying to make a mad play with the shorty, but well handled this time around.
I mean, we say that. I just keep getting a little nervous because it's 37 seconds. A plant should come in. And look at what they've got remaining. I guess there is that recovered Marshall, so that's something. Doesn't get much for it, and the classics handled. But 2 players found, a little bit of probing, but not too much.
And definitely something I want to see cleaned up on this map is these anti-ecos from Fnatic, right? Because they were so problematic on Icebox, and FURIA really able to, I mean, run away with a couple of rounds that they had absolutely no right to have a say in. Let alone win or do some damage.
Yeah.
They were actually closing them out. Even some post-plans.
इधर plan नहीं होगा, इधर plan होगा, इधर से post plan
It seems unthinkable to kind of roll my mind back to it, but you're right. So something to check
B
on
पे
as
तो
we go
post
through this
plan
game, I guess. But
है.
bonus, I mean, look at this purchase, Mike. It's looking pretty even, honestly.
That was close too, yeah. Bulldog in the hands of Durka.
इधर plan कर सकते हो.
Revealing area.
Now for straight up middle, I'm liking this. The pace. This could be something. Let's see if FURIA can keep up with this. I mean, Brazilian team's synonymous with it normally, but the 1-for-1 trade out, Alpha still standing! Huge follow-up, and he already predicts that player towards CT. Takes a boatload of damage, though. It's denied any springboard, but the site's down to be taken. Boaster catching that lurking towards middle, punishing anyone trying to filter back through towards site, and the last 2 players tunneled and funneled through towards CT.
What a beautiful setup for this split as well, with the fast lane and then the Viper wall being invested from mid here. Real pace change from Fnatic.
Last player
2 left to find. Khalil will fall. Really damage here. We can remove some of these, force the repurchase, but Fnatic going to make that very difficult for it. The timing just not there.
Wrapped, and it is. And again, how many looks of these do we get of Fnatic here? Because I feel like Map 1 has certainly now amplified that Fnatic do need to be bringing out big game, right? This isn't, can't coast this, can't keep anything in the pocket for deeper run. You're already being challenged here in the elimination of the group stage, so there's nothing to be left behind there.
Well, I think that's a little appetizer maybe for this being the XSET right? A little XSET like this is some of the things that, you know, some of the magic that Fnatic were famed for early on.
I think I have to go for an E execute.
That's what
Breach को I will
genuinely,
put
I'm
towards
quite
walls.
as we've said, they have been specialists. They've been able to carve out
Breach
maps
को I
for
will put
themselves.
towards
They've
walls.
been back in the lab
ये
for some time.
ये
If
ult.
this is what they've
अच्छा
created
इधर
and
से डाले
cooked
तो
up,
ये ult.
really
And
exciting
then
to see.
Alpha Hair on his
Furia,
ult as well.
a tough lesson to learn here potentially, but for now, we talk about those anti-egos, keeping them clean, trying to mitigate the danger, navigate around it. This is another test for Fnatic here. Already, swiftness, Alpha, this is perfect. I love seeing this man get activated on the stage. We didn't get to see the best of him before, but this was one of the straight-up rookies of the year in my mind who came in and absolutely dominated online. Now we maybe get to see him put into position to frag out.
Leading the charge for Fnatic here. Far comes through.
Planted.
With 2 members of FURIA left to find. Enzo actually hit pretty early, 67 HP, so I don't want to see him give away a weapon here, but be able to keep this in check. There's a spray. It's when you hope nobody's watching, but
Last player standing.
formality at this point. One return onto Alpha Air, and just a matter of time. Mystic going to clean things up now. 3 standing once again for Fnatic, so should give them a little buffer now for the finances. Some of these ultimates about coming online for Fnatic as well. Beautiful round for Alpha Air. Confidence here in the anti-eco as well.
And
we put this one in the replay.
And I think for me, it's seeing them come off of the back of probably quite a stunning loss, being able to pick themselves up and perform confidently. Massive, massive boost, I'm sure, for Alpha after a relatively quiet map one. It wasn't terrible, it was quite middling of his performance. This is good to see.
He played out of that game, to be honest.
He was. He had no room to play in this. And again, we're back to seeing this mid-piece. Now, last time, they had more intent behind this. It's a fake. It's almost an evolution on that first hit.
Actually, the ping could be the deciding factor, but Alpha still gets the turn. Lands the headshot, and 3 members of Fnatic positioned outside double doors. There's only 1 left on A site here for FURIA.
We are confused.
This is brutal.
We are lost.
Playing towards the back of yellow. Fnatic have the perfect split towards this. 3 players coming in through from CT, but again, the cross is really the only contested part. And one of the shots hits, but the rest all fail parlously as Fnatic make their way towards the site. Need to recover the spike, and Mystic going to keep things safe towards CT.
No.
There's just 1 left standing. As in, unfortunate position to be in, really. There's 4 against you for Fnatic, and the plant going to come down. This is lovely, Mike. And again, Mazin might do some damage here, but I really want to expand on that little adjustment on that mid hit that came in here. Seeing versatility and diligence throughout this Mystic to close down the round. 5-0.
Absolutely, and what they're almost doing is baiting FURIA into setup for this execute, right? Either stack people very deep on site, or to overstep the mark in mid, right? Trying to challenge that fast lane, and even challenge the Viper wall going up. This time around, again, it's actually both sides of this wall, there's a real lack of information. Actually, this kill is so crucial, because the recon bolt is something that ultimately puts, you know, a couple of players in elbow or towards tunnel in a position to really shut down Boaster and Alpha yet.
And as it stands, I want to see a timeout for FURIA. They need to get some sort of grip on this game because it's spiraling out of their control. And I feel like they've just been absolutely blown out of the water, completely stunned by what Fnatic are bringing. This is probably not what they had expected by any means. And this is,
well,
I mean,
not what you expected. There's a real lack of prep here, right? And like I said, it's Fnatic doing Fnatic things where they just go, we're going to bring something weird out. You're not going to know how we're going to play it or what we're going to do. And it's still unorthodox. Yes, we've got a Neon here. So it's almost a given when you say that, but the way that they're going to apply it is something that Fnatic do so well with some of these new comps.
You're absolutely right. And how many times have we used to refer to them almost as the mad scientists, right? They'd come up with this brand new formula. They'd try and create something, be it when they had a little bit of a break, but when they had a little bit of time away from the spotlight, you'd see them come out with maybe a different map pool coming in, a little bit of a new look on a map, and they'd be able to run this out. Now, them having to bring it out now is something that I'm quite interested in, because this does change how the tournament may go on.
It's an elimination game, so yeah, if they've got it, you damn sure you're going to pull it out, yeah.
Yeah, for them though, this is all to be seen, and this sends a big message to the rest of the tournament though. If they make it out of this game, this suddenly puts, okay, we need to make sure this is not in the map pool anymore. We need to remove this away from Fnatic. But as it stands, we do see another, poor purchase coming in for FURIA here. It's 3 Marshals, a Sheriff, and a Classic. Well, Headhunter.
Tour de force.
He's got too many weapons,
he's got
Michael.
something. He's got something to throw in this.
Let's see what he does with it. Not easy.
Early information, at least. It's a bold peek through whether or not Boaster just spotted him, actually. See the minimap he's posted up now. Looking this direction. Really, with where the rest of Fnatic are positioned, there's no flash, there's no stun or anything to really put him online. As Khalil going to open things up onto Durka. Now that's operator down.
Alpha just going to unleash the lightning gun in hand and actually loses. Thought that was his for free. A little bit sloppy here, but again, 3 still standing. Plant going to be coming in pretty soon. That's a shot. Mazin, great connection towards Boaster. Hold on, and look at the wrap coming in as well. There's now problems in this. Nowhere safe to Plant. Enzo's dead. Mystic needs a miracle. He needs something here. 3 players with very complementary angles for each other, and so little safety for him.
Almost pinched here. 23 HP left to work with. Gonna find the first though, and a decent opportunity to reset. Got the fault line back up, still got the aftershock to play with as well.
Wait to see.
Got the spike.
And he had a belting map 1. Huge performance.
Great start to map 2.
Certainly is. 8 frags already by the name, and this is where things become
Should be,
problematic.
yeah.
It's
It's a thrifty round. Finally doing a little bit of damage here, and actually a much needed round. Won't really benefit too much in terms of the economy, and actually looking at, I think the Rolling Thunder did come out there.
Yeah, but
as well.
What other heavy investment?
Beautiful conversion.
Now this can backfire.
And again, to shut Alpha Air down there. Boaster fortunately just slipping ahead of Bricks here. Gets punished for it. Actually, yeah. Fnatic come out of this with the Viper's Pit and the Tour de Force still available. The other side of things, Blade Storm and the Viper's Pit. A couple of these players from FURIA having a slower start here, considering what was 5-0 scoreline on Icebox. Everybody firing on all cylinders previously.
Oh, that looks like a fast air split.
Another set piece.
Yes.
Yeah, it certainly is straight through the door. And look at the speed on this. The combination of the
breach walls
to the Viper, giving them so much ability to just close the gap, even on a map like this. But still need to land the shots, and Khalil still stands. Gonna get the 1-for-1 trade out. Durka will at least trade back through into this. But the site's theirs. So already Fnatic, they'll be happy enough with this.
Spike planted.
Boaster's got to be careful here. Actually does get cleared, but Mazin will fall. It's a huge kill to find. Durka will find one elsewhere as well. And a comfortable post plant now for Fnatic.
They'll be chuffed with this. Shouldn't have too many threats. Yeah, I think it's almost just looking like a save operator in play as well. Yep. That's going to be trying to be kept. But again, this is what I like seeing from Fnatic. We're seeing varied looks now. And Mike, the utility work coming out between, I guess, it's really Alpha and Boaster at the start of things, coupled with that breach. It's so hard to handle. It's so tailor-made to just somehow carve up one of the most long-range maps.
Yeah, and like I said, the investment of the fault line actually allows, with these splits coming through mid, on the back of this fast lane that goes on the right side of Pillar, Alpha can get all the way towards, back sight, behind Pyramid, to make use of these fault lines. So there's very few places that probably feel like they can play comfortably, right? I mean, there's only really maybe the dash from Mazin as well to kind of get out of those sorts of spots, but it makes setting up for these executes very, very difficult. Obviously on Breeze, it's even harder to rely on retakes. It's one of the hardest maps to retake either side sometimes.
Yeah, it's a nice theory crafted piece.
The problem being, Fnatic keep finding first bloods off of this as well. So just off the very basics of some of these executions, it already puts Fury at a disadvantage. Very early on. There's another one.
Yeah, it's looking so easy. And look at the damage done as well. Forced away instantly. Fnatic are just flying through this map. This is huge for them. Needing this after what was a very stark, bitter map 1.
A wake-up call.
Yeah. Showing such signs of life. Playing as 5. Loved that. Just waiting for the swing out over towards B. Punishing Mazin on that first contact and then just spiraling towards the site.
When you look at what worked on Icebox, it was Furia's ability to get ahead of some of these setups, but the pace is totally different here from Fnatic. I mean, Spike Plant's coming through before we've hit 122 on the clock. That's with 2 kills coming through as well, which Fnatic traditionally aren't a very fast-paced teams. And so in terms of these executes, they're usually kind of mid-rounds after they've done these kind of fact-finders and figured out exactly how the defense are playing. Then they have solid, well-choreographed executes, right? Fnatic aren't usually the ones to have somebody bursting through spawn barriers and challenging minions. So FURIA are going to really struggle to set up. And then the questions come. We're playing against Fnatic, right? How deep is the strat book? How many executes have they got?
And how many again, because you may learn like, okay, when they do X and Y, these pieces of utility, this is the response. It's so hard to then adjust on that if they do have a slight adjustment.
They haven't got time to react off some of these indicators at all.
Because Alpha's he's on the doorstep in a second's time. And it's good to see Alpha kind of used this way. I feel like we hadn't seen him fully unleashed on people yet, but this is the first time we're really seeing him being propped up on, set into motion, and once again, this is a little bit of a different look here. He's trying to maybe hold him at the door. Nice underhand flash does slow down the hit, but can they somehow deny this? The purchase is far from good as well, and now you can see the layers to this. Still doing damage, Khalil still standing. Can at least deny a little bit of this early work, but again, FURIA, so little room on this site.
Spike planted.
Oh, Mystic lucky not to get caught there. Get tagged on the way back through, but a Rolling Thunder and Hunter's Fury have to address the backline, and Marzin's here actually. We'll remove one of these pieces. They've got a second as well to Boaster.
That's a big shot, and they knew where Mystic was.
Maybe.
That also could be an issue. It has to be addressed at the right time here. Tap on the spike, Mystic, surely his mind starts to wander. Tries to deal with it now. Gonna try and pull him away. Muzzin found him though, and the timing of the pinch is lovely.
I just spotted something, by the way. Mystic's been playing a lot of these early rounds in Tube, you know, when they're looking towards these mid-splits or even that. The flash comes through the floor of Tube to actually set them up through double doors.
So even,
and it's little pieces like that. There can be somebody in position to enable that sort of push immediately. And there's not really anywhere a breach can find a comfortable flash.
Yeah, you're right.
The flash comes through the wall right here.
Wow.
Those are little things. You can watch a Fnatic execute 3 or 4 times and then notice one little piece or positioning or something. It's like, yeah, okay.
You've really thought that
hats
through,
off,
huh?
Minnie. Yeah, well played, dude.
Yeah. I mean, he's been, as I said, in the lab cooking up
I was thinking he's going up Tube to find, you know, fault lines to back side. The flash is actually beautiful.
That's really nice. It's quite an enjoyable game to watch in such a different way to map 1. This is such a stark contrast. Looks like Durka this time going on exploration mission. And for FURIA, I feel like how you ever meant to learn this. I mean, you need a game in hand almost to watch what they're doing, to try and catch up on the fly. 2 rounds, actually quite impressive. They got this far. Durka looks a little dead. Yeah, he's dead. Yep.
This can still be
That's going to be a big component removed here. And a much slower look for Fnatic this time.
And time to actually react on one of these early indicators as well. It's Durka, right? Expect him to be looking for a pick elsewhere, create a little bit of pressure in that lurking position. No rotation comes out from it, though. So FURIA feeling fairly comfortable or confident about this B site hold. Standing the test.
It's just Khalil's jump spot that's keeping it all together, basically. That's it. There's the contacts we made. May have noted Alpha here on the way in. Aldrone to follow, but he's already on the side. He's already on the back lines. You can't slow this guy down. He's just a speed demon. Boaster's found one as well.
Wait, the snakebite landed on his TP. He TP'd off the top pillar and died to the snakebite. What?
Come on. Come on. This is unthinkable scenes. Alpha fully blind, should get swung on here, so the retake is on. There is still a chance, but you got the Viper's Pit now to try and navigate through.
Able to get a lot of information here, clearing out very early on, but they have to come in and challenge the Vipers. Mystic finds the first, the second 2.
Gorgeous from Mystic.
Jinx that all
right. So they find him in time. Is it Mystic with 3? Patrolling on the other side, just being given nothing. Time now starts to be the biggest opponent in these seconds that are just ticking away. And Fnatic, I've got to say it, I am bloody impressed with this.
It's beautiful to watch.
Wow.
Really beautiful. I mean, not unless you're a FURIA fan, because there's not an awful lot you can do about some of these executions. The precision of the utility just makes it so hard to even contest first contact, right?
Yep.
I mean, you don't want to swing out here as any of this utility takes shape in the choke point.
This just feels like the first time we got to see Optic running that fracture, you know, lineup and how it looked. And you needed that game in pocket to come up with a plan. You need to be going over this game because, again, this is brutally hard to do.
It was just too late to save. He wanted to save.
Anything we see on Breeze.
Revealing area.
It was already inside, too late to save.
We're seeing it play through. Alpha is set into motion by all that utility put into play. Imagine trying to deal with this though. Going to commit himself towards main, which is not necessarily a bad idea, but Fnatic still get 2. They still carve their way into the site. Spike's going to be going down, I'm pretty sure uncontested here. Nothing to stop this or slow it down. And once again, FURIA cannot handle that front line.
Really can't. They keep actually committing to these opening duels without really any sort of tangible setup. There's I mean, a lack of utility in some parts, but again, it's just so difficult. It's overwhelming. Once more, you see that flash come through, like I said, from Mystic to make sure Alfia's got safe passage. The wall goes up, cuts off everybody that's in front of it. Fnatic can just rinse and repeat, honestly.
I don't think we've seen FURIA really come up with a game plan at all.
This is something that you need to study these sorts of odds to be able to come up with a plan to counteract this.
And there is slight irony in seeing FURIA the ones punished by such aggression. That name is so synonymous with aggression. Well-constructed aggression too, not just kind of, running it down, but 9-2. This is one for the VODs. This is one to pour over, one to really enjoy going back through and really trying to break down all the bits and pieces towards us. I'd have liked to have seen potentially FURIA trying to take extremities and putting a lot of commitment behind it over towards main, pushing out towards A main potentially, trying to challenge towards cave, maybe having to give up site. I'd like to see them try and adjust, but I can't really blame them for being just stun-locked by this.
But you look at what worked well for them on Icebox was understanding what Fnatic were doing, right? And understanding the early round. I'm going to hold my breath once again because it's another variation. Actually going to try and fake this time around with the wall towards B here. Durka going to open things up. Alfia actually punishes a player.
Both sides of the map.
Yeah, both sides of the map.
Again, as much as I say, yeah, okay, take cave
control.
It's
all encompassing.
Yeah, but you just got to beat Durka with the operator. You got to get past some of the best players in the world who are holding pretty strong positions. And it's a formality at 10-2. Fnatic very much in form here, Mike. This has been a totally different look to what I expected.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you see this come out, Fnatic very often are not ones you look at and go, well, maybe they've thought of something if they've left this out. It's the wild card, and talk about ace up the sleeve, whatever. This is the Uno reverse. Where you get stomped like that on your home ground on map 1, you have to pull this out here on map 2.
Well, Fnatic have certainly answered back in kind. FURIA need to think on their feet, or map 3 is on the way. Desk, your thoughts?
Oh boy, we got a party now. You love to see it, man. 10-2, Fnatic dominating, and Jess, just have, how you feeling? You okay?
I'm feeling okay.
Miha, you're good?
Yeah,
Okay.
I may have said something before we started this match.
Bold proclamation from Jesco?
Yeah, I decided to, predict FURIA because, they demanded respect after map number 1. And I was like, why not carry that momentum into map number 2? Turns out I'm wrong because there's a particular man who's absolutely ripping them apart. Alfier on the Neon, I love it. Maybe he hasn't had necessary debuts on the Neon in an international stage that has wowed us thus far, but this one does wow us, and it has oomph to it, and it's also important to note that for him personally coming in here, look at how he performed. I said maybe it wasn't the best. 270 is still good. It's not exceptional for a Neon player overall average, but look at the first half here on Breeze, definitely stepping it up in multiple departments, which is his job, it's his role, and he's given FURIA a taste of their own medicine that they delivered on Icebox. Now he's packaged it all up and put it on a teaspoon and said, here you go, give that a try.
I'll say for the next half, though, sort of Hypo put it perfectly. This is one to watch back to see everything that Fnatic do. I'm curious of where Mystic is going to be on the breach, because pretty much every single kill that we saw from Alpha getting those Neon picks was off the back of a flash or an aftershock put in player from FURIA. Yeah, he has been exceptional today, and I think it's just going to be interesting to see where a breach can play on the defense, whether it's over towards B to stall out, but you've got the Viper there, or to go for halls. For FURIA, I sort of pointed out, like KRU, you want him to sort of step up, but he's really struggling so far. Expectedly so. They weren't expecting this kind of comp, and Fnatic maybe wanted to show this off a little bit later. Now Sean Garris is watching this and like, I know what they do now. We might have an answer to it.
This is fair. I mean, if you're a fan of Yu-Gi-Oh, this was a trap card, and it's playing very well in the hands of Fnatic. But let's see if FURIA can respond, or will Fnatic force that map 3? Casters, back over to you.
And by all accounts, I do feel as though this surely is going to map 3 here. It needs something catastrophic to happen. Michael, the odds. They're so unlikely.
Yeah, they are. They really are.
Ooh, it starts with a pistol, right?
It does all
gets
start
it. Whoa, it's, map 3.
And I'm intrigued as well. I mean, Ryan makes a good point. It'll be interesting to see how Mystic is applied in the second half as well, whether or not Fnatic are even going to have to rely on a couple of these rounds.
Speaking of
proactive, he hit a flash ahead of it there, and that's the spike down. Enzo's and the spike.
Didn't love the spike.
अरे बाबा चाहिए मेरे को.
But I guess a special delivery. Just gonna leave it up towards
Please,
the
mama.
kind of
Okay.
And now
अरे बाबा ठीक है.
How are you gonna get that back? You've got side control.
मनाना पड़ता है भाई.
Just huddled around the spike.
Right.
I want to
Fnatic are probably gonna just really hold this down, aren't they? Furia, what you got? That's a start. That's opened up a chance towards this now. A lot of damage done. Down to 5 HP. Poster waiting for anyone else to try and make their way up towards the stairs. And 37 seconds.
45 as well is not something you really want to try and rely on, but it's back up here in Tube.
30
Khalil,
seconds left.
unnoted as of yet. It's Boaster, the one that should pick this up. He's looking the wrong direction right now.
Okay, this is it, guys. You had the spike. It's in a weird spot. Should have been fine, but Furia are finding their way back in, and it's just on Boaster. 13 seconds though. The spike's already on the site, so that opportunity is stop. But look at the HP. It's only Khalil.
They have no idea where Boaster is.
Spike planted, but he's got a 1v1. A fair 1v1.
You can just stick this.
He has no idea about that though. He's none the wiser. How would he ever know this? A gamble, maybe. He takes just a chance. A shot in the dark. Boaster not brave enough to do it and gets punished for it. First round for Furia.
It's a little again, it's a little spot for the spike to be dropped. I just don't think Fnatic make a solid decision. Nobody's, like I said, there's one player playing towards spawn here. They still get somebody completely unnoted swinging through Nest, and then Khalil's able to completely backstab that setup. So it happens, though, right? It all starts with a pistol, doesn't it?
Yep.
It's the same.
That's the same. We'll be fine.
Should be.
I mean, it's Fnatic.
It should be fine. Well, B-side stack here.
Okay, see? Here we go. They'll do lots of damage here, Fnatic.
Some information on the back of the knife as well, actually.
Yeah, Duck is going to and you're feeling a bit worried now at this point, or at least I would be. Noting a couple too many players getting panic-stricken. Now, luckily for them, they've pulled it back slightly, but it's certainly red alert still. Good connection off the Headhunter, going to put Durka to bed.
Nice
now
one.
just 2 left alive for Fnatic, but the damage has been achieved. This is still pretty good damage, but they have been able to back away here.
What can they retrieve, though, in terms of the weapons? I'm not sure.
What got left?
I mean, the one Bulldog, yes, but looking at it, because it was a very, very frugal purchase from Furia. Mystic unable to get anything other than the classic here, but see what Enzo can get done with the Bulldog. See already the position in Tube going to give away these audio. Clues as to where Fnatic are planning to retake from. Yeah, but this scoreline, you want to see all 3 weapons saved across here, so need to try and retrieve this Bulldog and prevent any further damage. Will do just that. But I don't think actually they can get the weapon across.
Dutch is in there really saving things though, because that round was getting absolutely out of hand.
I mean, at one point, Marzin's stuck on B side by Pillar with 7 HP.
Yeah.
If he falls there, I mean, it makes the retreat with the spike even more difficult.
Yep. Just again, see the absolute bailout that this man put in. Close down the end. Having a great performance, honestly, from map 1 to map 2. Very nice. Here, though, Mike, I mean, the buy is... again, this is the first big test, right? If we actually have a game on our hands, or if, you know, map 3 feels really quite inevitable. Pace! Straight up Tube. They don't need the Neon to do it. They're just going to go for it themselves. Going to open up the door and then switch back around towards main potential. Very mobile work coming in from the chamber.
Very furious. Going to pin Fnatic in spawn.
This is huge. What a nice site take. Now they still need to get the plant down and kind of get a little bit comfier into the post plant, but
taking a while.
Yeah, you know, a couple more seconds than maybe they'd like. But spike now down. Let's look at this post plant. What do they have for it?
Nothing really. Actually, even no snake bites for Khalil. Someone's going to rely on This one coming through now. The double doors lurk is something to consider. You can see Fnatic looking that way. But as 5, they just swing onto site and actually does get punished from double doors. Alfie has to fall.
So slippery in this. He's been everywhere at once. He was the one who made it up towards Chu, but it's Enzo to find one. But again, he's still firing in. Oh
my God!
Perfect! Pins down 3 and punishes FURIA flexing here. This is gorgeous.
It's okay, bro.
I don't even want to say it again though, but it's another round where it's a lesser purchase and FURIA just have so much bite.
Help.
They almost play like twice as aggressive in some of the rounds where they have half the inventory.
What is this? He was the one who absolutely hooned it up Tube, opens up the door, dips back out.
He's everywhere.
You can't get away
from him. He's everywhere.
Fnatic pump the brakes, and I think they need to. You don't want to open up the door for FURIA now.
Now, to play devil's advocate, with
Please
this comp, you need to do something on defense, right? Because this is where you then start to question, it's always the way, right? When it comes to defense, what can you achieve with the Neon, right? Can you get ahead and really disrupt some of these early setups, especially if FURIA are going to spread in the default, which traditionally they do not. But then you dial back a little bit further and what's the value of the breach, right? What are we going to do in terms of achieving a little bit of map control early on? That's what we need to see from Fnatic. Haven't really been able to get a solid footing yet in this second half, so I'm not saying it's not there, but these are the sorts of questions then we start to ask with these new comps.
Okay, and
why it's not favoured, but
no, absolutely. I like that question of longevity when it comes to these compositions because absolutely, and we did the same when we talked about, you know, even in the early days talking about, you know, Fracture and the application of Neon there. Does it fully work all the way through? Does it look as good?
Look where they land. They're proactive, and it's always the way to apply this on both sides where teams really find success.
Well, it does put the market back with Fnatic to find that, right? Like, again, in this one, they weren't super deadly in their kind of, not necessarily force-wise, it's a little bit of a purchase, but, you know, a couple of marshals, bit interesting. Just going for the picks across the board, see if they can do any damage. So keep your eyes on the HP on the left-hand side. If FURIA get chipped down, that's when problems can begin, and look at the stack.
Look at that money start to swell, though. On the back of just carrying 3 Bulldogs into the previous.
Oh yeah, 6, 4.
Like I said, what's the default? What is the default here? What extremity do you pressure here with Mystic and Althea?
Well, Mazin happy to put himself the first one in, but it's supposed to find the shot. Khalil's gone down. And there's still so many threats here. They're trying to do everything. It's just no scoping away. Fair enough. And now a 2v3. What has just happened? Left in tatters. I'll be feeling devastated with this one. 1 bullet left to play with. He loses out on Durka, but Bosa's still alive. 2 kills this time, and they have no idea he's still here. Surely they'll check on this.
He's missed the reposition, though.
Poison's off.
But now he'll heal it. Yep. So Jazine actually able to get himself onto default, but it's QCK you got to worry about in this scenario.
Oh my god, Bosa gives away the game a little. Does Alpha manage to bail him out? That's the last shot done. He needs to load some more up, but he can't do it in time. And now just Alpha on V2. So much damage. This man, the Wonder Kid himself, he needs it. Not going to get it.
Nice one.
Okay, close down again. This guy, Digizin is looking hot in this game, to be fair. He's kept a couple of these rounds safe.
This next buy round is crucial.
We're already here.
Operator going to come out for Durka. I'm already worried. No, seriously, I am already worried.
I think this next buy round
is huge. And actually on the other side of that, the thing we just talked about ahead of this Thrifty round, we have to see it from Fnatic here. But there's no tangible part of FURIA's setup by actually being made. Look at the setup here. This is through shop.
You have to see this in motion.
Yes, they're going for sort of.
They go behind the knife, I think.
Let's have a look towards when they decide to on this. Yes, they're going to take Chu control again.
Fast up,
open door. And did dip away last time. Doesn't this time and gets punished. That's different. Durka going to get that first pick, but look at the spike, Mike.
Look at where Bosa's drifted off B side already. They're already semi-committing to this retake.
The timing on this is unthinkable. Mazin, he could be so influential to the outcome. He's drawing and keeping 4 players dedicated to the site. He will lose his life. And surely now, they are now hitting that panic button. So they know the rotation is going to be on the way. They need to get the spike down. They need it down now. Well, they needed it down 30 seconds ago.
They're pressuring spawn.
This is dangerous. They have to take a risk, I guess, somewhere. Otherwise, it's all but done. Enzo's going to find one. Khalil's gone down.
He's just ahead of the flash.
Oh, that could have been perfect, but it's far from it. And now they have to back away. You can see the wrap coming in. Fnatic just filtering through the rest of the map. They need an overwhelming win here, a clean fight, and they're not getting it. Fnatic clear this one through. Essential round for Fnatic to get to 11.
And it's beautifully done. Again, waiting behind that contact for the knife, almost expecting the knife reveals nothing. FURIA going to shift, walk up behind it, try and get set up, and immediately, I mean, it happened off screen. You can see it on the minimap. The fault line comes through. Alfie slides all the way through shop, and actually backstab tube as well, which is so well coordinated. And actually, on the back of that, Boaster, key for him not to give up his life. We're talking about committing very early on to the retake. They find the one-man advantage. Once the second comes through, you can actually see Boaster curious to putting a snake bite into main and slowing down any further progress from FURIA.
And now the ult's going to start hitting him for Fnatic as well. This is the timeout coming in for FURIA because they want to work through some options that they potentially have left.
And just to come back to that, the ultimate's coming online now. If FURIA won that, this would be Fnatic coming into, you know, potentially another half buy, a force buy, whatever, and having to invest these. Now, they at least have around
luxury
right?
there, yeah. They don't have to do it.
It's going to take a little more to reset the economy of FURIA, though. We talked about how that did swell two or three rounds ago. And actually, the other side of things, ultimates, at least on the brink here for FURIA.
Yeah, not super far away. Again, small differences there. You know, the chamber flying opportunity, Dirk quick to respond that time, disallowing that kind of ability to fall away and potentially find a different punish. So for FURIA, I'm curious what they tune up about this. What other approaches do they have? Because again, I think we've seen Fnatic getting, as I said, a little proactive there. I liked what they tried to do. I'd like to see more.
It's tempered though. It was controlled.
It wasn't just throwing out and seeing what sticks. It was absolutely method to the madness in it. And it was very well timed too. And as you said, Boaster not overcommitting, noting that he could be incredibly vulnerable. Like to see that very aware of the intentions of what FURIA would want to achieve. So we go back in. Timeout coming in this time was for FURIA there. So let's see what they've adjusted. It looks like a lot of mid presence apparently.
I'm curious to see what the next step of this is, with where the knife is invested. A very deep trap placed in shop as well, just to prevent the same thing happening from the previous round. I think FURIA fully in the know of how that information was obtained. Dirk actually
lovely switch up.
Spots Mazine, but Mazine wisely backs away from it. Very proactive as well from Fnatic to come forward and deal with this trap as well. They don't want any control.
But I like
FURIA.
But I like that he's still here, that he didn't get overly hungry for this, trying to maybe work out where that aggression's going to come in, holding mid control. Also dealing with the extremities, almost just that little bit of a default, testing the aggressive waters that we know Fnatic were leaning into. Knife now going to come in. Does note a couple of players here, but again, Mystic super ready to go, just buying precious seconds here.
Actually running the clock down effectively. Boaster actually going to find a kill. Mazine. Alfie should be able to pick up the second as well, and he does, just off screen in mid.
Brilliant. FURIA left with a 3 that were over towards main. I'm pretty sure Fnatic are aware of potentially 2-3 of the players. Yeah. And Mystic with a readjust, so perfect. This is really beautiful work. Khalil's still standing. He's going to at least convert towards Mystic, so it's not completely over yet, but the Owl drone and everything else starting to pile up against them. Boaster playing brilliantly on the side, being super slippery, hard to pin down. And this should be 12 for Fnatic, really finding their footing here in the second half after a great first half as well. Got a little worried when FURIA started to carve a bit of room for themselves, but absolutely quelled.
To finally get to map point. Well, FURIA now. I mean, you look at a couple of them. Actually going to be missing a shield or two. Able to get the light shields through, but you're absolutely right. Boaster buying so much time there, just being slippery around Pyramid, not really giving anybody a comfortable engagement. They can't really collapse on him either. Really well played between him and Mystic, actually.
And the match is boring. True, Vishal.
Do FURIA look to
I can get it from
dial up the pressure here behind the
it is
command. They might
boring.
catch Durka early on here, preventing the TP. Will disable that trap as well. Alfia should be caught in radius. Actually, yeah, it could be problematic because Durka's actually on the operator as well.
Yeah, the side take. Alpha
bails him
still
out.
gets Mazin down, and you're right. They get to live to fight another day. Underhand flash will at least get them in towards the site, but they still haven't really cleared these back positions. Dirk is still fine for this. Can live for a second, hold the line as best he can, and tap on the spike, but he's not committed! The swing and Durka gonna claim their life, and Fnatic just shutting this one down. FURIA fighting nothing. There's no fun anymore. Trying to play the finest of margins, but the numbers just so overwhelming now. Anything more to be found? Durka does get punished.
How are the numbers
Swing
over,
still
man?
deep in towards that B site.
Ento's still a million miles away from this as well, so Mystic's got to be careful here. The wall going to go up, actually put Mystic in a position where he's not going to be noted in the corner.
Big shot. Okay, they're not done yet. It's a 2v2. Maybe I spoke too soon. Maybe I you know, underestimated what they can achieve here. But
30 seconds left.
I believe he's gone this close.
FURIA are a very good team.
Still got to cross to find the spike though. 20 seconds. The clock is ticking.
Firstly, Fnatic are supposed to be
FURIA has
better.
got a load of pressure right now, Lauren.
Yeah, Boaster though, the timing on this is everything.
Beautiful.
Could be Divine. He's got one. The trade comes out, so it's down to the 1v1. But Enzo, this man is clutch as hell. So much pressure. Now put towards FURIA.
A little misdirection as well. Puts the dart through, makes some double check. Tunnel, but actually will spot it and finds the fourth.
Was that a 2v4?
Yeah.
That could be, again, when we look at what can cause problems, that could be a tilter. You don't often carve your way through a 2v4. They make mistakes, they overpeak, they get punished a little here. But again, this I've got to say credit where it's due. Some of these shots were just on the money. Beautifully played.
That's the adjustment there. Like I said, Mystic had a dirty little pocket to play in with that wall.
I definitely expected Neon because they've gone for Neon cheeses on Ford as
Don't
well.
want to have to watch that one back.
Not loving that at all. 7 to 12 though. Ult sign a hit, a little delayed. We noted it before. They did have those ults really coming through online, and the aggression, the commitment. They're still walking towards cave. The flash is there, just about gets away with his life. But Fnatic looking to tussle now.
Boaster actually will be able to avoid that. On the other side of things though, Mazine tagged up. Enzo can't close out the kill though.
Bloody hell. 35
HP.
Again, this mid pressure. They've dealt with that early play towards A, pushing towards cave, but and the late investment from Boaster as well. They are going to kind of cut off B and the options. Oh, and this timing from Mystic could be heaven sent if he peeks over there.
You see the pings all the way up tube here. I think FURIA are looking to address this.
There it is, timing. It's great.
Knife out.
Brilliant timing from Mystic as well. Gets to dip away and just picking them off piece by piece. Now they're on the site. They do put their own Viper's Pit down, but Alpha, it's a little messy, but he's got the shot. And now numbers massively favorable towards Fnatic.
Boaster might even pick up Mazine here.
Timing. Oh, who is who first? Alpha is fallen. Mazin's going to hear this, needs to get there in time. Just losing track of Boaster here as Dirk has found one, so this is coming down a lot into Mazin's hands. And he can't do it! Khalil now the only one left alive! He's going to find a second! He needs 2 more, he's got 12 HP! Boaster catches his opposing number. And Fnatic convert, getting map 2 under the belt and taking us the distance.
It couldn't have come at a better time as well. Just when, like I said, I was so worried about one of those rounds just going. I think we look at a very different outcome here when Fnatic is still held at 10. But luckily, able to get this one across the line. Fantastic performance from Alfiera as well. That first half, again, you could see the support system that Fnatic are willing to invest around them. Like I said, Mystics, pretty much all of his utility was just to put him in a spot to find these freebies.
And what a player to do it for.
Yeah.
Couldn't imagine setting up a better player. Alfiera, we're starting to see that real mechanical form that we loved watching him bring out. Finally seeing that really slip into place here. You got to feel in a weird way for FURIA because I can imagine in their minds, they saw that agent select come in there. Oh, what have we come into here?
And I think as well, this is something that Fnatic actually massively taken the fight to him in terms of the first blood. I think it was 14 overall for Fnatic there. So it's not something that usually, you see them as an entire team build around. Like I said, we don't usually see these very, very pacey hits from Fnatic. Usually, reactive kind of executions that are very well coordinated, but this is a really, really good look for Fnatic.
I love seeing this, and this should send, echoes throughout the rest of the tournament, depending on who gets to stay alive in here, that this map is very much within the map pool of Fnatic. Another one of those strongholds, you could say, for them whenever it comes to a veto. However, we do now have to consider map 3. Now, it being Haven, Mike, I'm a little nervous, considering some of the previous results.
I mean, Fnatic got something else they want to pull out here? Like, this one's completely flipped, right? I mean, I was talking about FURIA ultimately had to take Breeze to force it because Icebox was almost a given. Now, Haven up in the air.
It certainly is, and that's not for us to decide. It's for the desk to really dive into, so we're going to hand it back over to them in a second.
And of course it goes to map 3. How else is this epic confrontation between two Titan teams supposed to end here as Fnatic pull out the ultimate trump card?
Sheesh.
You know, I don't know. I just went really fast with it. I thought it
God,
would
you have the fastest reflexes for a 60-year-old I've ever seen.
It's true, and it's impressive. This is, by the way, all makeup. We have the best makeup team in the business. Okay, everyone, let's go ahead and break this down here. Start things off at the top, Jess, because we knew coming into this that there had to have been some shenanigans, some trickery, and the trickery was that young man playing Alfear playing Neon, and it worked out beautifully on their attack.
I mean, yeah, that first half, he commanded everyone's entire existence at that singular moment. He said, look at me, look what I can do, and I'm going to command half of the map space in a single click of a button. I love that. The second half, of course, a Dirker's playground. That's what you would expect of a chamber player on that defensive half, but there was just a multiple players here, Ryan, that really stepped up.
Nice to see it from a Breach's perspective, the stun going across, and this flash, as we're
Sometimes
about to see
it
from
might be, but it will be unhealthy because then the practice will be effective.
So quickly, it scares.
Then practice will be effective. It might be unhealthy to players' body as well, depriving them of all these things for long periods. That is the point. But yeah, I've always been a proponent of breach on breeze. No, this is even worse, Amjatash. Cannot do this because it will affect practice. And also it might affect players' bodies. And also it is unethical. Amen. Yes, Vishal. Lol. Damn.
Of their true haven. I think in this series now we're getting the full breadth of Furia. We're getting what their full capability is. And are they closer to their ceiling? Yes, absolutely. So I don't think that DRX game is something that Fnatic can reference, I can reference, and the audience should reference about their capability moving on to map number 3.
I do think this swings back towards Furia though, because I think Hypox said it really nicely. Like Icebox, Furia knew what they were going up against with Fnatic's comp.
They had a
They
plan.
took it apart. They got to Breach. No idea what they were going to play. Lost pretty handedly because of it. And so now that they go to Haven, I don't think Fnatic would change anything up. You've got Alpha moving over to the Raze, which is his comfort. Mystic still on the Breach here overall. It'll just be curious to see if Fnatic decide to change anything, knowing that Furia have had anti-stratted them, just to throw them off a little bit. Because that's all they need. Just throw off Furia a little bit, and Fnatic will have the series.
Yes, yes. As we had just seen, but the decider, you never really know where you're going to go for that third map. You can kind of, wager a guess, but it's always going to be challenging, right, on both sides. But yeah, I do agree with you there. I do side more though with what Jess had said, that this is not the true form. That was not the true form of Furia. Here we are now. I think a lot of us came into this, rightfully so, because of what happened in that DRX game, doubting what Furia is capable of. But at this point now, like Digizine, Mazine, like these guys have been putting together some exquisite rounds. And if anything, there's opportunity here to maybe pull a rabbit out of your hat, kind of like what we ended up seeing in Breeze if you are Furia. Perhaps?
Sure, perhaps. I also like to give a little bit of a, a nod to the fact that we had Fnatic, playing with a couple of the players who are a little bit unwell. So I am, again, going to put the, the Jess famous asterisks against this and say that particular match where I'm looking down, we've quoted Enzo being one of the best Fade players in the world. Of course, he doesn't have a huge sample rate in international play, but that was a play that we have looked to on the Fade, on this particular map as well. Of course, on other maps, he's been able to rock it as well. He had a pretty abysmal performance on that map himself. I expect that to rise exponentially.
Yeah, well, we'll see now. I think Prime Gaming Agent Select should be coming up in a moment here as the teams have taken the stage. They get ready to go. I also have our casters gesturing at me over in the distance.
Aren't they magnificent? Look at the light. It's almost like gives them a little
Unlike
halo.
our previous event in Copenhagen, where casters and analysts were completely far apart from one another, here in Champions, they decided to just put us literally on top of each other. So I can smell Hypox's musk, which, let me tell you,
he has a banana.
Got some scent. He's got some scent, and he's got a banana. But let's see. We do have keys to the game, of course, and I like this because I'm actually a keyboard aficionado myself. I like
What switches do you use?
I use silent reds.
Oh, yes, my man, fist bump. No one can see, but I'm fist bumping.
Actually, and this isn't, I swear to everyone watching at home, this isn't like a sponsorship thing because no one sponsors me and I don't care. The HyperX silent reds are legit one of the
I also use a HyperX
switches that I've ever used. I had it on a Ducky 1-2 board that was sent to me by my friends at HyperX. Again, not sponsored, swear to God, disclosing that for everyone here. And that board was absolute fire. So anyway.
Oh, we love tattoos.
Players.
I am a tattoo aficionado. You speak about keep. I mean, look, I'm a little covered.
Oh, I am
too. I got a few. Where's yours?
I have my one tattoo right on my wrist.
What's your tattoos, Ryan, again? You've got
I don't
the shoulder?
have any. So the idea that I have, my mum has a tattoo of Pink Panther on her arm. I was going to get something similar for Roger Rabbit.
I like that.
There we
Roger
go.
Rabbit. Okay. As a Roger Rabbit fan, I am quite happy about that. Chat's like, oh my God, what's Roger Rabbit? It's like, read a book or I don't know, watch a movie.
Don't read the book. The book is
Actually,
very different.
yeah, don't read the book.
That isn't Who Framed Roger Rabbit. But anyway, I think another player for Fnatic I wanted to highlight is like Enzo. He had 18 assists on Breeze. Like we were talking about like Mystic and Alpha, that combination. But Enzo, you mentioned it as well. We were watching it, Jess. The fact that he catches the flank going into doors, it was a great shut up. And like Enzo against 100 Thieves on this map struggled a lot.
Okay, here we go. Prime Gaming, Agent Select, Map 3. Jess, let's see if we get any whimsy, any shenanigans,
Are
any fun.
there any changes to this? I gotta know, because if they do, this is something that I really... Hello, ladies and gentlemen? Okay. Furia is like, okay, we like the fact that we want to get a Sky into this. We've got a Sage as well. And then conversely, Boast are giving me that beautiful little Omen play there. I like that. I like what I'm seeing here. And I think given some of the mistakes, we have to call them mistakes. They are quite heavy losses. Some of the mistakes we saw in the first showing of this from these teams, they're plugging the holes by bringing a different composition.
Yeah, just the Sage in there overall. They've taken out the Raze entirely, so they're trying to sort of play a lot more stall, play the information, putting DGSin back on the chamber. I think he was a bit like a loss. He was great on the first map, moved over to the KO. Didn't see all that much of him, but going over to Fnatic, the only real change is going to be Boaster moving away from the Astra, something a bit more proactive to set up. I mentioned Enzo, he had a pretty torrid time against 100 Thieves on Fade. This would be a great chance to shine up again, but I feel like everything's lining up for Fnatic now.
Okay, real quick. Just say who's going to win. Ryan?
Fnatic.
Yes? Fnatic. The desk is unified. They believe in Fnatic.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I like
I have a
Fnatic's
feeling that we have
concept.
something magical in the air with Furia. We'll see, though. No pressure, guys. It's only map 3, an elimination match. Either win here or go home. No big deal. Let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. It's Pansy and Hypoc for the call.
Yeah, no big deal. I think map 1 put the fear of God in Fnatic, and it made them bring out a brilliant look.
Made them dig deep.
It certainly did. But map 3, where do we look here? Where are we taking this? Because I'm a bit worried seeing this roll in, but talk to me about your expectation.
I mean, there is a bit of a gap here when we look at Furia, and obviously it's those defensive stats, right? Again, that is the weaker side of the game here. So with Fnatic actually starting on the attack, they have to put up a solid defense here. Maybe this is actually, in terms of composition, something to slow down, and then having certain tools available for the retakes. Well, that's something they lean heavily on. We have to keep an eye on, but it's got to be a good first half for me. That's the win condition here for Furia to pull this one across the line.
Yeah, a tall task as well, considering Fnatic. I'm sure confidence will be sky high. Mazin going to be put to the test first and foremostly. Invests the wall towards long, quickly broken. And he does have support coming in. 3 players going to make it towards the side, but Fnatic holding on the verge of breaking in towards this.
Actually, the C's goes up, but this smoke actually denying any sort of pressure behind it. Fnatic, I guess, getting the impression there's a couple more bodies here than they were anticipating, but Furia stack 3 towards sewers. We're not going to try and catch the rotation off. It's only going to be Durka left here.
When does Durka even consider looking back? They're really curious about this. They can isolate him.
I mean, they've got him back to ice. Actually, when...
Still Durka. And there it is. Okay. No worries in the end, but now we look towards the rest of where Fnatic was heading towards, which was that C site. Now, Khalil's been holding on towards CT. You've still got
need to khatam ho gaya.
backside of Garage.
What do they have left? They have an aftershock.
Super comfortable for Fnatic.
They have 2 prowlers left.
Okay. Go up that early, but did you see? Actually finds one onto Alfier on the way back through. Fnatic desperately trying to reset. Zine will fall, but QCK comes through. The smoke guards up very early. They should be able to get the half use here.
Surely Enzo gonna just put a couple of shots into the dark and hope for the best, but he's actually gonna sit this one. And ain't much gonna be stopping this. Poster just has to sit and wait. Diffuse right under his nose. 3 standing for Furia, and it works out well.
No, but Furia's Fnatic is okay.
The real curve
but also,
is actually the kill that comes through in Garage, but...
Also, what I would like to say is, their Fade had 2 prowlers left, but the Raze dry peaked. Alpha had dry peaked Garage. Why? Why? Why would you do that? Why would you do this? At least make use of the Prowler. He had 2 Prowlers there.
Or how Fnatic really responds to that longer term, if this becomes a bit of a habit. So Mazin, timing on the wall, does he get to keep his life? No, absolutely not. Chased down and hunted. He's dead and gone. That's a big start, and Boaster in the meantime taking a lot of space, but there's 2 players really close to this. The pop flash is good, has to try and back away, and he's cleaned up. FURIA just gonna put the stops on this round before he got out of control. That first pick could have been dangerous, but it's been dealt with.
Beautifully done. Still the one to clean things up. Great recovery on B side as well. Boaster doing his best to create just a secondary layer of pressure. Removing that trap, puts the smoke up, but great flash from QCK just to clear inside. Anticipates it perfectly. Whether or not we do see FURIA a little proactive here and go hunting, try and make use of weapons. They do have a Vandal and a Bulldog, so would imply maybe leaning towards
right there,
receiving any pressure from Fnatic in the early round. Only Durka outside A lobby this time around, and unorthodox actually from Azim to be the only one holding down the fort here, but the swing through completely punished here, but actually the pinch from mid is beautiful.
That was a good attempt. I guess you should have let them take the first.
You can actually see, yeah, it's Mazin picked up on the back
advance.
of the contact.
You know, make the first advance.
As he tries to push a little further on A long.
Wonder how much more Khalil can really do with this.
That's the point, man.
He could find.
I think this was a really good attempt.
First one will be Boaster, playing towards Sewer. Not particularly clean, nor quick enough. So Boaster's going to get out of there. Mystic can now invest utility just to buy time and really run down the clock. You can already see the closing coming out from Alpha here as well. So Khalil looking unlikely to keep his life. And yeah, Alpha is going to make sure of that as Fnatic find their first here in map 3.
Comfortable as well. 4 standing, Rolling Thunder online now for the buy round. An opportunity for Fnatic to maybe piece together some sort of set piece here. I do have my eyes drawn back once again to how FURIA are going to approach this round. Similar to what we kind of looked at on the previous, of just how they approach this. That's a heavy, heavy emphasis towards double doors once again. It's only Durka towards A lobby. Fnatic desperate not to relinquish any of this mid control early on, at least with a flash, and you know Alfia coming out swinging with the trap very early on here.
Break it, fall back.
Try and manipulate some of these rotations.
I would advise him to fall back. Now hit B.
Big kill. That's
now it should be a quick. It should be a quick B hit now. B or again go back to C. Don't go A now.
Because what else do they have? C long. Look at the progress already being made down C long. Khalil's walking this one. QCK with him as well. So small from Fnatic's perspective and waiting so ready on the other side. So prepared for this. Horn goes up as well, controlling the right side. Alpha gonna slip the net just slightly, but no one's on A connector.
Spike planted.
This still comes through. Mystic gets punished though. Enzo on the backside of this. It's a very weird round. There's a 2v3 here for Fnatic. QCK's actually got the flank here towards window. He's gonna find Enzo.
He's gotta be dead. Yeah, Enzo's down. All in the hands of Alpha, who managed to slip through by connector. The flash not going to reveal position. The paranoia goes and it clears through, and by process of elimination, surely they're worried about it. The tag comes in, the flash goes out, and he eats enough of it. It's an easy cleanup for Mazin. And it's 3 standing and a defuse coming through for FURIA. This is the game we wanted, a close potential third map here, Mike. This is FURIA getting back on track.
At least early on here, I'm seeing some of the positives from Icebox, right? On the back of that contact, FURIA pick an extremity, they send 2 down C long, it's confirmation, right? Of exactly.
I like Fnatic's form better.
Didn't necessarily see
Fnatic is not playing as a unit. I don't know why. Even the pistol round.
This already is looking much better. Maybe it is the fact that Durka falls first and there's no trap. That flank control going to be really pressured, but big positive to see early on here from FURIA.
It's a time out.
The breaks for Fnatic, not the grapes. I'm hungry, what can I say? Woof. Pumping the brakes for Fnatic. Adjustment, where do we look? Where do we go for it? They can still fashion a purchase here, maybe like armor or whatever you want to look at it with. Ult comes in for Mystic as well. They have options, but where do they
100
I mean,
or
it's interesting
better.
whether FURIA are going to kind of set up a trap play towards Fnatic's early round here. Look to prevent them dealing with the trap. I mean, the wall goes up and usually gauge a general position or an understanding of positioning early on with how many people are going to deal with that wall. Little baits like that, something FURIA could potentially rely on some of these buy rounds. If Fnatic continue to leave a lobby to Durka, and actually on the other side of that, just Mazin to kind of pick up the slack.
I hope it's a good day.
There are opportunities. I don't know how much
There's live stream, the target is 75, and please subscribe
there's
if
nobody
you
kind of
haven't.
holding these traps, right? I mean, there's a Trailblazer coming through behind it, so they have a general idea, but whether or not these are tangibles that Fnatic are going to be able to really act upon is something we'll have to see. Outside of that, it feels like the opportunity lies towards A site. Looking as if that's going to be the focus here for Fnatic this time around, with 5 stacked outside. This time around, though, 2 members of FURIA.
Yeah, we saw in the very early rounds Mazin was over here, but I want to see how this looks when they get all that pressure put towards it. Mystic investing utility towards it. Where are you? Horn going to go through. Doesn't get you too much, really, at this point. I like this, though. Quick progress elsewhere. You got the dog towards middle. You've already got that rotate coming in from Khalil. That's not a bad idea. Smoke towards CT, but here's that investment of the ultimate. Mystic going to try and set this in motion. Horn going to come down, and look at the damage done, but they can't get away from this alpha here. This is still not over yet. Isolates another towards Sewer. This is huge damage, but a little maybe overzealous here, but buying time, and the rotations are in.
Nice one, Nazir.
Sorry, reload as
Nice
well.
one, Khalil.
Find another kill, second as well. It's just Boaster standing.
And look at these angles, they're so brutal. Just try and bait this one out. Boaster trying to pull their attention, give himself a fair fight, but nothing's fair about it. It's 4-1. FURIA holding on to this, and that was a big investment.
And the key thing, once again, they've identified a weaker extremity. The flash is immediate on C-Long, all the way actually deep past the spawn barrier, so they know there's nobody sat passively behind that, and immediately that rotation comes through from QCK. He sends the Trailblazer into mid, so he knows that actually it's 4, potentially 5 stacked up here, which is why I think they're happy to kind of commit some utility early on, and the ultimate on top of that.
And the other round was so good as well.
Yeah.
Just ability to stay alive, find damage, and kind of re-aggress, take that space back of front sight. Oh, okay. This is where I need to see Fnatic find the response, otherwise I don't get the close game I wanted, but I have hope that they will do. 4-1. If you're just tuning in, where have you been? It's an elimination game. Life on the line. Map 3. Vision already.
Thank you very much. That's true.
This is the default main flank, trying to finally get that full.
I think पीछे से भी push कर सकता था. At that time, rotate करना is not the correct. They may have rotated, but I'm fine with them not rotating. Just that Fnatic are playing very
actually went
weird.
into the fact that FURIA have been sending these probes out elsewhere.
Have to be.
You've got to be careful though.
This is super.
Hoping he doesn't overstay his welcome.
Going for it. He waited as long as he could. Safe enough to fall back to CT. Actually gets to get back towards site. There's a second flash, but there's no commitment. He can re-clear this. There was that flash confirmed in towards middle, so they should know there's still a player there, or was a player, and that's massive. This young man has now caught so much of what they wanted. There's no quick push off the back of it, though. Trap now dealt with in middle, reconfirming the Durka is still around there. The flash towards Sewer gives away so much of what Fnatic wanted to do, and FURIA unmoved. This is such perfect play. FURIA smashing Fnatic with a flawless round.
I don't like Furious form.
Again, just
it's a very defensive form.
There was no
very
part of
defensive
that
form.
setup whatsoever, and even the deep contact.
Especially on a map like Haven.
Maybe a fault line's
I
going
don't
to come
like this
through.
form. I like
Crowd
Fnatic
comes
form
through, there's
better.
a chance that
But
some
at least
RNG
Furia
should,
are
somebody swings that angle wide.
playing like
The
a
fact that
unit.
actually
I
the
would
reset
say.
towards heaven
They have these rotations. They look more in sync than Fnatic. Fnatic don't look like
the
they do.
adjustment would be somebody's playing, back towards a link or outside beat, and they're ready to reactively come back through.
But Fnatic this time have much more to work with. Coming with rifles, a little bit of light armor, but you've got the ult here for Alpha here, so they have to respect this. They have to give up sight. He's going to post it and clear. Now, Horn comes back in. They know they're on site. That's about as much as you're going to get. You've got the Seas potentially coming in. Already QCK going to try and clear towards the site as well, but it gives a little bit of room here. Vision trying to maybe peek ahead of this one. They quick to this, Mike. The paranoia is sent there. They're not wasting any time. They've isolated one towards Hell. That's supposed to now remove. A look towards Long, but it's a quick shutdown. Fnatic! Oh my, wait. Durka and Alpha just fell. It's a 1v2. It's not over yet. But marked and noted.
Yeah.
Big late round information. Great work from Enzo.
Pace change actually banking on the fact that the A side is the weaker side of
Good
this
one, guys.
setup.
Good
So,
one.
well, look, Fnatic now lean on that. There's some ultimates coming online. Enzo, Boaster, and Durka who got theirs, but on the other side, the Nightfall back for Furia. Tour de Force available and the Seekers.
Lovely from Enzo here.
Insane exchange, actually. It's really unfortunate Cleo actually gets tagged here and revealed off that.
It's big. I bet give him a bit of room there, Mike. They needed that. 5-2. It's not like it's, you know, Fnatic back in the lead by any margin. Rinse and repeat somewhat here, but willing to fight it out. Furia not backing down this time. Actually taking the aggression to Fnatic. Zero fear again. It's a glimpse back towards Icebox. They are just unrelenting, Mike.
It's such a good read as well. Knowing that Fnatic's pace change will feel really comfortable. Like, right, the A site hold is weaker.
Yeah.
There's one, maximum two. This time around, there's 3 members, and they fully commit to taking that engagement. Enzo will spot one on the cross. Jazine actually happy to re-swing it with the tour de force, but a 2v5 now for Mystic and Enzo.
Yeah,
Can they find an opportunity? Can they carve an avenue for themselves? Deciding Garage can at least draw the attention towards for now. Removing the trap there. Prowler going to go through, clear close. Doesn't quite get towards the side of the site. Horn going to be handled, but the angle's still so.
To be honest, I don't like Fade on this map
the cross is being
at
watched.
all. Compared to other initiatives.
Mystic going to post up with the operator here, so you don't want to be shouldering that once again.
That's the shot. Khalil goes for the jump peek. Beautiful shot from Mystic.
30 seconds left.
And again, these prowls being handled. They don't quite know about this operator in position. Do they find any more room? Okay, Enzo looking towards Garage this time. So that kind of pulls it back towards QCK, towards Mazin, towards that B site this time. Mystic still firing. Can he find any more? So close yet so far. Mazin's the one to do it. We got 6 now. Carved on the board for Furia.
He's the one to open things up as well.
Bleed Sky was the ultimate
beautiful address
combination here.
Towards that previous
Even
one.
a Sova, I would prefer a Bleed Sova as well.
Just looking in that same sort of groove they were on Icebox. They know exactly what Fnatic want to achieve in the early round. And even here with the curveball of that previous pace change, they set up perfectly for it. Totally catching Fnatic off guard.
You want to play? Let's play. Plenty of ults. Vision though. Look at this guy, confidence brimming, finding Durka. I didn't even see Durka. Althea flew on by and even I got distracted. But again, a new position now found, making him work for it step by step.
If you have to play no duelists, right?
It's far from pretty. This is starting.
Why don't you go triple initiator? Imagine
noted,
going for.
Actually, I think Enzo as well potentially got noted on that.
If you want to go for Fade, go for Fade.
At this point,
then go for a Sky as well. Or if you want to go a different route, go Breach, Sova, Sky.
Spectre and a Guardian's
and
work.
Sheriffs
to round it out. Khalil will be called upon here, but he's got a smoke back online and he's got that paranoia to slow this hit down. We'll trade off here. Default line for the paranoia. Be revealed as well. And actually, Alpha's very close on this already.
Really nice shutdown between Enzo and Alpha here to really isolate the back of the site there. But QCK going to fill the void and fill it fast. He needed that shot and he ain't going to get it. Bubster doing everything he can to try and keep Fnatic in this map and, well, in this tournament. And now recovered weapons. One with Mystic there. A TP for Boaster.
30 seconds left.
He gets sent back as just one alive in a 1v3, but still handle to hand. An opportunity for them.
Thing is, with Jet and Cypher, Jet is no longer viable because
it's going to be considered now.
Jet doesn't provide any team
Alpha's position. A very, very good idea.
Because you don't really need some. See, Killjoy
well.
doesn't have a lot of value on Heaven anyway now. Okay, with Breach and KO.
You've got to give credit here, in my mind, to Boaster.
Who else in terms of Sentinel?
Really
Chamber is good, but it has been nerfed, so maybe you want to use it more as a duelist, not as a
still be lost without an answer.
A big positive as well that it's so
Cypher is still viable, but I would say people now know what kind of trap
the aftershock comes through,
like,
paint shell,
that are possible with Cypher, so it's very readable. Okay. And Sage might be the only one that still provides some value, but even that, it's very readable what you're going to do. Like, you're very reliant on certain win conditions.
Weirdly enough, even with the scoreline here, look at the purchase coming out from FURIA.
Double control gives you more control, allows you to exploit more area on the map.
That is a problem. Lovely utility, so diligent from Fnatic to clear close, to not fall foul to any trickery they may be up to. And they found the hero.
No, it's like team value. That is individual value. You can go there and frag. But what team value does he provide? Nothing.
To convert this though, it's a 5v3. A Vandal, a Guardian, and a Stinger still to work.
See, your value of life as a Jet is always going to be 1. You know why? Because 1 is for everyone that has mechanical value. Okay. So Jet only has mechanical value. What else does he have that he can provide for the team over and above his mechanical value? Nothing.
Was chomping at the bit to find this opening engagement because they have gone their way.
It's a good conversation to have.
Fnatic were stacked
Neon
up.
is better replacement Jet. On this map, definitely. I would prefer Neon on this. I think Neon is the best agent on this map, to be honest.
With the Stinger, but not going to amount to anything. Poster at
Best duelist. I think bring back the slow, definitely.
30 seconds left.
Just for the doctor.
Definitely bring back the trap slow.
Scoreline back into a place they can
Sorry,
really work
smoke
with.
slow. Smoke. Traffic would go for traffic.
Formality here for Mazin.
It's not just me. You can have a conversation with literally anyone, and it will be valuable as long as it's a healthy conversation. You know, like you're asking, you're giving your opinion, I'm giving my opinion. That's a healthy conversation. I'm not badgering you. You're not like overly exerting your choices. It's a healthy conversation.
Scoreline far from spiraling away now.
Definitely trap का उसका slow वापस आ जाना चाहिए. ठीक है.
Fnatic to at least catch their breath. Operators back out like
I think so. Cam वापस लेने का cooldown थोड़ा कम कर देना चाहिए.
Getting ahead of his TP range ever so slightly because he's desperately backpedaling to get back into it.
Maybe yeah.
Trying to keep spirits high as well. Important here because this is an exhausting series, especially when you get backhanded on that map one. See, that's the previous flash I was talking about immediately here. Whether or not KC going through the motions once again, and we'll confirm with the Trailblazer on the other side of things in Garage.
I like this. A different formula to try and find their way towards that C site, but already a shot exchanged. Paranoia does not find its wanted target, but they're just flying on the site. 3 players up. QCK still standing. Good flash goes in, but it eats his teammate as well at that point. Blinded, unable to do too much, but QCK still standing. Spikes in the middle of no man's land. They need success through Garage or something. So that Durka magic maybe.
Well, can Durka grab it and actually TP away?
I don't know. QCK's posted on this. He doesn't want it back. I'm sure that Nightfall came in, not making much of a difference at this point. And there it is. Enzo finding 2. QCK still alive, and it's down to a 1v1. And it does seem as though the spike has been recovered. And Durka is on the run. Get the hell out of there and find a new way forward. Where does he take this now?
We have to get the cling plant on A. And actually, could even take very, very deep control of spawn here. No rotation come through from Nzeri on the other side.
On most maps, I don't like Sage. On Icebox, yeah, it is still a necessity. On Split, if I go Split, I still don't like Sage. But I understand why people take it. Yeah. I don't like Sage.
Durka actually using his TP to reposition now, so he has to much more passive angle on.
Again, maybe trying to be cautious in this, didn't want to risk too much. The Haunt and the Sea still in play as well for Nzeri. This could be pretty critical.
Seen Durka win him from here before.
That's it, big info. That's going to give away the game, but it's Durka!
Why are you jumping like this,
sometimes you need that magic man to come online, and he's finding some form here for Fnatic. Necessary at this point, stringing a good couple of rounds together now. I thought that round could have been cooked. Remember that spike got left in a really, really disastrous spot.
Sorry, look at that statistic. Zine is currently 11-2 on first kills to first deaths. That is outrageous. Especially considering you've got Durka and Alfia on the other side of this.
Yep.
2 prolific first blood enthusiasts. That is mental.
Really quite impressive. But again, then also pull this into effect. The Fnatic are still 1 round away from closing this all up, but that should be free enough. Takes down XERXIA, and now that A side is looking vulnerable. Seeker's going to come down. You're going to have Khalil still posted towards Sewer, so it's not completely done yet. And Mr. just goes walking on in. Alpha with the freeze kill of his life as Khalil drops down. Oh, UCK beheaded. And now just 2. Looking like the scoreline's going to tie up real evenly. This late round of the first half is looking so much better for Fnatic.
It's been a great recovery here. Just didn't get anything done here in a 2v4. Dirk already posted it up. Just takes his eyes off long for a moment though, and Jazin slip up. Enzo's there to pick up the slack though. Great clear up. 6-6 on the half.
Well, it felt nice day from how this one started, Mike. This felt like it was looking brutal for Fnatic, but
look at that
stability.
Timeline. Yeah. Look at that timeline. Some real resilience. I mean, grit and determination shown from Fnatic in some of these rounds. It's not really been, you know, the adjustments haven't suited Fnatic. It's been a couple of pace changes, yes, but FURIA have come out on top in a couple of these important rounds where Fnatic have been the ones to try and beat
the I think this still has, we can play on contact.
Paying dividends in some of these rounds.
Pretty much on contact.
It absolutely is, and we have to see how this echoes into the second
FURIA
half. It could not
like
be
playing on
closer.
contact.
6-6 in map 3 between FURIA and Fnatic.
Honestly, guys, it doesn't get any better than this. We are witnessing
just
a
phenomenal
clash between these regions here. But a great, I would say, recovery from Fnatic. It looked like it was going really poorly for them, but they were able to find those critical round wins, Jess.
Yeah, I'm never doing a prediction again. Never. Every time I say, you know, FURIA, it goes the other way. Every time it's Fnatic, it's seemingly going one way. So I just won't do predictions.
Tarek did say you were cursed.
Yeah, Tarek did say I was cursed. If you're watching this right now, I promise you one day the curse will end. But nevertheless, I was looking over the stats, of course, in FURIA. They've taken the lead, and this man on your screen right now, NZR, is the one that is pushing this. And funny thing to note, he was the one that was anchoring A a lot. And if you look back historically at the way Fnatic attacks on this map, they are an A-heavy team. They're a team that will lean towards that control, lean towards the play, and he was the one that just commanded control there. But conversely, there's another man on the other side.
Yeah, NTR being the IGL of FURIA going up against Boaster, who is sort of being quite statistically, but you're 6-6 going into the second half on the third map of an elimination game.
Yep.
It's the mind games that are important. He is the leader of this team, and he's moved away from the Astra to be onto Omen. So these two, you can look at DG's in, the fact that he's killed Durka 4 times as first kills, shutting down him. But I think it comes down to these calls that these two players make. Because
it's not over until it's over, guys.
Business as usual for Boaster. He does this time and time again at international events. But it's an interesting position to see NCR sort of try and thrive in.
I am worried about this second half here because what does it look like for both of these teams? My question
is, on the FURIA attack?
Well, that's what I'm saying, is that there's a FURIA attack. This is Haven. Let us not forget that there is a multitude, a plethora of sites to push. I'm wondering now, we've got 2 big brains on either side, but conversely, we have 2 teams that are about to be eliminated. My thing is mental game here. We haven't brought it up so much so far. I think now is when it starts to kick in.
Oh boy, it doesn't get any better than this, folks. At the end of this, we're going to find out who's moving on and who's going home. Pansy, Hypoc, take it away.
Thank you so much, and you're absolutely right, Desk. And, you know, bringing back in the fact that only one of these teams will move forward here, it feels unthinkable to have the game this close and one of the two will have to bow out at this point. Like 6-6, it's tied up all even. Coming into the second half, where do you see this now tilting?
I mean, I'm going to come back to what I said before that first half started. FURIA had to have a solid defense, so to come out here 6-6 is a real positive for me. There's still hope left. Right? FURIA have to cook something up, though, to try and disrupt some of these defensive protocols. Look at this!
The combination is unreal. So well considered, so well crafted, and FURIA just get crushed. So much was poured into that crunch towards mid. That was beautiful. I want to watch that one again. I could watch it all day long. As now just the last 2 alive.
Sushant actually was talking, telling us about the stats.
Feel like that
the 5th round.
Swan song on the way out of this round, and then it's
like a team that wins the 5th round.
Like that's got to set the notes here.
Just to come back to that last point for the death, the mental game, to have confidence to be decisive in this pistol round in the second half.
Not just
it's almost
but like
psychological
if they win the 5th
right?
round.
We're going to get ourselves on the board. We're going to make you guys claw back into this half. It's exactly what you want to see from Fnatic.
It just seems the paranoia, the swing from middle, every piece of utility tailor-made to make this hard work from FURIA. Not a second of rest now. And we talk about mental games. Seeing Fnatic not looking stressed is very different to how they looked in Copenhagen.
How many times have those player counts been uncomfortable viewing?
Yep, absolutely. FURIA right back into things though. We've seen a couple of these rounds get way too close somehow. As it stands though, this looks like light work. Boaster. How's he making this look so easy? Plenty of utility in play though. Any damage? Okay, QCK, back of the side, still gonna catch a little bit something. Hold up! Whoa, no way! Not again! How is this now? 1v1. One more bullet in the headhunter. It's all he's got to play with, and it might be all he needs. Flash doesn't find its purchase.
There's a Vandal right there. There's a Vandal on the floor in front of DigiZine.
That temptation. 3 for Mystic in this round. 2 of the players who've had masses of impact already. This close. Spike's not in hand, but he's got time, Mike. He's got, what, 40 seconds to play with here?
He can let this burn, honestly. Allow the pressure to build on Mystic.
Because how many times is Mystic going to have to recheck towards that Spike? Double down, make sure it's still in play, but... Oh, Mystic. Is he peeling away from this? Playing safe. This is smart work from him.
No way he's going to actually wrap all the way through spawn. I think the timing's going to be fairly awkward, though, because...
incredible.
Through the process of elimination, DigiZine might actually clear back through C-Link.
Maybe. Mystic.
Especially if he gets the plant hit. Oh no, he's going to plant safe.
Mystic has just absolutely galaxy brained this.
10 seconds
And the
left.
spike's going to go in. I have to look at Mystic right now. There is no idea. He's right behind you. Mystic just played that timing to perfection. That was beautifully done.
Another beautiful thrifty round though from FURIA.
Oh yeah.
Rip away 4 weapons here. Luckily the Vandal is retained, carried across. As you can see, actually Boaster and Alfie are frugal with their purchase here, so might be able to round this out. But they drew blood, that's for sure.
And the fact he got this close, again, incredible work when you look at it from Mystic's side, but the fact he got here, just, and the guts to go for that at this point. You're happy that Mystics had a big game, right? A different day may not have felt confident in doing that. Big choice.
Nice round.
In a big round in pretty much a big game here. 6-8 Fnatic though with the start they needed. And the bonus, it looks pretty tasty.
Utility burn out very early on here. FURIA actually will swing behind it as well.
God, that Prowler.
It's on a mission.
Yeah, I told you, Prowlers are very difficult to
Boaster now
once activated.
Towards A-Link as well. Anticipate
they keep moving.
FURIA pausing here. I'm not sure actually, I mean looking at Mystic's utility, the fault lines used, so they should have confirmation of at least 3 members of Fnatic on A site. With the C's, the paint shells, and the fault line coming through. Fnatic happy to post up on it as well. They're even just going to set up a contact play here with Mystic, it looks like.
They're going back in. To the site that they knew there were players at now. Already another Prowler invested towards Sewer. And the flash, they didn't check close. Mystic is completely blind. And now the trades come out and they break through on the side. FURIA walk into the site that was stacked and they still win the fight. I don't know how they've done it. As Durka now irrelevant to the outcome of the round. That's a plant, but Mike, that felt super precarious. That felt really dangerous. I didn't love that from FURIA, but it worked out.
I mean, it's almost on a knife's edge for FURIA there. Luckily, there's some layering to this utility. The reveal goes in. There's also the Sky Flash coming behind that. Thank God they actually confirm and clear that close corner.
I thought Mystic was on for a sitter then.
Yeah.
2, 3 kills potentially. Okay, that's going to be 7.
And 4 standard.
Okay, good point.
DigiZine 3 off the tour de force as well.
Not bad.
It's a decent position to come into round 16 in the next. We'll see how it sits for Fnatic on the other side, because what this was rifles across the board and light shields.
Yes, it was.
See the money on the right side again. It's not worth a purchase at this point, but they do have to basically concede in terms of the finances. And almost allow FURIA to tie things up.
I think you try to set up Durka here. Either make him walk C or make him peek from a shot.
FURIA from getting themselves set
B
up.
walk is now, they'll expect the B walk.
Yeah, you can see the frustration there, because that one did slip through his fingers.
Yeah.
Half a second either way, and Mystics
Absolutely.
Good for the first and maybe even the second. If that
you get
flash
swing from the back of the site, maybe.
I mean, if he kills QCK, that flash doesn't go off and he can swing long.
Yeah, it totally changes the outcome of the round, but
I think now,
a very dangerous approach even from Furia to still go towards that site. As we said earlier, you noted.
if you're Fnatic, you either make your guy peek here.
Towards the more pushed up side of A long.
Madness. The thing behind that, there's no due diligence behind that at all.
No, it's a contact first, basically.
They hear the prowler come through, but that doesn't
let him
tell
take
them
this
about the
angle.
player's still positioned there at all.
With his trap here.
It's a ballsy decision to make.
So entire key is now
that's how it felt. You watched
taken,
that. How many times did
right?
they over-aggress?
And then you
it was very
sort of
ballsy.
the other people
never kind of
can stack. One guy can play B maybe. And all 3 of you can stack. Or all 4 of you can stack one place. And just forget about A. Because A may is unlikely that they will push here past this.
Confirmation outside C comes
They won't push outside this, you know.
Less tools available.
So maybe stack B in hopes that they'll come.
Has that confirmation utility. On the other side of things for Furia, they do have 2 lots. Look at the stack here. 4 members of Fnatic.
मैंने जो बोला almost वैसे ही हो रहा है, but डर्की को भी लेके आए हैं.
To allow Durka to go very deep on long with this Vandal.
Okay, they're walking this. Here we go. How much value can one team get? The Paranoid is good to at least remove a little bit of that front line, but it's Mystic find Mazin. And there's a push up from middle dealt with, but success towards long, but instant response. They're on the run. Vision, this is good. Gonna get one dip away. Look for the follow-up. There's the Vandal now gone. It will filter back through. Mystic gonna have the rifle still in hand, and the 2 players towards middle. Does Enzo get anything better to play with now going forward?
It doesn't give himself a rifle.
There
Vandal now, yeah. But it's a 2v3 here for Enzo and Mystic.
Over in spawn.
He's got the Rolling Thunder. But knowing that, Furia have set up towards long. No smokes available, they can't cut off these sight lines, and the plant is wide open.
Dirty little one-way as well, sitting towards this. No options left really for Mystic here. You can see Enzo trying to just pry them out. Horns come in. Man, Enzo, they're laying on thick. What can he do with it? Any opportunities? And nah, they know it. They know there's no way back into this round. Time to back away. They try to make something of a very low purchase, to be fair. Don't mind seeing that from Fnatic. And they had a real shot at it. But what this means is we're tied up at 8-8. This, with 3 standing, is putting Furia more and more in a powerful position.
The problem being as well, they've now got a cushion in terms of the finances here. Fnatic scraping the barrel. I mean, other than the rifle saved across, and that's only a 2200 credit buffer. So this is problematic. Fnatic have the benefit of at least the advantage in this ultimate cycle, but you look at what's left. Yeah, actually missed it down to 1600 now.
They won't do it again. They won't go back for this A hit, will they? They're almost belligerent in approach. They want this. Again, Khalil going to commit towards long, but you can already see they've been revealed behind him. How much do they commit to this? With full intent? At least posting up towards long, you can see Mystic ready to try and set something in motion here.
Sure, I was going to say, is that the Rolling Thunder set up here? The aftershock's going to be perfect, though.
Oh, does he get out with his life? Oh, what? How? How has Furia got 2 of the kills there? Alpha and Mystic have gone down, and this is a catastrophe in the making. Over towards long, the Prowler's at least going to note the quick progress being made, but Enzo's in danger. He's no longer alone. Boast has made it towards the site, and in great time to bail out Fnatic and keep him in this round. 2 still standing on the other side in Furia.
Look at the
How is he here? How the hell is he here? How is he in their spawn? Denies Durka, and now they're divided.
Boast actually commits to the TP as well. Enzo is left as the solo Fnatic player.
It's all on him. Boaster is a million miles away. Enzo has been the clutch king.
Oh my god. I think he jumped out the window there as he didn't even check under him.
Did not check
30
for a second.
seconds left.
And slowly but surely, Mazin has stepped onto the site. 0 clue as to what's going on. There's the drop. He sees him. He takes his life. And now Mazin left in the 1v1 with 17 seconds. Boaster slowly closing in. Enzo has saved Fnatic this round. Somehow still alive. I do not know how they got away with it, but they certainly did.
What an absolute hero. What an absolute hero for Fnatic there. Enzo, even with all that pressure, he
Enzo
doesn't even
nahi
back
bhai,
away to
Enzo
spawn. He sits
nahi.
behind default. He's happy to throw a Prowler down, do a little bit of chip damage, and then actually
Boaster has saved this round. Enzo nahi bhai.
Two massive
Yeah,
kills
Enzo clutched there, but
to take away a side from FURIA.
Boaster saved this
I gotta
round.
say, it's
What is happening?
kind of a misplay. They have the benefit of the wall being up here. They can stick that plant.
Yep.
They can stick that plant, making absolutely sure there's no risk coming through from Enzo. Maybe just a little bit of pressure getting to them there.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I mean,
what a lurk from Didges in. I looked at the minimap, I was like, wait, who the hell's that?
Who's in there?
Who's in C-Link right now?
And at 8 to 9, yeah, I can't blame either side for Nerds or any of that sort of, pressure.
Guys, like the stream.
Been in these instances before.
75,
still
75
that
करने
first
अपने
couple
को.
of times we get to see these boys really make their mark on these stages. So again, the fact they're keeping up to this degree is still
तुम बताओ दिव्यांश तुम्हारा दिन कैसा गया? मेरा तो ठीक था.
Fnatic, Mike. I mean, they picked up some of the hottest prospects in EMEA. They have, Durka, one of the best there is, flat out. You have Alpha here, young wonder kid coming in who absolutely destroyed the EMEA scene. And then you're on the other side, you have FURIA, who's just kind of looking damn good round by round, but it's a learning process. And at 8 to 9, they're learning on the go, but right now Fnatic just pulling that one back in.
But Fnatic don't have any money,
This one breaks the money though for both teams, to be honest with you.
Yep.
The glass cannon for Durka.
Doesn't break the money for FURIA because they'll get 2,400 if they lose. Whereas for Fnatic, they'll only get 1,900.
Much more passive approach here. FURIA in the early round, but
भाई सही बात मत पूछ.
collapsed
बच्चन भाई को रात में उसकी याद आने लगती है. सही बात है.
The trap's on B. Alpha has to hold down the fort here.
Speaking of that young wonder kid.
नेट खत्म कर दे रहे हैं Fnatic वाले पहले. Util dump बहुत गंदा कर रहे हैं. Control plus is that two sides.
Didn't back away from this. He's been holding this angle for quite some time. They do have utility ready to try and clear this though. See if it does. Prowler on the way in. Sticks just for a little longer, but they're actually heading towards B. This was all a bit of a ruse to force him away from the
Boaster मारेगा भाई. Boaster मारने वाला है.
Boaster to deal with a lot of what's coming their way.
Boaster मारने वाला है.
How much can one man do? Paranoia to play with.
Boaster मारने वाला है.
Dear, they walked in dry and Boaster is just sweating bullets. He gets away.
The wall saves him.
How is he alive? Unreal. Still 5v5 post plant now. And it's all going to be poured in. That B site is about to get messy. Boaster still alive and kicking, trying to do some damage. Damage on either side, but it's Mystic to draw blood first. Vision goes down, and now you're looking at the rest. They're starting to take back through the side. Khalil.
He's in a dirty spot.
Khalil has not been cleared. Surely they do, surely they do. They spin on past. You can see the trade comes in. Enzo's the one to take him out of the corner. Durka from up on top clears out another. Mazin and QCK, what you got for us? Anything? A quick flash comes in. Spots out one, but there's so many bodies on the site. This would need a miracle. And I don't think he's got anyone answering. A great shot on the first, but down to 30 HP. Pressure now pouring in from Garage. He's overwhelmed. Fnatic making it to 10. Starting to take the lead away from FURIA.
It should be 11. Honestly, with where the money's going to sit, I'm not sure if the plant's even going to have that big an impact. It's not. We're going to be able to scrape together a couple. Now, dare I say, FURIA have looked lethal in their thrifties.
It ain't over. That's that little ratty ankle.
I thought actually that second block of the Sage Wall was a little bit deeper. It would have been a dirty spot for him to be able to play. Because there's a good another 25 seconds or so on that wall.
Okay, a little dangerous. I mean, hero rifle on.
It's a little dangerous regardless for FURIA.
Give them anything. They'll make something out of it. Durka again.
Hey,
space.
वो round जो देखा मैंने.
This we saw in towards Su. Seems to as long he wants to keep control on this map.
नाले का पानी भी
FURIA though, straight towards Garage again. This time they're committing behind it though.
Yeah, Alpha will get the confirmation at least. Puts the paint shell. He's happy to go aggressive.
That's a little much for me there. Who am I to doubt Alpha?
Yeah, that's it. Damn.
Able to get away from it regardless. But FURIA are going to have no idea about. Nope, not cleared.
Uh-oh. Enzo's going to get free reign on this. You ain't going to check it. He spots out one and he waits. The discipline on this man. He finally pulls the trigger, and rightly so. Khalil goes down, spots one towards Su, but the call's going to be made. The wall goes up. They want none of it. They're having absolutely none of it.
Mystic and Alpha have taken space elsewhere. Very, very deep control on C-Long. QCK's got a lurk, but what it equates to, we'll have to wait to find out.
Do they have anything to allow for a
30
cross
seconds
towards
left.
the site? I mean, I guess they've got C-site, kinda.
I mean, do they plant safe or plant spawn? That's the question.
And they can try and post up on this. It's going to be a headhunter, and the second they turn away, Alpha Air swings. So they note it, but they do get the plant down. And they have a player deep towards CT. QCK, the one with the rifle, keep that in mind. 2 players coming his way. How much can this one man do? Nothing at all. Durka outdoes him. Perfectly done, and they create safe passage back. And now you look across the rest. Stingers, Spectres, odds and ends. It ain't pretty, it ain't going to be enough. Fnatic.
Digizine's got behind him.
How? How have they done this again? 2 huge kills, but the diffuse is coming in, and I don't think you can deny this one. He's out of bullets, he's out of time, and he's out of options.
There's still always that threat in these 3 rounds.
They're so good. How are they taking these positions, Mike?
I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, the contingency there is hopefully with 2 members towards C-Long, but and still, Digizine comes behind and finds 2 kills. I mean, if he has another 1 or 2 shots there with a headhunter, actually whiffs the first on Enzo, which I hate to call him out, but we're in another reality if he finds that kill, because Enzo's the one preventing any pressure coming through from Garage.
FURIA timeout now at 8-11.
Oh, well, it all rides on this.
This is the round, Mike.
All rides on this purchase. On the other side, things Fnatic, Tour de Force available for Durka. Alpha on the showstopper, 2 massive ultimates. Enzo, 1 away from the Nightfall as well.
Close to doing such
I like the team, 75 run, I get 75.
They were able to push this game. They still have the run to play with here. It's certainly not out of the realms of reality at all.
Still credit due to them. We shouldn't even be here in my eyes.
100%.
And that's, we call that harsh. However you want to pin that, we should not be on a map 3 here. So FURIA have massively over-delivered tonight.
An incredible work, really getting to know the strengths of this team, because I think the DRX performance, it was one map and you're like, okay. But then it kind of fell away to nothing anyway, right? It was a little bit hit and miss. This, however, is the real deal. Forcing Fnatic into these scenarios is fantastic. However, we look at this round and we have to really pay close attention to every aspect, because this purchase is one that it could all ride on here.
See what the approach is, if there's any caution here. The pressure building now. Fnatic just 2 more rounds to find on Haven. FURIA
Nice,
actually find themselves trying to build back in. Going through the motions once again. Slight switch up here from Fnatic. The trap now in Garage. Nobody there to hold down the fort. Most are identified with the Trailblazer.
Fuck, man. What a map, guys.
On both sides of the map.
What a map.
Look at the response coming in. Prowler through towards Garage. Smoke in from Boaster.
Have to make sure they invest some utility towards Durka, though.
Okay, it's the Prowler to force him away, but it does go far enough. Okay, so we will have to respect that and back off. So early work, I guess, achieved.
No space garnered on the back of that. So FURIA still have to make a very slow clearance here. Looking towards it, I mean, it's QCK now to be the one, to be the hero, really, to prevent Durka from doing any real damage with his Tour de Force.
It's the flash. Oh, the paranoia! Wow, he's forced away to CT, so they've got the site, but all that utility is just for 1 man. The amount you have to deal with just to...
It's not just for 1 man, it's for the entire area. Just man, you don't spend utility just to clear, just to push them back. You also use utility to take control of area and get information.
Not smoke back yet for Khalil. Reveals
very narrow view of
this is going to be the catalyst for
why you use utility.
Certainly could be. There it is, out there, going to set things off. Strike the match and doesn't clear the second player. There's still one down here. Khalil this time going to get away with it. But there's a no! Durka misses! I can't believe he's still alive, but it's Mystic to make up for it with finding the kill. And now down to just Khalil, who was noted earlier on. So the time begins to tick, and Durka needs that rifle. And Khalil trying to play the time, but palms are sweaty. And he's still holding on! Khalil digs deep, and he gets FURIA the round. It ain't over yet. It's the round they needed, and they put it on the board.
Khalil goes huge for FURIA.
Where did he get that from?
The Red Bull clutch for the 1v2. That's after he actually lets Alpha find a second kill.
Exactly. And you thought that could have been a mistake?
Slightly behind this smoke here.
Perfect.
Oh my god.
What a round. What a moment.
A moment to catch their breath here.
It's only for a moment, Mike.
Look at it as well. Right back the other way. Look at the money that's left after this purchase for Fnatic. I mean, Enzo's bought a Spectre into this.
Yeah. God, it's down to 250, you're right. 200 with Alpha.
FURIA win this. They could find 11.
Oh, the tag. Mystic's down a little lower than he'd like. 56
HP.
But there's so many players here, but they're just going to bully their way through. Alpha is still deleted. They want to go forward, but Mystic and Alpha from the grave still trying to do everything they can. The trade out goes in and Boaster sprays in, hoping for connection, but finds nothing. And it's 4 still standing for FURIA, but held towards C-Long.
Rotation very late coming through from Enzo, but actually Durka anticipating
they're playing on the fates.
a change of direction here.
Oh my god.
Orb's still available. QCK could take that for the Seekers, actually. Whether or not they're banking on something else happening here, but Fnatic have given up C-Site. They're rotating off this.
They're gambling. It's not given up. See, B पे trap है. They're gambling. ये 3 जन अगर साथ में रहेंगे तो better
same thing on A-Long. Do you remember they sat
और नहीं आए हमारे side पे तो हम safe करेंगे.
Have taken the bait.
And this is when you get that pit in your stomach if you're Fnatic. You hear the utility, you're going to note the plant, and it was the wrong call, it was a gamble, it was a risk, and the reward is
not a wrong call, guys.
4 of them standing, and this...
It's not a wrong call, guys, just for you guys. It's not a wrong call, it's basically a gamble. What happens here is you stack, you play the numbers game, कि 3 जन is apes together strong, है ना? अब क्या होगा? If they come to your side, you can at least have a better chance of winning. If they don't come at your side, you are planning to save anyway. So in your mind, you're planning to save anyway if they don't come. So it's a gamble, but it's a calculated gamble. It's not the wrong choice.
They're literally throwing bodies on the line to get onto C-Site. And it's all on the back of that initial tag onto Mystic. I don't know if that was
I tell you something.
Maybe they should, if it was a headshot,
mid-round में ये तो होता है ना.
the box that there was a ton of
You can be wrong in terms of
so great at this stage of the game.
facts, but in terms of choices, you're never wrong. There is always a better choice if there is, but you're never wrong in a choice because you have your reasons. Right, your reasons may be right, wrong. Your reasons can be right or wrong sometimes, but your choice can never be right or wrong. You can always have a better choice.
And even still, they come in. Fnatic come into this with.
So don't tell someone, तेरे को ये नहीं करना चाहिए था. Tell them क्या better रहता. तेरे को ये नहीं करना चाहिए था. तो ये कर सकता था.
This game, unforgiving for both sides. Enzo forced away. Let's see what we've got this time. Let's switch up. Big look here.
That is what I'm saying. That is different as well. See, I'm saying choices are never wrong or right. There are always better alternatives.
If this goes wrong, it goes to absolute pieces. He gets left in, tasks the timing on this. That's a massive amount of information.
Oh my god.
Oh, and the 1-for-1 is enough. A little bit of chip damage done, but now we have to look at the rest of the map. It's Enzo who's slipped back. He's fallen away from CT. And seeing these players has to have been a red alert. Surely they are aware that something was afoot.
I mean, right now they went for half on because they don't have money. They want to purchase utility. But yeah, I know what you're saying. 100 against 100 keys on Pearl, that was very shoddy.
Flashes to play with. And on the other side, Alpha here, that Boombot won't actually clear
well,
him.
He's actually going to have to deal with it.
He comes ahead of it! He swings it early! Seekers go in! Finally the Boombot goes off, but he's still got an advantage. A 4v3. Mystic, Durka, Enzo dig deep. This is the time! You have to do it now! As they find 2 quickly. It's down to Mazin and Khalil on the other side. Surely not another clutch, not going to happen. Mystic wants it. He gets another. And now the 1v2 Khalil went clutch before. This would be unthinkable. This would be so improbable!
Oh my god.
Enzo overwhelms! Kept his composure, held his nerves. He was the only man on that site. He's the last man to clear back through.
Against all odds, Fnatic turned that back in their favor. QCK with just the boldest of plays.
To get that pick.
To play ahead of the Boombot as well, and Durka picks up the slack perfectly. Even swinging ahead of that Rolling Thunder. A crucial round for Fnatic.
10 to 12.
And the pendulum swings back now to FURIA.
What's the buy like?
That's all the force to round it out.
No,
Rifles here, light shields scattered across though.
They're going for a little bit of a stack towards long. They're going for the pain shell and seize. I wonder if we catch him. We haven't really seen it yet. We haven't seen this yet. We have not seen them depend upon this. Doesn't find what it wants. No harm, no foul at the beginning, but look at the attention towards A-Long.
And Alpha's looking for deep control towards sandbags as well. Enzo will drift away on the back of this.
First time we're seeing the trap over here, though. Or the first time in a while, we haven't seen it constantly utilized. Now, Durka potentially seen. How much pressure can this man take?
They assume he's dropped off. I mean, you would have to assume
so.
he drops off after being spotted, but he's still going to be here.
Diligence on the jump peak, though, going to force him away. Now they take the side control. That's going to be a plant, and the post plant ain't bad, because look at QCK's position. Still lingering around in middle. 2 players going that way. If he gets these frags, this could be game-changing. He gets checked by 1, and the pop flash ain't bad either. Buys a bit of time, and he takes the angle away. The audacity on this man!
Oh my god.
Furia don't know when they're finished. Still fighting this out. And now just Alpha here. Looking irrelevant to the outcome. Surrounded on all fronts, now noted. I can't believe it. 11-12. What a game.
Just run the last 5 rounds back on repeat.
So sick.
Furia come
This
back
is
through
active
here with the
Furia,
prime
so
gaming
aggressive,
flawless.
so in your
Backs
face
against
it's
the wall.
impossible to
Now
ignore
look
them,
at
you
the
know?
purchase.
And this man, I have to highlight this again. Just getting the pop flash onto this re-challenging.
Just hero plays coming out on both sides here, Lauren.
Time and time again.
Furia are playing with such heart right now, refusing to give up.
I mean, how many times is Enzo going to find that little bit of magic to bail him out again, or any of these players?
Look at the purchase.
Okay, what do we have? Any big influences?
Let's
Okay,
see
Alfie's
if
got
he
his
blasts.
ult, got a
Yeah,
Vandal,
they're
got
on
a
that,
Phantom on Mystic, light armor. It's still not pretty. What are they up to this round? A double stack towards Garage. That's a little different.
Careful. And Furia are paranoid now.
Rightly so. What are they up to?
You see it huddled together. No ultimates on the brink. QCK the closest. 3 away. Khalil 3 away as well. And Fnatic is 4 are exploring mid once again. They're relying on Alfia being able to slow things down with their showstopper.
Don't think they should go in.
They're walking back.
Look at Fnatic.
I can't believe this. With the last breath, they're going to try and fight middle, and it's going to be Khalil and QCK. The trades are good, though. Mystic, he's still holding on to this, but he backs away diligently, does not want to give up his life, and it's a race towards the C site. They're flying over here as best they can, but you can see it. Fnatic hit the brakes. They want to take back garage control, and now hearing all of this, they know it's going to be that C site take. They can pull all of these rotations in, and the plant and the post-plant setup. What do Furia do with this?
Alfia has to go huge with the showstopper and the retake. Still got the satchels, but it's a sheriff in the hands of Enzo.
He should be able to get a gun here. I'm pretty sure he can probably get a weapon.
Bottom mid.
Yeah. Oh, look at aggressive! How dare they do this? Alfia deals with one with just a rocket in the pocket, and now the 2v2. The wall goes up, gonna buy some precious time. They're walking CT, and Alfia, do you expect it? The trade, and now the 1v1. Enzo, so clutch for Fnatic. He needs it now. If they want to win right here, or it goes to OT, and the swing, the C's is good, and they're in danger! And Enzo the one to do it! It ain't clean, it ain't pretty, but they stay alive! And Fnatic in the final hours live to fight another day!
What a map this was! This Haven was so back and forth. Furia giving it everything they had.
What a sick team!
Absolutely everything on the line here. As Enzo to close things out. We're talking about him retrieving a weapon. It was a Guardian. I was like, oh my god, it's only a Guardian. But he makes it work. But what a testament to this team. Furia coming today, everything on the line.
Amazing.
And they played with heart. I said that a few moments ago, but you can see it in some of these rounds.
What a fiery side.
I got to say, heartbreaking to see them put that up that performance and have to leave us today.
Fnatic, you're lucky boys today. Gonna call it what it is for a team of such caliber, such notable acclaim. Furia pushed you to your absolute limits. They beat you on your best map. You had to bring out Breeze, and the third was incredible. Furia, what a team. And what an elimination game. This is still the group stage, Mike. I'm very impressed with them.
We've had some mental series here already in Istanbul. Add this one to the list, honestly.
Yeah, it's going
and
towards
such insane individual performances across
Amazing,
the board.
amazing.
And then even the other side of that as well. 2 insane teams. In terms of performance here today, just a fantastic display of Valorant.
Like, okay, again, we can characterize some of the issues Fnatic had, but we can't ignore what we saw on Breeze was a whole new look. That's echoes, that's a shadow of who Fnatic were that made them the giants that terrified so many. That Breeze map now has to be considered in every single veto they go in, because that is hard to handle.
75
My
points,
God,
man.
Enzo, what a hero.
When they needed it most. And again, you think back to some of those other rounds, that A site hold. Again, to be that brave and stand and actually try and buy time in that scenario, goes absolutely huge. Mystic, this man as well, had a fantastic start to this series as well.
Oh, his map won.
Yeah.
Kept him alive,
Even
kept him
his map
confident.
2 played a crucial role in that new adaptation of Breeze.
Love seeing Alpha here finally in that kind of aggressive form on that Neon as well. Map 2 kind of put into play by Boaster and the boys. Again, this has been... I don't know where to put this. If you're a Fnatic fan, I wouldn't be completely elated. Obviously, they stay alive, but you are worried now. That was a game that they were pushed to their absolute limits, defined by one round and a couple of clutches here and there, but my God.
Got to make use of this downtime now.
Yeah,
like an opportunity to
You got to go
reset.
work. Got to go work.
And as well, just to put this in context, our top performer in terms of the scoreboard on Haven was FURIA, and he went 18 and 20.
Yeah.
Like, that just shows how scrappy and back and forth this game was. An insane display. But Fnatic drag it across the line, kicking and screaming.
Yeah.
Honestly. And cling to life. I gotta say, we shouldn't have come to Haven.
No.
We shouldn't have.
No. Again, the mental got tested there, and I think the biggest passing of the test in my mind for Fnatic here is that the mental game is strong right now. Because I'd say a different Fnatic on a different day would have potentially succumbed to the pressure. Absolutely.
We've seen
What
Fnatic
rubbish.
Yeah, we have. So we've seen it quite a few times, so...
There's no mental game.
But honestly, I'll say
Fnatic
it
mental
again.
game isn't strong at all. What are you saying? If this is Fnatic mental game being strong, oh my God. Are they in for a beating?
Down below, do make sure your thoughts are heard. We always love to hear from you. And with a series like this, going to be so difficult to call that either way because, again, a lot of the performances, for me, some of them were flashy, some were beautiful, but you got to give, in my mind, Enzo, such credit there in that final map because, as said, I think without him, I don't think they'd be in the tournament still. I think they'd be going home.
I think for me, Mystic takes it. That map 1 performance, even though they lost it, but he was instrumental to how much impact that composition was able to have on Breeze. And it's brilliant to see Fnatic demonstrate that again here, hopefully. I mean, they've got through now. Do we see a couple more games like that from Fnatic where they have something cooked up?
I hope so. I hope we get to see the best of Fnatic. I think that's always the thing.
Yes, Abdullah, very true.
Over at EMEA. That's what I'm saying is how many times do we wait to see that new look Fnatic? And we got to see a glimpse of it there on Breeze. And we want to see them go to strength here. But again, in my mind, if I wanted to see them do a deep run here, Mike, I genuinely, if I wanted to see them do a deep run this tournament, this game had to be clean and it wasn't clean. And I know the Fnatic fans will be like, how dare you say that?
So
anyone
but it's
could win.
true.
It's true.
You look at this and you come in, and the pedigree of Fnatic, right, and especially the firepower we have on this roster now, which historically, those were the sort of discussions we had about Fnatic, right, and keeping toe-to-toe with some of these more faster-paced teams, very frag-heavy teams. FURIA fits that bill.
Sure.
Now they should be in a position to overcome that, and I'll be honest, right down to the wire. I mean,
Good
it's
night,
13-11 on the side.
Good night, Asif.
It's either we stop discussing Fnatic as one of the best teams in the world, right? Like that. It's
or they show us they are.
There it is. There are the two options, and I think we need to see a little bit more proof in that. Hey, is looking better, Breeze being where it's at, but there's so many unanswered questions. But what a fantastic series! However,
I think
Sony game 2. There's plenty more to come. There's a whole other game. Anyway, do stick around. The
They do have star players now, Zebras. Alpha is the star player, Dork is the star player.
Let your thieves go down!
वही तो बोल रहा हूँ Dark is one of the best players in the world, भाई. Asuna and Bang. नहीं कल कोई मैच नहीं है ना नहीं कल कोई मैच नहीं है कल ऑफ डे है बाय बाय जी ब्लास्ट can't see the tournament out of you. लास्ट मैच में बहुत बड़ी कर रहे हैं शायद बैठा हुआ तो हूँ अभी थका नहीं हूँ honestly
It's time to welcome our next two teams to the stage for a do-or-die elimination matchup. Let's bring out FURIA and Fnatic.
It's just down a Durka. Hold on, it ain't over yet. It certainly ain't over yet. And that is the man you need to pull you back into place. Fnatic, course correct.
Still work it.
Ah, he's down. What? FURIA! How have they closed this down? Look at that intuition. Look at that timing. They knew exactly where he's coming from, but he still gets the shot. FURIA pick up map 1. This is unseen.
भाई एक टाइम वो भी क्लोज थी मेरे से so close yes
Fnatic are very much
यार very close honestly very close.
And Fnatic getting map 2 under the belt and taking us the distance.
No pressure, guys. It's only map 3, an elimination match. Either win here or go home. No big deal.
Hey, guys.
So close yet so far. Madsen's the one to do it, and we got 6 now. Carved on the board for FURIA. Boaster slowly closing in. Enzo has saved Fnatic this round. And Fnatic in the final hours live to fight another day.
Unbelievable. Those were your Prime Gaming post-match highlights, but let's be honest, that whole game, Ryan, top to bottom, that was one of the best freaking games I've seen in a while. I mean, we've seen a lot of great games in this tournament, but that game, no one, and I mean no one realistically gave FURIA the time of day against Fnatic of all teams.
And it just adds to the heartbreak of FURIA that have not won at an international event at all. They were here at Champions, they went 0-2, and they brought maps, like they went 2-1 in the best-of-3 series, they went to overtimes then. It's the same story now. They show so much promise, but against teams like Fnatic, it's hard to get that cutting edge. But it was one one round difference.
And I hope I don't come across as disparaging there to FURIA fans, because I'm sure that they believed or that they had hope for their team, but it's just such a tall task to ask a squad who is, you know, hadn't been here since last time, had a change, had a real rough performance against DRX, to then be like, oh yeah, you gotta beat Fnatic of all teams. And they almost did it, but Fnatic through grit managed to pull off that win.
There were rounds in this series that I didn't think were possible. I don't know for sure if I watched a series that has ever been that wild, that chaotic. We speak about Paper Rex bringing chaos into the servers. You know, control chaos, mind you, but this was chaos on both ends of the spectrum. It felt like I was on a seesaw that was jacked up, had nitrous oxide on both sides of it, and it was swinging left and right. That was the kind of thing that we will absolutely review in a moment, but for me now, I'm telling you, I'm now putting respect on Furia's name. I didn't once put them in my predictions for this. I put them quite low. And this is the round I'm talking about. FURIA is in a die situation. 99.99% of the time you die there. And they get the kill. TP out, managing to take the engagement down A-long. But how are all of these players getting onto side? Boaster in the corner. And then DGZin was over in spawn at this point as well. I mean, there were so many parts of round 17, for example, where I sat there and I was like, this shouldn't be possible. You've got an aftershock. You've got so many utility raining at you, and FURIA weathered the storm. It's not just that round, but so many other rounds as well.
That was an exceptional set play from Fnatic as well, right? When it pushed through the rolling foot, it's just that sees misses an angle. The fact that it comes this close to a full best-of-3, 13-11 scoreline falls nicely into the hands of 100 Thieves that are going for that rematch against Fnatic, right? So it's the fact that we saw Fnatic lose on their Fortress of Icebox, the fact that they had to show their breeze, their new comp, their new strategy, and the fact that a map like Haven could go this one-sided, not even one-sided, so close.
Yeah, and it's just a heartbreaker for FURIA as we say goodbye to this squad that honestly captured our imaginations throughout this series. We, again, did not think that there would be anything in this, that this would surely be a walk in the park for Fnatic, given that FURIA struggled so hard, boomed against DRX, and then Fnatic, they find a way to come back with the win. But you got to give all the love in the world to FURIA, Jess, because they made believers out of all of us at one point in time.
Why Magnus Carlsen quit?
Other teams in elimination matches, everyone knows.
That's what she said. I mean, Ozarek telling Eagles say like
through them, and I don't know. That's all I'm saying. I was looking over after that matchup. I tallied up the stats. DGZin currently sits in the
what happens when you don't take a lead on Rocky? Let's go.
There is a celebration to be had about a player who can come in, take the last roster spot available since 1 year ago that FURIA graced the stage of champions all the way in Berlin, and he was able to take Jandy's spot, come in and show that he is worth his weight in gold, and that's what he was able to do here on the stage. I hope the whole team goes home proud, because it wasn't just a DGZin, moment and history. I think there's a lot for this roster to come back, and we will see them in future events.
Undoubtedly, but let's shift focus over to your MVP vote. Before the break, we asked you guys for your in-zone player of the match. You scanned, you clicked, and the winner was Mystic, and I'm so glad, Ryan, to see Mystic up there, because I think Hypoc really illustrated it so well. His influence throughout that game, so instrumental. Game 2, Breeze, what he was doing, it was just awesome to watch.
It felt like he was playing for his life to an extent. If Fnatic go out this early, then you're looking at like any changes going into next year potentially. I think Mystic was perfect in that supportive role, but also for FURIA, DGZin, one for the future. I imagine we're going to see him next year in whatever like the Americas franchise is going to be, because if it's not FURIA, somebody's got to pick up that player, because he looked phenomenal this tournament.
You want to know a little tidbit about Mystic?
Go for it.
He took 9 opening engagements, which a supportive player doesn't generally do. How many of those do you think he won? Out of the 9, he took opening engagements, which a player of his, caliber.
Maybe like 5, 6?
He only lost 1 of them.
Wow.
Only lost 1 opening kill. So every time he swung first and he decided to take the opening engagement, you're right, that man played for his life, and he did so gracefully at all ends of the spectrum.
All right, guys. Well, I want to thank you so much for your time. It was a pleasure to work with y'all. But for now, let's send it over to the stage. We got Yinsu standing by with Durka for the Verizon post-match interview.
Damn. Magnus Carlson, man. Harman
Thank
Singh,
you
he
very
got
much,
good. How are you?
Gordon.
I'm
It's a
good,
miracle
good.
that I can
I'm
even
good.
stand
I'm
right
Harman.
now
I'm
after
disappointed
that
for
series.
Fnatic. Yeah,
I
man.
am
I'm
indeed joined
disappointed
by
as
Durga.
well.
I don't usually do this,
Committed
Durga,
ho
but
hi
what would you
appa
like to say
mad
to your
salam
fans
mad
right now?
say.
Perhaps an apology to put them
Easy
through
देखना है भाई
that much
championship.
anxiety and stress?
Today Fnatic comeback किया week of 14-11 though. Feels bad for Khalid. True.
Sorry for the heart attacks, especially on the last map. Happens.
To be honest, FURIA deserved to win in my eyes.
We
They
accept your
played very
apology.
well.
Just now, before we went live for the interview,
But
you know,
one
a lot
doesn't
of people
get.
said that that was one of the best series of Valorant
That last round was so
but you would
good.
disagree
The
with
last
that.
few rounds
Did it feel like one of the
was
best
so
series
good.
of Valorant you've ever played in?
I think this might be one of the worst series.
Also, guys, did you hear? Okay.
By myself, like individually.
Fnatic will qualify for playoff.
Like
Yeah, I think they'll beat 100 Thieves.
But I think maybe for the viewers it was super entertaining, and I think always when the maps are close,
It's a no by X, it's a no by X, the dual
opponents
productions
pick, and then the maps are getting super close, almost over times. It's always entertaining for the viewers.
Well, why do you feel like it was a bad series for you? Because, I mean, I've seen you get 13-0'd before. Is this worse than that?
I think because we stumbled on some rounds with communication, or I was getting like frustrated at some things, and then like after Icebox, like I talked to Jake, and it was like easier to keep cool like the next maps. So like after that it kind of chill for us. But I think for me it was just like mostly emotions.
Would you be able to tell me what is going on, you know, with Fnatic?
Entertaining
Because
match,
obviously
yeah.
FURIA, they are a strong
Entertaining match,
opponent,
man.
but I don't think people
Don't
on
think
paper
they'll
expected you to
win,
have that many issues.
I think they will qualify playoffs.
I think it's just like with communications we have a bit of problems, or like
हमेशा पकड़े रखेंगे भाई विशाल.
It like kind of gets off the rounds for us, and then also we're kind of poo on pistols.
Guys, today I'll show you something. I don't know if I've shown it to anyone much, but here you go. This is an extensive deathmatch routine. This is the TLDR. I'm only going to show you the TLDR. Baki, you guys can go to the Discord. हम कहाँ होगा? Three death matches, focus only on crossover placement. ठीक है, ये मेरी एम रूटीन नहीं, मेरी एम रूटीन दूसरी है, but this is an aim routine. Your PRX was a liquid. I think PRX wins. My hair's become big. I can catch it like this, you know. I have big hair now. Yeah. Just a small thing. Also, guys, Magnus Carlsen has withdrawn from a live tournament for the first time. Yeah, ominous. Bajaj dropping struts or to pro. Let's go. Such a wild coincidence, I guess. I guess you can also chalk it down to a lack of prep time, Sushant. But not 3 out of 3 LCQ winners, right? Because 100 Thieves are still there. So there's still hope. There's still hope that at least one of the LCQ winners will, like, not all will be eliminated. could get eliminated. Yeah, they could get. I think they will. But I guess it comes down to a lack of prep time after LCQ. There are only 2 champions in team. सक्षम कोई दिन मैं तेरा मॉड हटा के तेरे को हमेशा लाइफ बैन दे दूंगा मैं बता रहा हूँ क्या बोलता है भाई XSET versus crew because I'm assuming FPX wins today. I think crew win it. Yeah. Yes, take content from me as well. Zeta versus Loud. I think Loud will win, but you never know, man. Zeta with Zeta, you never know. There are 5 masters in the so क्या करूँ मैं विशाल का तो मैं ऐसे ही बैन कर सकता हूँ विशाल तो मोड भी नहीं है किसी मैच स्टॉल्स में से टॉप रेट्स मेरा मॉड बनने के बाद पहला बैन Hours in reading angel dudes are real. Will you make it to any international event? Generally asking, not even trolling. He didn't even exist for half of them. Yep. Yes, ominous is correct. Bleed didn't even exist for half of them. But yeah, we will see soon. Once our roster is finalized and everything is done, I guess you guys will all become Bleed supporters. Very soon. Very soon. It did exist for both champions. I mean that is all I can say because Ominous wrote it. And let's just wait and watch, man. Wait and watch. क्या बोलते हैं हिंदी में सब्र का फल मीठा होता है ऐसा कुछ let's go bleed tagline should be forever opium bleed sign any roster Harman I don't know man सब्र का फल नट्स होता है क्या बात है मैं रीजन चेंज कैसे करूं ऐसे से यू दिव्यांश पिटीशन डालना पड़ता है oh my god oh no that's ASMR Harry Potter मेरे को वो हैरी पॉटर बोलने वाला तरीका बहुत मस्त लगता है मैंने नई स्किन्स लेनी थी क्या बात है विवियन आनंदो नाइस नेम मैम Kirito costs let's add him who do you think will win camps just random guess yeah Alex ये बजाज भाई को माइक से दूर रखो Go on the new limited time skin, bro. Skin, bro. Download aim labs. Go, go, go. XSET wins this. Let's see, Siam. Oh, it's Mark's birthday. Happy birthday, Mark. Harman, they do have like barriers, you know, mental barriers. Following the right side part. Match was so boring that all I did was open the Japanese VCT. नहीं सीख रहा भाई Japanese. इसका 100K हो गया. Yep is currently the best player in the world and the best defensive player in the world. Over multiple. Suigetsu? The way FPX plays, I will not be surprised if he wins champs. No, DRX is winning this time, man. Against Shao and Suigetsu. Yeah, defensive बोला मैं समझ गया Suigetsu. Been practicing, been teaching about Bleach Neon. Days on the street with the boom button. Guys, I did it before it was cool. Bleach, freeze. I did it way before it was cool, guys. I was told by multiple people that isn't good, it isn't realistic, it isn't feasible. But hello. हमारे कॉलेज में एडिशन जापानीज कोर्सेज होते हैं इन द फर्स्ट क्लास में टीचर आए थे. Why angry? At least they have a reason, right? I don't get teachers, man. Reasons can be reasons. As long as they want to learn something that might benefit them, it's good. Dude, watch Boku no Pico by FNI. The teacher gets the same answer every year. So what? It's worth watching. Okay, we'll watch. We'll watch. I'm trying to mark, guys. Go on Twitter and wish Mark a very happy birthday, man. Can you guys do that? I'll share Mark's Twitter. Basically, viewers तो नहीं है अभी, but जितने भी हैं, don't mention my name or anything. Just wish him a happy birthday. You know. If a percentile rank of various stats which is above average, a really good player. The stats for excellency defense is 98% of everything. Damn, man, that is so cool. That's so cool. You guys have shared you guys his Twitter. Go and wish him happy birthday, guys. Mark the weed. Nice. Nice one, Sakshan. इनको पॉल क्यों खेलना है भाई देखना चाहते हैं वो ऑनेस्टली मेरे को मजा आएगा ये देखने में What is the jam? क्या बात है?
Will we
Breeze
go
decided.
to map 3, do you think? If we do, FPX wins, in my opinion. So that's obviously setting the stage here. I can see it being possible considering Pearl is map number 1, and I don't want to put stonks in FPX when I have no idea what they're going to do here, and clearly XSET have picked it, but there's a little bit of a curse of a team picking Pearl and then not winning.
Engagement
So,
where?
Bring out the pillows and blankets. I think this is going to be a long night. We've had 3 full best of 3s. The last one almost getting to an overtime right at the end. But this is where it matters, right? It's NA versus EU. It's a real good look at some hot contenders. And FPX, can they do the double?
Can they?
I feel like they have the best chance to, the way that they approach the game. Like, they can play all 7 maps, and they have 2 comps, free comps for each of those maps. So they could come in with various ideas. What we see on Pearl, they might not play the next time we see them, right? So it's that kind of adaptation, but XSET are a good-looking team.
Well, as Ryan said, we might be here all night, so make sure you grab a blanket as well, get comfortable, enjoy this break, and we're going to be bringing you guys Agent Select right after this.
Over the classes are decent system. Yeah, man. Whatever they were saying, like, didn't make sense.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you got that nice cozy blanket because it's time to bring out our Group C winners, EMEA versus NA. Here is FPX and XSET.
VCJ Zypin Zekin Chow Deb
चलो हो गया मेरा काम आज चलते हैं इसी से फाइट करेंगे अरे मेरा
Erin Artist
ओ मैं किस चीज के लिए उठाया फोन
Cryo Suigetsu
Suigetsu
Psycho
हाँ साइको मेरे से ही बात कर रहा है
Bros
ऐसे कुछ दे दे खाने का मम्मा कुछ खाने का दे दे चिप्स क्या दाना कुछ दे दे मिक्सचर
The proving champions versus the challengers, and the stakes are very simple. The winner will go straight to playoffs. But my question to you guys is, who do you think Psycho was talking to on the banana phone?
you know what? He's just ringing up, you know, the gods of prophecy and working out where he's going to be after this series, maybe.
It's Tarek. He's like, what the hell do I do, man? It's FPX. How do we beat them? I do think there's something that leans towards XSET here. They've played like, what, 3 series in 4 months because we saw so little of them at Copenhagen, right? So they've had a chance to watch a lot of FPX. The problem with FPX is they can bring out a multitude of things. Angel loves to mind games in and out of the server. So the fact that we're going to Pearl first says everything about how these two teams want to approach this tournament, how they want to approach the map pools.
Just to remind everyone, neither of these teams have given us a composition. We have no idea what they're going to give you on these maps. We can guess that these are 2 funky teams. Maybe there's some cringe comps to add to the mix if we like it. But I will say, looking at the dominance of what people have picked so far, 90% of teams, 99% of teams take a chamber, fade, double controller, for example, really favoring the Astra, the Viper combo as well. There's been a couple of raises, a couple of omens, for example, maybe a couple of neons in the mix as well.
Here's my theory. FPX have opted to start on defense. Do you think they might go down the no duelist side and just hardcore play a defense?
Mind that. I don't know what Ryan thinks, but I don't mind compositions on Pearl without a duelist, depending on your stylistic choice of how you play this map.
Both teams that ran Neon have lost so far in this tournament.
There you go.
It's such a small sample size, right? Like, I loved what Mini said about it for Fnatic after they lost against 100 Thieves, where we're still in the early stages of this map where everybody's going to have their own unique ideas, but then it's going to lean more towards a certain comp that a team's going to, like Fnatic, right? They'll take a comp, they'll run with it, they'll be good, and then everybody will copy them. So I think a lot of teams are going to be watching this with anticipation to see what either of them do when it comes to Agent Select.
Well, here we go. We're into the Prime Gaming Agent Select. The first time we're going to see both of these teams play Pearl, and there goes Neon right off the bat.
Okay.
Oh, this is playing Cypher!
This is on Cypher, yeah, that's...
We just have to give a moment of silence for what this might mean. I asked about stylistic choices, compositions. What does that mean? Do you take a duelist? Do you not? Double controller, maybe a double initiate if you're going crazy. Speaking of double initiated, we got that on one side, but on this side, Artist is like, hang on, we don't want to get flanked?
Oh, I
what
love
is this about?
Though. On the defense, just having tripwires in mid, sort of as you're going all the way along towards B, like just having that, forcing XSET to go in and break it, there's going to be a lot of like trap plays, especially with like Angel on the Omen, the Viper. It's going to be trying to shut down the stall, but also once we get to the second half, this comp will be pretty good on attack, I think. But Artist on Cypher, has he ever played it?
He has. He's played it twice before, but I honestly, in my mind, I think that might be like the Fish 1, 2, 3 days.
Oh yeah, probably.
Like it's some point in his career that he's played it, but he has played it twice before. But I don't understand.
I also don't. You know what? I'm willing to let him prove us wrong. Me turning around and going, the Cypher might not be the play on this map. Sure, but prove me wrong in saying that this does work. You have
decent.
Really well.
I can't wait to see what
that's
this
some
plan
value.
is, and I bet Mitch and Tom, your casters, are equally excited for this. What do you
I
guys
won't play Cypher, but it does some value.
We are thrilled to get a map of Pearl under our belt here, Tom, and we really couldn't pick 2 better teams for it. I don't know how to choose a favorite between the 2. Do you?
That's actually true. We were having this conversation a minute ago, and I am going to bring this up. Mitch was like, I always put XSET in my top 3. They're in my top 3 every single time. And then I asked
because there are better alternatives.
He said,
I'm still roasting Cypher.
What about FPX? And he went, I don't like it. So,
I'm not saying Cypher is good. Cypher is decent.
These 2, then?
There are better alternatives. And I didn't roast them for Cypher. I roasted them for no breach.
What we're going to do. This map here, Pearl, chosen by XSET, coming in. It could be a surprise, but I somehow feel like if FPX let it through, they're not going to be too surprised by it, are they?
Yeah, well, especially if Artist is playing a Cypher. I don't think that's something you do on a whim. That's just like, oh yeah, we've just kind of been testing 1 or 2 things, and we're going to put someone who is one of the better chambers in the world, we're going to put him on Cypher, and damn, we're into this very quickly indeed. BCJ already off to a flying start, and look how aggressively Angel was actually pushing in the early stages of the round.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is playing out on FPX's side the way we expect. Angel is the first man down. We see it all too often. Maybe not too often. It's how they like to play, but this time it has not netted them a positive. They've lost control of the A site now, even playing at retake, pushing through Art late. This is interesting. A mid-crunch is their response.
Oh, this is so good from FPX.
Them in there for the retake, but this push might even gain them the spike. I mean, this is a default from XSET, holding for the aggression, and they never expect the aggression to come down here. They have a trap to cover it, now revealing that they're here. And the control is conceded instantly. FPX start to fall back. I mean, that was a strange early round, I guess, maybe just feeling out how your opponents are playing the map. Now they've got info on where they like to play that trap, the part of the map they're not necessarily contesting for when they're defaulting. That's solid stuff to start with here in the pistol.
And the gamble as well coming out from FPX just seems all wrong at this stage. Like, the Boombot is eventually going to get them the information, and this straight away will be Xiao now rotating back through, trying to at least keep a little bit control over this side of the map. The problem is, well, Zeka's already going to take him out.
Why would Xiao take the fight? He should wait for Raze, no?
Zek in the space to get up close and take that frag. The spike planted as well, now leaves FPX on a back foot. And when you look at the HP in play, Zipan and Artist both one hit or very close to, depending on the weapon. This is going to be a tough one with FPX having to root these players out of the corners and look at Zek and go. He has blitzed his way, the fast rotation all the way around to Art. Now gives them even more angles to play with.
So just running out of time, the flash and Ion perfect, and it leaves Saigetsu all alone. 1 versus 3, and that said, the clock now ticking. Decent peek coming. Oh, he manages to get a couple! A little bit too close for comfort there, with BCJ only on 40 HP. You know, XSET, sure they're not sweating after that one.
We've heard BCJ in the interview.
I like what FPX did.
Not a lot of people get XSET. Like, they'll often be critical of the bottom half of the scoreboard and, you know, not really understand the support players and what they can bring to the table. Well, you know what, BCJ,
Doing the mid round?
This is one way to just prove that right away. The pistol round netting him a 3K and a fantastic start.
But I guess instead of breaking the trap, they could have just stayed there.
Looks like we've got FPX going in instead for just Sheriffs. They'll try to do a bit of damage here and maybe even have some more of this A aggression. They have a smoke down right away, but second, he is charging them down. What? That was a bold play.
Oh, Angel actually does just about manage to survive. He's not going to be trapped in by the C's, but it doesn't mean that control hasn't been taken now. Shutting down Zekken, as we saw in the stats just a moment ago on screen, he has been a danger this tournament so far. Now, obviously, I feel like those stats may be a little bit padded because it was against XERXIA, but he's been incredible. I believe second in the stats is actually Zipan. So we've actually got a battle of the #1 and #2 in the tournament at the moment.
All these opening duels have left XSET in a bit of a rough spot. Cryo and BCJ being so low, and
maybe down the line right now it's okay.
They know that B long isn't pushed.
We haven't even explored B properly.
They've made the push now. The adaptation. Maybe suspecting the trap to be there and not wanting to overcommit, but it's a good little tuck that they have, allowing them to stay stacked up. With the pistols, that's exactly what you want. They've deleted Angel, the man who was here before. They know that Artist is close. They've even spotted him with the Prowler. Really nice to continue using that utility, not leave the gaps there for the kills to be taken. Even still, Zipan gets one. And a little bit more could cause a lot of damage to the economy of the attackers.
Yeah, he's making a nice distraction as well.
And also good damage, only 2 guns left.
This 1v1 between him and Aaron could be absolutely everything for the round, and it's all just going to come down to timing. He spotted out one, but there is that free kill. It will go through for Saigetsu. Into the 1v1 scenario, BCJ low on HP and a rifle even found. It's all just going to come down to this remaining angle. Will he actually check the little corner? He's been spotted.
Oh, almost.
BCJ, a back-to-back triple, I believe, to kick things off for XSET, but Mitch, again, it's way too close.
Yeah, look, he might have come out of that with Nightfall.
So far, entertaining.
That is a net loss for XSET. They have lost so much of their economy to the rebuys. Just take a look at that 0 credits all across the board. So what that means for FPX, sure, they don't win the round. They came damn close. But what they have done is they have eliminated the possibility of a bonus round. You can see that they're happy to have at least secured the round, but this is where the real challenge begins. Now the teams are on equal footing.
So again, we're going to see this screen set up by FPX over on the B side, which not only allows as a pretty good retake wall, but also allows deep control. So it's something that's going to have to be really thought of by that attacking side. As
maybe they expected a neon, and to stop neon, they went with Cypher.
As a fake smoke to get them across and take a little bit more of a battle. Now, considering Artist is actually playing this, you kind of expect...
Also, Cypher's camera is very good.
Because it is that long range...
Especially where it's there, where it's planted.
But on the Cypher, I imagine he's just going to be looking for information. You can see
this camera can watch both angles.
Yeah, that is a nasty spot. I mean, we'll see whether they clear it or not on the way through, but it doesn't feel like that's a spot you'll be checking all too often. They've heard it, and the oh, what? The cages were up. The vision was blocked, but BCJ still gets himself a kill.
Artist should have bought a Phantom.
Center on the B site, they've got their wall up to cross. They've taken control of the back cubby, and now they even get the ult through to secure the space,
for this play.
And get a plant.
looked a little bit dicey, but Angel being able to find one back in. As I said, they've got the screen ready to try and get in on the retake, but XSET are actually playing in front of it. They're making sure they can get up and close in these fights, and the trades are going relatively well. Back into a 2v2 scenario. Aaron, it's a bit of a whiff though, and now Cryo left in the clutch situation to try and turn this back around, knowing at least where one of the players are, but he's got to be careful. He is slowly being flanked.
They're defusing it now. He needs to check it. Halfway already, they're sticking it fully. The swing is there, but no shot. He can't even get the trigger pulled as the defuse comes through for FPX. Again, starting this
नहीं,
out.
वो camera is very good.
Following up with a second. And over for XSET, that's all they'll get. They're stuck in the mud now with no money to spend.
Yeah, you're seeing the real value of the amount of damage that was actually done. They're just having a battle of his own at the moment with a bug.
It attacked. It landed right on Angel's face.
You might want to explain to people that we have a
sheet with the player pictures.
Like you're not stood next to Angel.
I haven't just smacked Angel on the head. I wouldn't dare.
Viper's Pit as well for Saigetsu. Now, a lot of the early round scenarios have been going very well for XSET. Most of the time, it has
अरे ये setup YouTube पे available है.
Much faster pace, straight in towards Zipan. Nade out. He does have support from Artist, but he's actually going to go down.
Oh, right into the nade. That was a risky play, and he paid the price. A classic kill. And damage done. This comes down to the 1v1. Xiao has managed to drop a double, drop the spike as well. Look, Phantom retrieved for Cryo, but with his HP so low, he's going to need to hit this first bullet. Xiao's repositioning just as he is. This is all going to come down to the angles in play. Xiao knows a bit on the clock. All he has to do is just guard that spike.
Well, that's the thing, though. The spike is in a really horrible spot. There are so many angles that Cryo could be coming from that he has to continuously switch between two of them in the hopes that he gets it right. Now, Xiao is normally someone who has a fantastic read on these scenarios, already managing to turn it back from a pretty disadvantageous position, but honestly, is he going to get it spot on?
Down to the timing, and it seems to be perfect. Xiao with another great read.
यार ज़रूरी थी हाँ. Just to find info कि वो कहाँ है. अगर वो गेट के पास में होता तो इसलिए. या वो इसके वो चेस कर रहा होता तो. पास में है कि नहीं उसलिए था ये basically.
He kills the player behind first, but yeah. Good work from Xiao, but again, a lot of these rounds are being very, very close. Bear in mind, that was only a half buy for the side of XSET. They didn't fully invest into that. There was like some stingers in the mix and some slight over-aggression in towards the double doors, so...
Slight over-aggression. Zipan naded, ran into his own nade while there was a player behind him with a stinger. That was a massive amount of over-aggression, but...
You know, FPX, slight.
Slight over. Just a little bit.
And have you watched Angel play before? See?
Yep.
See?
Yep.
Timing couldn't have been better. And he has been willing to pretty much fight all across the map in these early stages of the round. One of the first times we haven't seen XSET actually come through the opening battle. It is going to be that Cosmic Divide thrown down, though, which should give them a pretty easy plant.
Well, looks like plan's going to be coming through, but this is the heavier side of the map, and a Paranoia buys them a bit of space. Spam through from Angel, denies any retreat for Zekin. Good kill. They've got to worry about Cryo, but they've more than enough manpower to watch it. Taking him down's a different story. Getting on that spike, not possible without dealing with Cryo, and he's gone. Aaron and BCJ, both on the same angle, both having to take these fights together. Those shots are close. They're doing damage, and BCJ finishes Angel off. At last, the IGL is down, but another on the defuse. They have to pull him off it, and it looks like they'll try to show someone onto Aaron. It's BCJ left to do it again. But this time, he can't pull out the 3K or any further.
It's actually becoming an entertaining game, man.
Despite that pistol going to XSET, despite them winning the second, this map has been set up perfectly in those early rounds for FPX to steal the lead out of their hand like this.
I like the idea.
Now they'll be on Nico, right? No, not really. They can maybe still can buy. 3,000. Yeah.
Instantly placing stars to have those stuns to leave people in place. It's a decent idea. I think just losing a player on the entry and a player on the way out made it so much more difficult. Like, you really needed Cryo to basically get a multi-frag to have any chance of winning that round. Even still, though, there is an investment here, Mitch. You got a couple of rifles, tour de force. It really isn't too bad.
Prowler to cover off back boxes here as they start to move around. And the thing about FPX and how they're moving right now is they don't have anyone on B. Right? They've ran in, whenever XSET have gone for this A site, they've seen so many players there immediately ready to fight. 3 at a minimum. That tells you, okay, they got 3 there. What are they doing on the rest of the map?
FPX China, this is also.
And as we had seen the other round, if you're XL on that eco, there are players in and around mid ready to fight as well. So the only thing left is B, and I think they haven't, you know, you gotta get rid of that cam that was up and above. Now it's swapping around in this round, and we actually started with Viper over on this side of the map. But again, they shift towards this super passive retake of B if they need to do it in the late round. And it seems like XSET have got a hint of that. They are starting to move their way in here to the lighter side of the map.
Looking at Artis's cam, that might be enough to give some information. A TP going through fairly early. So that's actually going to mean that Angel will be here in time, just trying to hold on to the U-Haul in the backlines, but he's been taken out by Zek.
He was trying to stay away from that flash, but it was just a little bit too precise. XSET picking up the kills and the scythe.
This is much better.
It looks like they have finally found that weakness and realized the issue. A little fake at the start towards A.
I understand why FPX are focusing more on mid control.
The retake hasn't worked out. Now FPX are left to save 2 players versus 5. A really good response from XSET.
The other thing as well is financially, FPX are in the bin. Like, you've got Xiao and Angel with barely any credits, and even the players that are surviving, or look to be surviving, don't have that much to throw into the next round. So don't want to overface, don't want to over-risk it, but a really big round from XSET. And that's the thing. I think that we are looking at 2 teams with 2 very experienced IGLs, mixed in with some young talent. I think it's the best mix at the moment that we currently have in Valorant. Angel, I think 32 years old, Dev 30 years old, so they have been around in the game for quite a long time. I think we're going to see a lot of adaptations like that, a lot of reads coming through from either side to sort of pick apart the defense that is currently there, and spotting that weakness, spotting the gap, even though it was something that Angel was clearly aware of with the quick rotation, it was enough to get them in. And the entry fraggers, the youngsters, the 17-year-old of Zek, and he's pretty good on the other side.
Yeah, he's definitely earning his paycheck there on some of those fights. The amount of speed that he's taking, the map control with, the rotations we've seen to cover off extra angles, like that post-plant A wrap-around art. This time a lot of players here waiting for him as he slides on through, and he still wins the fight!
तेरा ढकार का आवाज आया तो सुना, समझ में आया कि चीज सोई नहीं है.
And again, this is going to be an attempted retake, but look what to work with. The players with the weapons are mostly gone. It's Angel and Artist.
एक चिप्स दे दे और कुछ और दे दे. अरे हाँ चुप, हमको लगा ज़्यादा है, ज़्यादा नहीं था, सर कम ही है, बहुत कम है. जल्दी दे, आजा,
Anybody else who tries to cross, you have the haunt to give those players up.
अरे दे दे
coming around the corner to leave them in such a horrible position. Okay, so Gets managed to at least get 1 kill, and they do have the credits to buy into the next, but how much more can he realistically do here?
That's about what I thought. When it comes down to just spraying it through the
भाई डाइट कर रहा हूँ ना तो भूख बहुत लग रही है अभी रात को.
That was a really good round from XSET.
और एक दिन चीट allowed है.
Remember the previous round.
आज थोड़ा सा चीट कर सकता हूँ.
They made some noise. They did practically the same thing as here, a different utility that went out. And then this
that was good. That was a good play.
They change it up. They commit to it. They don't fake it and go back to B. No, they blitz them.
This is the same play that EDG also did, the flash.
What FPX were attempting on that aggression, that from FPX's perspective means we've had an idea of how to play that early round instead of passive retake on B with like players waiting to catch them on the way into A. We'll push up and we'll take the control early. That didn't work out. Now, again, an early duel for Angel. He'll lose his life for it. They have another here. Maybe that's just a man trapped, though. Sagetsu, he's stuck at the half wall, and Zekin will eliminate him as well. This guy is just not missing.
Yeah, I was going to say the trade out Angel for BCJ might not be the worst thing in the world, because BCJ has been popping, but at the same time, now they've lost Sagetsu as well. These aggressive pushes deep have just not been working. Like, XSET have been very prepared. Counter-util has been superb. They seem to have a plan in every single fight that just involves setting up this youngster to thrive. The thing is now, how do FPX react? Well, it seems like they're looking to try and pincer further into mid, but they're so prepared. These defaults from XSET are catching every single piece until Xiao comes along. He's going to at least throw down that nightfall to slow them a little bit. He has made this round look doable once again.
No. Our position's been too hard to root out, and he's just relocated entirely. They cannot deal with Xiao. He's always good for 1, 2, or now 3 with the final man of death.
Oh, he's hurt.
He's been hurt. Artist, he has the timing and he misses! A whiff that could cost him! But no!
Oh, bhai,
He'll
bach gaya.
follow up, eventually remedy the mistake and equalize the scoreline. That was a little too close though.
So you remember last tournament where we had like the stand-in situation for FPX and they looked a little bit shaky?
I do.
And then there was just these rounds where they shouldn't have won.
Camera बंद कर रहा हूँ guys मैं.
Xiao did
Because
this sort of stuff.
2 minute
I
के
feel
लिए.
like that's the situation we're in right now. Like the man is just pulling BS out of absolute.
Artisan Cyber. Hello Akhil.
XSET starting off these rounds, they're getting into situations where they should be winning, and then Xiao he pulls 3 kills out of nowhere. Like absolutely nowhere.
Yep.
Reads it perfectly, repositions back around, and wow. I think this could be a far more dominant scoreline for XSET if it wasn't for that case.
Let me describe these first 8 rounds to you, excuse me. XSET at this point, it looks like their map pick. It looks like they chose it. They've got great ideas, they've got great executes, and fantastic pivots. But FPX are just a good team. They are adapting to this perfectly. I don't know their preparation level. I imagine it's below XSET's on this map with it being their choice. However, it's not that far behind.
I don't know.
They're able to pivot more so.
I think we need to get
individual duels.
Bren in here, change a few letters, and it's just they have Xiao, they have Xiao. Like I think that's genuinely what we're looking at right now.
And that's always been a factor for FPX. You know, you can have the early round plans, you can have any kind of plan, but ultimately you leave Xiao in a tough position, and he will deliver to a level that I don't think many people in the world can. Artists, the timing could not be better. Cypher on his way up behind. They are watching it periodically, and Aaron's now only supposed to be watching that, but he has to put down some stars, and that's when Artist comes through the smoke looking the wrong way. He didn't clear it, he was looking for the rest of the team, and instead, he's left Xiao alone. 3 kills needed, and this time, it will not happen. Another triple kill round from BCJ. He's keeping these guys in it.
Yeah, he is also popping off. It really is the battle of the fades. He's been so strong in afterplant situations. He's been that second man in a lot of the time, and his utility has been sublime. We've seen this previously, like with some of the runs that happened in NA from XSET. BCJ was performing, I guess, overperforming from what we normally expect from him. If he's going to do that in this series, this would be the time to do it.
That's what I like to see. My battalion brother doing well. You know, I've been on the BCJ hype train a long time, Tom. We're getting the reward.
To have a brother in battalion just means you're one of the 4 people who actually played the game.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, I heard that laugh, Sue. All right, that didn't go unnoticed. Me and BCJ will be talking to you afterwards. We'll send Coldamenta after you, too. We got a lot of battalion boys in Valorant, that's all I'm saying. And right now, top of the server, 16-4, it's BCJ. You talk your shit about this guy, but he is delivering on the server. And I love to see it. This timeout from FPX called is almost a response. What do we do about this guy? How do we get rid of him?
Yeah, he's had some huge rounds, there's no doubt about it, and especially with the context of this matchup, like making it through into the playoffs. Obviously, last time around, I almost want to say it was a detriment to XSET from the fact they started the playoffs.
Sure.
I think they are a team that hasn't had that time on the international stage, needed to warm up a little bit. I felt like they've had that versus XERXIA this time around, like a team that ultimately they should be beating and have. Now, well, I'm intrigued to see what happens in this run, because there's plenty of cash available for the XSET side. I'm looking at a Stinger in Zeken's hand. I'm also looking at the Overdrive. I imagine he's about to blitz into a site.
That's it, man. You've seen what this guy can do when he's moving fast with a Vandal. You're supposed to stand still for that weapon. But what his ultimate, that is meant for what he's been doing. 9 and 6. He's had a good game. When you consider it, those are mostly opening fights that he's taking. He's had a ridiculously good start to this. And here comes the ultimate. And the fly on through on the back of it. Zeken, I want to see those finger guns in action, but he's
beautiful.
Taken down. A fantastic reveal from Xiao. He even follows it up with a headshot delivered. And now, FPX actually have the man advantage. The wallbang attempt, oh, it was just a second too late.
Angel, he must have been moving at the speed of light. And this fight's getting awkward. Xiao still surviving in the back corner. XERXIA's managed to trade another out, and it's now left all onto Aaron. He's been the man in the back lines a lot of the time, setting up that squad, but now they need him to stop this from going to an equalized scoreline. Trapped behind the cage. He has the lineup ready to try and deny anything on the diffusal, but they have a decent idea of where he's going to be already. The grab ball gets one.
He didn't get a reveal.
I don't think he did.
Either that or it pinged
I
you
didn't
so
notice
fast,
it.
I didn't even
Touchman
see
देखना.
Yeah. Either way, a ridiculous shot connected as we tie it up. Round 10 sees FPX coming ahead.
Do we have
with
Angel's
pistols.
POV? Because I know he was
We
revealed.
do, I'm sure we do.
I understand he was revealed, but he was also neon sliding across the screen.
Oh, here you go. Here you go.
Oh, get out! It was a fantastic horn from Xiao. And again, I really do think at this point, it is the battle of the fades. It's who could use their util the best to set up their team, and also just, well,
Only Arden is wearing.
It really is. It's
like
so
I don't need
funny
to sell it.
when we go back to what we've said, time and time again about how your fade, yeah, first kills, first deaths, they're on the bottom of the tournament. They shouldn't be doing anything, right? You're like you're the clutch player, if anything. I suppose they have been, but not supposed to be this good. Nice shot from Angel.
All right.
Zekin finally punished for some of this early aggression, and it's a clean trade. FPX lose nobody.
Yeah, the expectation with this team is that you're
It's
going to
not a trade.
Artist using the operator, but Angel deciding to take it into his own
It's a
hands,
pure
set up moves
first kill.
onto that A
It's a
side.
true first kill.
It does allow FPX to be that little bit more dynamic, and for one of the first times we're actually seeing some proper pressure put into mid from XSET. They've been playing the extremities an awful lot. Zagetsu is ready and waiting, and you can see the amount of counter utility he has ready to slow them down.
We saw BCJ get tagged up a little at the start of this round. Just advantages stacking up against XSET at this point. Still a ton of utility online for FPX. Still a few ultimates. Only really Xiao we're looking at, but he's in the right place to use it. And 35 seconds on the clock. XSET are going to have to make their move coming into the next couple. They've got trap wires still to break through, and with Artist posted up on this angle, if they're not cautious on the way in, they could get tripped up, and there you go. The wallbang potential is there. Zagetsu's the one to deliver, and times two's it. Artist still on the back to be rooted out, and they are picking up every single kill.
Yeah, trap behind all the util as well. It will be death to at least 5-1. A nice correction. He might even have time to get the plant in, but I think he's heard the footsteps. He's waiting for the kill, and while Xiao even just goes diving to make sure that he's not going to be able to get that plant. It will be FPX to take back the lead. And
Guys, like the stream, 75 crore.
XSET still able to purchase.
There's a timeout for XSET. They're able to buy, but
Just one round remaining.
they want to make sure that they can equalize up. Call that timeout here. You know, you spoke a little bit earlier about XSET in the previous tournament and getting seeded deep, and I spoke to them at that event before it even to ask, because I think afterwards, if you lose, you'll go, oh, it was a disadvantage. You don't want to introduce that bias, but beforehand I spoke to them, and they said the same. We're like, there really are just two perspectives to it, and you never know until you're on the server whether you're going to benefit from it or not. And I think for XSET,
I think now FPX will revert to their aggression.
To this level of play,
from what I feel.
It's a great thing for them to be able to warm up in groups. Started out there with slightly easier opponents who aren't coming in swinging. That was my POV from the very get-go. And we're seeing them do well here, but this half yet to be really determined. The next half is where things get spicy. XSET on the defense, I want to see how they utilize that.
I think one thing I want to note as well is if you look at a lot of Artist's setups, obviously Cypher is one of the agents, especially facing off against the KO, where it's had its true vulnerability shown. In most rounds, he's very deep within the sideline. If you note that last round, he is playing on A. He does not get hit by the knife, even though his full setup is there. And if he does, all those trips are gone. The cages which he used to slow them down, even the haunt that goes behind them, all worthless. So it's just very well planned by FPX that, okay, you have something that directly counters my setup. I'm going to try and stand in a place where once that knife is gone, I can come back and basically fight you around it.
It's the way you have to play, and you'll see this global utility usage from Artist as well in the same regard. The traps are down on this A site. He's on his way to B to put that camera, and then he'll be playing on the only other part of the map he hasn't yet touched around middle. So this man is currently involved in every aspect of their defense. You can see how critical it is to keep him alive, first of all, which is also an interesting thing when you consider his normal role on most maps. It's not the guy that you're protecting till the end of the round that sits in the corner and goes, I'm safe, guys, I'm on my phone watching the cam. You don't want that. You want Artist to be running at them, confidence, destroying them. It's a very different challenge for this guy. I think it's doing well so far. Yeah, exactly.
Take Fracture, that's the prime example of what Artist will be doing. Again, though, slow early take. The read coming through, again, they're going to rotate early. Angel is now in position after seeing nothing, and he's actually going to look to peek in front, but again, BCJ is going to be there to start things off. The opening duel going their way, and an afterplant looking very likely now. Wonderful shot from Zekken.
You can just see the benefit of this Neon, the pacing, catching them so far off guard. Good plant, and of course, you can't spam it. That's the downside of that spot, is you can get spammed, but you've got the Astral Cosmic Divide in, so there's absolutely no way. Now at this point, post plans for XSET, able to play nice and far back. No utility online for a little bit over on the FPX camp, and that's just going to delay them even further. Good snake bite though. Def is in trouble, but he hits the shot.
Yeah, he only stays aggressive so that the null command actually takes out their utility, so the retake can't have the screen. And while now Zipan looking to just try and take the firefights, it's going to be an even half in the end. XSET able to stabilize a little bit towards the end, but honestly, it's about where it should be with how this game has gone.
Yeah, this is definitely a just scoreline, and one that I'm very happy to see. Keeping it neck and neck throughout that first half, and I guess the question is there a beneficiary of this scoreline?
The thing is, even if Angel is getting the first kill, when he's taking the first fight, even if he's getting a kill, he's being traded. But when he's dying, he's not being traded. So that creates disbalance or imbalance.
Defensive side could look like. Let's toss it over to the desk.
Thank you very much, Mitch and Tom. This is what we wanted to see. Two world-class teams playing on Pearl. And Ryan, what a treat we've gotten so far.
Neck and neck as well, like XSET especially. I think we need to talk about BCJ overall, and also Xiao when it comes to some of the Fade performances they've been able to put in. Very different, I suppose, in style. Xiao, we kind of know what to expect. He's clutching out rounds on his own. He's finding these sort of flanks that he's able to get a few multi-kills on. But BCJ, we sort of compared the two. Stats are looking very good for BCJ on this attacking side. But I wanted to look at some of these executes that XSET have been going on and how instrumental BCJ is overall, because the utility that's flying out of him, Def, all of this other stuff, he's finding so much success overall.
I love the fact that we can talk about the Fade players, especially when you think about 95% of the teams in this competition have run Fade on Pearl. This is going to be a mainstay on this map. It's a mainstay on many others. And I like the fact that we can talk about this. Two big brains on your screen right now. The future of Pearl. This is most important because one, they have to learn the conditioning of each other as a team and how that's going to play. And two, compositionally, what does Artist do on the attack? Yeah. That's my biggest question, is defensively, he should have rocked their world. There was some nice cameras here and there. There was good trips over towards A. We spoke about the strength of, you know, Cypher over on A. But on attack, is it mid-lurks? Is it that kind of thing we're expecting from him? Where is he going to have his big effectiveness? And what does it look like for them on their attacking half?
He was like a rash on the defense as well. Like
I think they'll use his cages as smokes.
But he's not really the lurking kind, but he will play whatever the team.
Similarly how they used it on defense.
I just don't know how he approaches it.
I want to see him run.
Run?
Just at them.
Yeah, why not? It's Artist. It's what he's doing. What he does best. But yeah, I can't wait to see what he drums up in on the attack side, Mitch and Tom.
That's certainly an aspect of the game that Artist is going to, well, I would say, struggle with coming in. A very different facet of gameplay on paper that should be shown, but who knows? Maybe opening up the doors for him to go on more lurk play and actually become a more individual player on this side. We will see, but only a few seconds left before we kick this off.
It's going to be interesting as well, because a lot of the time you'll have your Viper as your lurker just to keep you away from like going down in a lot of the action. So, oh my god! Okay, it seems like we are kind of a moment's breath within this series already. Zipan will be able to get one, and well, the sliding in from Zekken isn't going to get anything more. He doesn't expect Aaron though.
Yeah, good crunch. Zekken, of course, coming in just to fight with Aaron, and they win the duel in the end. So Getsu with the plant. It's something for FPX, but the consolation prize isn't yet secure. They've got to find themselves that extra frag. I mean, rooting themselves into this position.
Hello, Banai.
Bangs to take down the players defusing.
Bhai, 75 legs ho gaye.
Let's go. On Death and look at the distraction coming through. Xiao. Oh, well, he actually hits the shot. This man's not a distraction. Sugetsu left alive. He's been spotted and taken down. XSET will have another pistol under their belts coming into half number 2.
Yeah, another solid start from them, and I'm glad to see that this aggressive style of play is not going anywhere. Like, even after Zipper maybe put a bit of a spanner in the works with the initial blast packs, just the fact that they were so ready to continue their own aggression back into these sort of fights. They are not allowing FPX to almost bully them, which is what they do to a lot of teams. Like, we saw that in the initial game from Zipan. He was just able to bully his opponents within the server with just pure individual skill. Well, he's getting one and getting almost instantly traded by XSET.
Oh, this round's not going to be too sweet. FPX just on the few pistols. We've seen the damage, though.
He said the word just.
Yep, just some pistols. That's all. Should be a nice and easy round, but yeah, take back to the last half. This is where FPX built those foundations to get themselves up to 6.
Yeah, this is where they got 4 kills.
Yes, almost won it. Came down to the 1v1. BCJ needed a triple for the second time in a row to keep XSET in it. It was a pretty shaky start. Not from him, but from everyone else, let's say. Now we come into this round, and that threat is hanging over XSET again. They've invested into full Spectres, so we need to see the reward here.
Nice.
Prowler through. You're gonna know there's a player in the corner. I think the stun might actually do a little bit of team damage, but it's only gonna be the trade initially. A full battle for Art, but with a little bit of a lurk coming through from Angel. He gets peeked though. Nice work from Aira, making sure they can't get in from behind and leave them limited to a small sector of the map.
And FPX already good with 1 kill. Anything else that they get, it costs XSET so much. Shields, the utility they're burning, but most importantly, those 5 Spectres that they came into this round with.
Oh.
Repositioned from FPX. And look at where they're going towards.
This is good from XSET, but
wide open as XSET group. A wise choice. Taking this together. Sending just the 1, perhaps a Prowler. Oh, no Prowler online, but a Haunt. Even still to grab the information.
They know exactly where they are. Timing is going to be everything here. The swing back around is just a slaughter from Zeka to Cryo.
that is what I was saying. Like maybe timing wise, mark kenge, but nahi. They started running as soon as they heard them running.
I think that's what they've done so incredibly well so far, is just having this team synergy in the majority of scenarios. Sure, I think most would argue man for man, pound for pound, you're going to look at FPX in this game, but the way they've been playing, even just in these first couple of rounds on the defensive side, has got me very excited.
Yeah, just another fantastic pivot. You're in a rough spot. Your map is divided up into all these different individual fights. So what do? Clump together. Make sure at worst you're trading out in those scenarios. As we saw last half, give FPX the opportunities in those rounds, and they will run away with them. 4 players survive. A Sheriff brought through over on XSET. That's given into the hands of BCJ, the top fragger on the team. FPX have the rifles to play with. This is a huge advantage for them, but another ambitious play through mid. Now, we saw FPX do this in the first 2 rounds. XSET pacing it out a little bit, and they are right up into their spawn, but they've ran away. Zipan's even heard that great info for FPX.
The thing is, though, it's still going to waste some time. There's going to be a lot of angles that need to be cleared by FPX, and in the meantime, XSET are not just going to be sitting pretty. They're already making some pretty big rotations across the map.
Oh, they are gambling towards B. They think it's B because mid ka pura ye clear
So
hua.
it's going to be really reliant on Cryo to get some damage here.
See, this is the thing for XSET, and actually from FPX's perspective, it becomes a difficult round because you don't know if these guys have actually pushed up mid and decided that you're A or B. You have to gamble either way. It doesn't give you the information, but they've gambled the right way. They found this man Cryo, and now he's got 30 HP being swung on. Good night and sweet dreams. An attempted follow push, perhaps. Zekin close to the smoke. He could dash out at any moment, but with death falling, the ankles decrease. All these players coming from the spawn.
साहिल बंद करने वाला हूँ VC कोई है नहीं देख कोई नहीं है
Disconnected.
Gone on Sagetsu and Artist.
Sound Jerry plays Sound Jerry.
Down to the cost even. If they can just find a couple of kills, that's a great stun from Zekin. The follow-up could be there as well. This guy's on fire. Zipan will try to deal with him and nade into an empty position, and BCJ swings to delete him. The last man alive is Xiao again to try and clutch it. But BCJ wins the battle of the fades. 9 rounds for XSET.
Play from these players is just superb. Like the fact that they just move straight around the stuns that come out from Zekin, able to isolate the player on site, and just one by one, we just see these FPX players fall. And even still, it looked like they were going to be able to steal this round away just with the last second moments from Xiao. But BCJ, he hasn't missed a beat. 20 and 6 at the moment. Him and Zekin just flying high on the server. And wow, 9 to 6, weaponry in the bin. Okay, there's a showstopper online for Zipan. Maybe he can try and find something with it, but ultimately you can't expect much from FPX in this round.
20-6 as a support player over on XSET. The amount of rounds, I mean, close to half the rounds on the board were him putting them up there. Just a phenomenal game from VCJ so far.
अरे मैं एकदम बात करने का हिम्मत नहीं है मेरे में.
Champions of the last event.
मैं तो हाई लो करने के लिए आया था. क्या चल रहा है आज?
Someone's heard the smoke now. They've seen it. They know that these players are crossed. They know they're close.
आप सोचो मैं अभी पार्टी के बाद आया हूँ. अब काम कर रहा है 2 घंटे बैठ के.
I mean, there's no way nobody heard that smoke bloom. So they're still going to approach this.
क्या चल रहा है आज कौन से BO3 थे?
This is where those players up behind want to try and blitz back through, but they realize now the trap has been sprung. XSET were waiting, and that op is just picking them off.
Yeah, it's isolated battles as well.
Fnatic Fnatic जीत गए.
किससे था?
Were winning them up until this point. Cryo though finally put into position with that operator. One of the quieter players, but when they need him, he's stepping up, and it's left on to Saigetsu. A little bit of damage, another headshot connected. Def a little bit low.
PRX liquid. अच्छा कल
But
है.
he eventually gets the job done. Only 2 players survive for XSET, but more importantly, they've hit double digits.
I mean, I'll tell you what, if Zekan had died a little bit closer to be long, I think we could have had a clutch just there. All he needed was one hit in his hand. He had time to get that kill, but the Sheriff rate of fire not quite meeting up to the standard. Phenomenal. I mean, that TP used essentially as a bait for those players in mid to think, okay, he's on the back foot. He's worried about this guy about to swing out on B long, so we get the backstab now. But no, in fact, the victory is theirs. They put it 10-6, double digits secured. And FPX putting all the credits on the line here and now. They do come in here with pretty much all their ultimates, although XSET are pretty close as well.
चलो करो good night.
He didn't hear it. It just goes straight
इतना
across.
के लिए बुलाया बस
Able to
भाई
get a free
मतलब.
kill onto Cryo.
मैं आप बिल्कुल मूड में नहीं हूँ. मैं तो बैठने आया था.
अरे तो मैं तो बोल ही रहा था शुरुआत से. नहीं हूँ. मुझे लगा कोई काम होगा. आओ तो बोल रहे तो.
But goes back for more, and this time he's shut out.
सक्षम.
What a lunatic.
तू
I
मिल
love
मुझे.
it. It's worked a lot of the time, but this time around, the punish is there.
मैं तो प्यार करता हूँ Godspeed आपसे इसलिए बुला रहा हूँ. अब आपसे प्यार करना बुरी बात है तो बताओ.
Well, he's being swung on himself. Too much control for FPX. They've already owned the entire map with a double from Artist. This one's all but done. VCJ, he's had some fantastic.
अबे दिल्ली में लैन का है इस महीने सक्षम मतलब इस साल.
A little too much to ask.
Yeah, you know, I
है क्या दिल्ली में नहीं है.
break in this one. Just want to hold on to the weapon.
अच्छा पेंटा of course.
There goes that clutch percentage.
Yeah, well, second.
क्या हाल है Godspeed?
So just making sure he keeps a rifle. Shao.
तो पीपा के ये तो मत क्या कर रहे यार.
मैं तो हेलो अरे. What is this पीपा?
मैंने तेरे को पहले बोला मैं थका हुआ हूँ. तूने बोला आओ तो मेरे को लगा कोई काम होगा जेन्युइन.
It's almost perfect. Like he's just walking.
यार जेन्युइन.
Shao's going no.
Checking up on your friends.
आके भी मैंने बोला कि तूने पूछा केवल मैं बोला थका हुआ हूँ. फिर वापस पूछ रहा है मैं कैसा हूँ. मैं बोला भाई मैं बोल चुका हूँ तेरे को 2-3 बार से कैसा हूँ. बोलता मैंने सुना नहीं.
माफ करो.
I think the same was happening for XSET on the other side.
सब चले गए क्या चरण?
हाँ वो उसकी मम्मी तो कुछ काम था. मम्मी के साथ कहीं जाना था कोई काम से. तो पहले ही निकल गया. आज कोई नहीं था.
देखोगे अब 2 मैप अभी?
नहीं मोस्ट ऑफ ये मैप देख के सो जाऊंगा.
चलो करो sorry good night.
All of the observers we have here are massive nerds, and so it doesn't matter. Like they're gonna catch everything.
यार मैं उनको honestly लगा इसको काम है यार. मैं सही बता रहा हूँ. उसमें सही में थका हुआ. यार भाई धोखा. अरे कोई धोखा नहीं है. मैं भाई दिल्ली में. मैं झूठ क्यों बोलूँगा बता. प्लान है दिल्ली में.
Great spray, Def down, and we're back to even numbers. The 3v3 though, this is a huge problem for XSET. They've lost so much of their control and that timing.
What are these last couple of rounds?
Just pixels away, man, and he's still going. The cam, did it see? He doesn't even know. I don't think so. It's on the other side of the wall by the looks of it. He comes around and it looked like Angel was ready, but maybe didn't expect him to be quite that close.
यार जाहिर तूने वो भी पूछा कोई है क्या. मैं वो समय भी बोला चैट में जब तूने पूछा. मैं बोला कोई नहीं है. मैं अकेला ही बैठा हूँ.
Although Aaron is going to spot them out, so
कोई बात नहीं यार, कोई बात.
There is still the Nightfall available if FPX choose to use it. It might not be a bad spot, but they've got to try and clear out this back corner. And Aaron's still standing here. It's just not going to be spotted at all. Leaving Xiao left, low on HP, stuck in a horrible spot.
Aaron is just such a fun player to watch from the perspective of discipline. In that duel, he's holding a pixel angle. I think he tagged twice in the body, and he didn't dare to peek again until the smoke had bloomed. And when it does, he only repositions into a corner, gets away from the utility, and perfectly follows through on that kill. Xiao's got 10 seconds, 3 players to take down. I think we all knew that wasn't going to happen this time. 11-7. XSET steaming into the lead here in the second half. A little bit of a hiccup last round, but to be honest, that's one of the weaker duels I've seen from Zek. And normally that's first bullet accuracy, and he gets the second kill. This time he needed BCJ to color in between the lines, but they got it done.
I think that's the thing that XSET are doing incredibly well, though. It's not necessarily that first point of aggression, it's the re-aggression. Like, they're never static, they're never just sitting still, waiting for FPX to come to them. They're consistently hunting around the map to try and find out, okay, where are they going? What can we do to sort of put this in our favor? And
next दो मैच कौन से हैं? भाई वो अपने आप पता मेरे को बहुत ज़्यादा नींद आ रही है. नींद तो नहीं आ रही है, सच बताऊं तो थक गया. तो नींद नहीं आ रही है, थक गया. मैं तो लग रहा है
Angel being able to TP past the
angle. राजा अकेला बैठा होता.
I can see why FPX is time out here.
थोड़ा बोरिंग सा भी हो गया मेरे लिए.
But even just on game plan side,
कोई रहता तो उससे बस बात करता रहता हूँ. फ्रैक्चर है ब्रीथ है. वो किसी ने पूछा था ना फ्रैक्चर ब्रीथ वर्ड.
to pull out a pocket pick like this because they're the underdog in the series. Generally, whenever we see a new map come out, it is the favorites that avoid it. It's the favorites that outright ban it because that is where ultimately the skill level is going to be a little bit closer just because we haven't had the time to fully flesh out this map and develop it. So for FPX coming in, there's certainly opportunities, but this now becomes difficult. They have 2 rounds left on the defender side to pull this across the line. And just look at the ultimates. I mean, not on any one particular side. This is going to be a charged round.
Yeah, the one thing I'll say, never give FPX anything. We've already seen it in this tournament. We saw it at Masters. Any small detail that is missed is going to come back and win you in a matter of seconds. So, XSET, I'm sure they're not going to underestimate their opponents. As I said, they've got some very experienced players over on their
side.
They
covered up XSET mistakes a lot.
Either way, a lot of ultimates online.
Because util usage has been really good.
I don't actually think he was spotted there, so he's able to hold his ground. They even have a grab world just in case somebody is in position. He's going to keep pushing.
Oh! What a fantastic duel!
That's more like it, yeah?
Exactly! That's why we say it! You know, and he does it coming out of the sprint as well. Oh, the smoke went down, BCJ swung, and the bullets just whizzed right past Sitban. The same in the other direction. He spotted one towards the back. No idea how many players are waiting for him on the other side. FPX are spread out, though. They're not looking to push just yet. I don't expect Sitban to go charging through. In fact, if anything, I think he probably pops a bit of utility here, tries to bait that rotation so FPX can punish. They hope now they found a lighter side to the map, but Zekin is still here. He re-emerges from the door and takes Angel down. I mean, FPX, the game plan's not working, and they've got 25 seconds left to choose where to go.
This is better than just 2021.
It's just nasty.
This match is probably the best match we've ever played.
Like, that's it. He's just been re-peaking. That's what this whole round has basically been.
You can say that about Zekin. Zekin is back to his 2020-21
you know what? Fair play. We're just going to let them get to 12. We can't fight back into this round at this stage because they haven't actually spotted out any of the setup. All they know... Oh, there's a neon at the door.
Single initiator, you won't be able to do anything.
I mean, what didn't even come down to utility usage, anything like that. It is
you need double initiator on this map.
No matter what you put, one reason that you lose a round like this is a teammate on B or A overextending, making a mistake, deciding, hey, we're 5v4, but I'm going to push it along, get the extra info. Oh, I'm dead, and they're planning B. It happens far too often. But as I said, it's about Aaron over on that A site. He is so disciplined that you will just never see him give away those kills. He was sat on the back of A while his teammates are kind of peeking every so often going, yep, he's still there. And he just sat there. He held a wall for 2 minutes. And that's fine. Aaron is a patient guy. I'm losing my mind watching it, but he's just like, oh, okay. If they don't come, they don't come.
Okay. I thought Zeka was about to do it again. Almost had the perfect timing.
I guess FPX और XSET दोनों ही qualify हो रहे हैं. क्या बात है?
He's going to be in position. Prowler this time, and Well, it goes quite a bit better when Zekken isn't at the door anymore. Aaron, though, now he is being that little bit more aggressive, but he's been spotted.
Oh, he's still going with that kill.
And the trades again from BCJ. The man is just unkillable.
खत्म ये मैप खत्म ये मैप खत्म है guys.
In this round.
That's the spike down, and look at how wise he is to back away entirely. He is low HP, right? 2 versus 2. He is more valuable right now as a camera, just holding down an angle. But further past that, they have a showstopper. And it's likely, it's possible that they pop that and go through. It's 12-7, right? You don't take risks in a round like this. He repositions so they can't try to isolate him completely. Maybe he can catch them off guard. And in the end, as I said, he is now a camera. This round
Brilliant positioning by BCJ. बहुत अच्छा खेल रहा है BCJ. BCJ का positioning देखो.
And tell him he is moving into just the right position. He'll be holding this angle from spawn. He's now
Oh, Cryo का भी position देखो. अरे अरे अरे.
There's the shot.
खत्म है ये मैप.
Sagetsu left 10 seconds and no shot. Cryo with both. 13-7. We close out map 1. This is a beautiful display of Valorant from the XSET boys.
Yeah, a very enjoyable match of Pearl, it has to be said. Some back and forth in the first half, but once they got onto that defensive side, there just seemed to be no stopping them. And you look at the 2 players at the top of the board, BCJ having one hell of a match, only dying 7 times, and you think of the amount of impact he had throughout the entirety of that game. Zekken leading the charge. That was always the questions we had about these players. Okay, they can do it online, they can do it at home, they can do it when they're in North America. They come
I like watching these games, man.
Go straight home, just like a lot of the other NA teams have done in the past. Then they come into this one, we go, okay, they beat XERXIA, like, fair enough, team we kind of expected them to be. But coming into this map, truly impressed with what they were able to do. Picking this FPX team apart, re-aggressing, re-emerging in rounds that almost looked done, and even having some crazy clutch plays along the way. This is one hell of a start. There is still 2 maps to go.
You gonna stop making fun of me for my pick'ems now?
They haven't won yet, Mitch.
I'm just saying, I put them as an S-tier team and you said not a shot. So, I don't know, they've just beaten on one map.
The thing is, though, it wasn't a pick'em, it was a power raid.
Power raid.
And those are very, very different
I don't
things.
care, Tom. To be honest, Tom, I don't give a damn. It's all the same to me.
Hello
This
guys.
team is looking
So
fantastic.
just please like, subscribe, okay, and share the stream with your friends. Share the stream link with your friends as well, guys. Whenever I'm streaming, if possible, that will help me a lot. But if you don't want to, that's fine. But if you can, please do. Thank you.
It gives you that little leg up, and you can see that FPX were not ready.
And I'll see you day after tomorrow. Tomorrow I might stream on Twitch. I might not. Let's see. But yeah, day after tomorrow, streams will resume. Hopefully with the starting soon and everything. Maybe tomorrow the video might come out for the aim thing by tomorrow night. So let's see. Good night, Sayan. Good night, Tanish. Good night, Saksham. PRF मैच हाँ परसों तो करेंगे ही. कल तो छुट्टी है. कल नहीं है मैचेस फिर भी. So you know, thank you guys for watching. I'll see you guys. Day after tomorrow पर कल भी है. Good night विशाल. But कल भी आएगा भाई देखो. कल भी वीडियो आएगा. Mostly कल आ जाएगा. Okay, so to all of you that would be a treat. इतने दिन से मेरे को बोल रहे हो ट्रेनिंग वीडियो, वो बहुत ही बेसिक है. तुमने बोला है तो मैं पब्लिश कर रहा हूँ. ठीक है. But yeah, thank you guys. See you.